Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon out there, chat. How are you doing? Great seeing all of you. We'll be getting started just a second. How are you all doing out there? Great to see you all. Hope you're enjoying this Thursday morning. You've only had one coffee? Ooh. What an awful life. If I press this, and I do this. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing out there? I'm glad you enjoyed the spice hands. I think you'll actually find that they're definitely spice hands, chat, not jazz hands. It's because of all the spice. Good morning, all of you. It is lovely seeing you all. We are currently waiting for the Dune patch to go through. So I'm gonna be real. I'm bit crafting as well. But we've started off here so you guys can get your drops. We can talk about some of the video that we saw yesterday, the Steam post out from Dune, which you know is all relatively interesting stuff, which we can go through if you want. I'm just answering a DM. Why is this? Oh, this. Here we go. So this is the update that's coming out from them. So this is the these are the bytes from, but I mean essentially, but what they gave us a breakdown of was the breakdown between what they were giving us about the DLC, the paid new content, and the free new content. And ultimately, I think the way they've done it is quite interesting because they're introducing things like paid new vehicle, new cosmetics, that kind of thing. But they've made it so that people who own the vehicle through the DLC and can, make it as part of that DLC content can give or sell potentially that to players who don't have the DLC. So it's not been cut off from players who haven't bought the DLC, which is quite a nice way of doing it, to be honest. I'm interested in knowing how certain things will work. These 3 Imperial testing stations, I'd like to know where those fit on the map. Like, how does one get into them if they're DLC content only? Because someone said that they might be branches off of existing testing stations, but I haven't seen anything substantiated on that yet. So I'd be interested in knowing how that's going to work unless they're adding in a new area. Price, they've already confirmed. The price of DLC is $13, and is already included inside the Season Pass, which includes the Lost Harvest and 2 more major DLCs. So if you've already got the upgraded version of the game or the Season Pass, you'll get it for free. If not, it's a $13 DLC, which seems reasonable. You've got the vehicle, you've got a new journey. They did say there would be a new side quest of some kind. Yeah, here we go. An airlifted harvester has been shot down. Its secret cargo can change everything. This is like a DLC side quest. So you do get a bunch of stuff. Whether it's worth $13 is obviously a question for you individually because everyone's value proposition is different. Unilaris, yes, we're just waiting for them to patch. Let me just open up Discord for a second. So if you get the season pass, you're going to also get the next 2 DLCs. That is how this reads, yeah. And, the season pass, which includes the Lost Harvest and 2 more major DLCs. So if you have the season pass, you should get 2 more major ones afterwards. So theoretically, this looks like it's broadly worth it, but it depends on what you think of as worth it, because obviously that's different in every country that you're in. The free update, full story continues, so that'll be good. That'll be nice because they'd left a few things not unanswered for us, but definitely that we want to know more about. Valencia, thank you very much for the 500 bits. I'm not sure Bailey would let you steal his favorite spots. I mean, of course, these are just the ones that I definitely want to play, guaranteed want to play and give a chance to, because otherwise I'll forget. So continuing the story is great. Obviously, it's been left in a position that we want to continue it. We want to know more about what's going on inside the game. We want to know about where we fit inside the world, because ultimately the stuff that we've learned as part of the main story quest, without any spoilers as you haven't completed it, there's a lot of cool stuff that could happen. There's a lot of cool bits that they could flesh out with the story. Being able to re-customize your character. I know a lot of people actually ask for this because at launch, a lot of people rush through character creation just to get into the game quickly or to beat queues. Now they want a bit more of a chance to re-sculpt their character in a way that they like. Those of you who want to do hitbox min-maxing like me, this is going to be key for you because you'll be able to reset your height potentially. So hopefully they'll allow you to basically rebuild your characters the way that you would want to. So that's quite good. Contracts, this is great. Changing the lands rad to contracts and adding more contracts gives more gameplay. There's more, you get more XP doing these. Excuse me. You get more XP doing these. It's more interesting content than doing lands, rad turn-ins. Overall, the contracts felt a bit better to do journey-wise than some of the other things that we were doing inside the game, particularly lands rad. So the contracts, I think, is a good step, and it's a good move towards creating a more substantial end game that's actually kind of sustainable for people. More dynamic encounters. So those of you who said that the overworld map is very empty, these dynamic encounters are going to be overworld map events, which broadly will mean that the overworld map will actually have a bit of life to it rather than just being somewhere that you fly through. This is great. I think that will give some life to an area of the map, or basically the area of the game which is currently lacking just by there not being anything in it. Most of you will have seen me fly through the overworld map a number of times, or any given number of times a day, but there's nothing there to distract you, to draw you away. It just feels a little bit, So I think having more dynamic encounters up on the overworld map will give that area a whole load of life and start to add some more quite interesting value as kind of points of interest that can pop up over time briefly. Yeah, many of you may find it is cheaper to upgrade to the deluxe edition. So, for example, €20, as some of you are saying in chat, than the €25 to buy the full season pass. So go and look at what makes sense for where you are, or how much things cost where you are. 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. I've got the hay fever sniffles. So more dynamic encounters also means that not only will there be more reason to fly things with the Ornithopter, but when you fly on the overworld map, there'll actually be more places that will be a destination to go to. So you'll actually feel more of a need, more of a benefit from traveling, rather than just I'm going to the deep desert, I'm just flying through this wide open area that's open for, has a lot of stuff. It's a long distance for no reason. New tattoos and hairstyles. This is great. It ties into character recustomization. We can change how our characters look. Great. And archetype armors. This will be really interesting because I want to see how, if you're wearing Bene Gesserit armor, how it benefits Bene Gesserit gameplay, because one would think the two of them are going to be linked, right? So I'd like to see how these archetype armors are going to work. This was on a really interesting announcement yesterday. For those of you who weren't aware, there's going to be they're doing free trials, allowing anyone to play Dune for 10 hours on free trial servers, which I think is really interesting. They can't go to Arrakeen, Harkon Village, and Deep Desert. They've got the entire Haga Basin. They can do everything they need to. I think this is a really nice way of getting people in. For an MMO, this is a good way of doing it. So this is good. This is cool. This will bring some light. Hopefully, bring some life back into the game. So people can try out the game, see if they like the feel of it before they push in to deal with things. But not only that, but the fact that they're doing it on separate servers means that they're not going to deal with PvPers or PvEers who are already on the Deep Desert, messing with the new players or flooding the existing servers. It's a nice balanced way of doing this, chat. We quite like that. We're quite a big fan. I don't mind this. I think having a trial is a very good way of getting people into the game. It works very well in other games that we've played before. It's very good in other MMOs. So we want more. I don't know if it'll take us there. This is the key bit. They will play on dedicated free trial servers. This means that they won't be bogging us down. We won't be bogging them down. They're not going to get infected by, some of these toxicity on the servers until they've actually given the game a go. It makes perfect sense for them to do this. And then they also obviously give you a reward, and then you get the Desert Mechanics cosmetics, which we already have. They won't be they won't be ganked. And then once you this is the interesting part. Once you purchase the game, you'll be able to transfer your free trial character to any server within that world. So that means that if they have got inter-world, so within one world, transfers working for trials, so you can move between features on a world. Hopefully we aren't too far away from being able to move characters between worlds. That would be the hope. Obviously, you know, they are still working on it. Moment Dodo, I don't agree with you that they would be lied to because they can't see what the game with long-sitting players will be, because they could just join private servers, they could join new servers. That's not... If they had Haga Basin now, they wouldn't necessarily be exposed to those behaviors we're talking about anyway in 10 hours. I'm going to be real with you. I don't think in the first 10 hours of the game you're going to get to the deep desert and encounter that kind of player behavior that you might be thinking of. So I think this will be good. Although, yes, like you say, you won't be able to use your free trial on a private server. But then again, 10 hours of gameplay, losing like 10 hours in this actually isn't going to be that huge, I don't think. Compared to the amount of time it takes for a solo player to get to the end game, which I believe is around 150 hours or so. 10 hours of loss if you do decide to join a private world rather than a public one. I don't know if losing 10 hours is ever a good thing, but it doesn't seem the most unreasonable compared to, say, losing 150 hours. And you do learn lessons from doing that, which I don't think you would necessarily... Not everyone wants to repeat that. Some people will want that chance. So I don't think it will be that bad that you may lose the account afterwards if you don't want... If you want to switch to a private server. I think that's the concern I've seen, that people can't transfer between them. I don't think it's as much of a big deal as some people are making it out to be, realistically. Whatever. So, character progress is kept if you purchase the game. I want to be really clear about what that includes and doesn't include. Following a transfer when going from free trial to purchase game, the journey progress, level, skill, and tech points, and the backpack contents. Your base is not transferred. Vehicles aren't transferred, although it can be circumvented with backup tool and more than 10,000 Solaris. So there's a limit on it. I like they limit the Solaris. This means that if there's any exploits, you can't free farm infinite amounts of cheap early game Solaris and pump them into the economy. That's probably forethinking there. Broadly, I think this all works. The free trial system. I think it's sensible. I think it makes, you know, a lot of really good sense. Changes are coming to Arrakis earlier than you may think. Before Chapter 2 arrives, you will experience a new conflict that leads into the major update. We'll have more to share in the soon. So we are going to look out for an in-game event. That's the main thing that is going to lead into this DLC. So I would expect, given that this DLC is being released on September the 10th... Sorry, I just punched my microphone. Given that the DLC is being released on September the 10th, I would expect that we probably will end up seeing this in-game event in the kind of, maybe in the week leading up to this. And we'll look at it from the start of September, I think, is going to be the key point on that one. I wouldn't expect anything to be leading 3 weeks in advance. That's a little bit too much. So I think, again, this is cool. It's a nice way of leading into it. It's not just going to be dropping an update and immediately going in. It's giving us a little bit of lead in. It's kind of, I mean, some people might come back slightly before the patch just to get kind of feel of it. Some people will wait till the patch drops so you can stagger it out. Those of us who are still playing can be led in naturally to the DLC content. I think it fits. I think that that's a good way of doing it. We're doing a deeper dive into the contents of both the free update and DLC in a live stream featuring community managers and developers. Keep an eye on our channels when we announce the date and time. So there we go. We'll probably watch that when that's available. Yeah. Just gonna do this. We're getting very close to the expected patch time. Has anyone got any thoughts or questions on the update, on the upcoming changes on the roadmap, anything they want to talk about with it, any concerns they've got? You've just restarted Steam and you've got the patch. Well, then, but when this finishes verifying integrity, the patch should pop up. Then that would we would hope. You think it's a good way forward? You think the end game needs more attention? Yeah, that's the downside of it. I mean, ultimately, the updates they're doing in September are going to be good, but they aren't designed to touch on the end game. I mean, Troy, maybe you should go to sleep. I know it's a hot take. Nice 1 gig patch. %45 installed. The DLC and plans for October, I don't know, they brought it forward, which is pretty good. You say there's no end game? I think the end game is what you make of it. It's very much a sandbox game in that there aren't gameplay loops. You have to find and create your fun. The game does not hold your hand in that regard. It's very similar to Eve and other kind of games where you have to self-lead things. All the enemies are all getting buffed in Helldivers. That'll be interesting for people. I'm not even sure it's an MMO. I'll be honest, but yeah, it is a sandbox game in that you have to kind of make and find your own fun and find what you enjoy from the game when you go back and do things in it. Yeah, that's part of the gameplay of of the whole setup really. So that's meant that if you've got sandbox PvP content, you are. That's what you're seeing. You're trying to see people who are trying to create their own PvP content, but because of the lack of systems in the game which allow for PvP and the lack of reasons to actually meaningfully PvP, it's not resulting in a good gameplay outcome for people. Survival sandbox MMO. Is it? I thought they'd remove the MMO tag from it. I could be wrong. Oh, Life Coffee, just refresh them. Hoping it fixes it. Here we go. I wonder what we're going to turbo goblin today. We've got a few boxes, Tabby, don't worry. I think we're all right for boxes. I'm excited to see what today's patch notes are when we get them after the patch is out. I'm Luna, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. 3 months in advance, reaching 3 months in total so far. You are now a bread roll. You have risen. Thank you very much for being here. So I died on login. I can't tell you why. It looks like it just didn't store any of my water. Okay. I was eaten by sand people in my own base. I can't believe it. Oh, down on death still. Possibly. I can't remember. I'll be honest with you. I can't remember where I logged out yesterday. All I know is I quit the game. When I log back in today, I'm dead. It was Fly Halud. I'd believe that. I'd believe that Shy Halud came and got me in the night. Hey, Start, thank you very much for the sub with Prime, buddy. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. The ads have just started. I'm just gonna whoop. You know what, Spook? I'd actually believe that. I'd believe that Sabu put me into a, well, Luther put me into one of the sippy beds. APC, you want to look up dual audio channel streaming inside OBS. That's how that works. One more of those. Do an old Sparky Mark 6 at some point, you know? I still haven't seen one. What's on the Land's Rad? Collapsible jewelry, Mark 6, pincushion pants, Iridium fibers. That's not a very good price for them, I have to say. 4 per, we get 5 per. I would need to hand in 2,000 Strividium fibers to get the Alexin heavy armor SWAT. No more than that. Nearly. That's quite a lot. Having to hand in nearly 3,000 of those. 2,800. No worries, Carl. I hope you feel better later, but that doesn't sound great. So I hope that you hope that things clear up for you. Oh, there's a bunch of bodies in my assault ornithopter. Cool. Love friends being left in the ornithopter overnight. Spice is in there. Okay, so Finn Bastard, what you can do is go to Delta 6 this week. So you know what? We'll start. That's the wrong 6 key entirely. I'll show you this. If you're looking for Spice Plastinium Dust, Finn Bastard, we will get you sorted. You go this way. What you want to do is go into the deep desert and then go into like the middle part of the Alpha Band. This is how you get Spice Plastinium Dust this week, chat, just so you know. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to walk you through how this works. Make sure you can get sufficiently spiced this week for your tier 6. I hope you feel better soon, Karon, though. I know how problematic having a spine issue can be. Any secret K drops this week, like the pick from last week? That's where I'm showing you, Chewy. So if you stick around for a few minutes, I'll show you where this week's super secret loot is. Finn Bastard asked, so we're going to show them. What you're looking to be able to do is you're going to go to the desert, you're going to go into the 6 band, and you're going to go to this this shipwreck here in D6. I know what you say, Kronos. Shipwrecks are full of PvP. They're scary. We're all going to die. This one is PvE. And there's no enemies inside of it. It's a PvE only cave where there are only mines. So when we get there, you'll see for yourselves. But actually, I haven't tricked you. It's a shipwreck that is safe for you to get Spice Plastinium Dust in this week. I only give you guys the best tips. PV mines, yeah, it is PVM. $3,000 meters. So it is a little ways out. It's not quite the C band this week. But hey, D6 is still safe. It's still a PvE area, so it's still reasonable for you to go to get the drops that you want in the game. You're still not risking a significant amount. Yes, Vector Sync, all of the above. Mines. M-I-N-E-S is what's in here. There might also be mimes as well, but I haven't seen any. So what you do is you go to this wreck, which, as you can see from me parking on top of it, is still a PvE zone. Look at how PvE it is. It's so yellow. It's so PvE. Don't go over there, because there is actually a control point here, which is PvP. But here, it's completely PvE. Look, like I can just waltz in. There's a mine. It's a slow mine. And then I go through this door. How's it PvE if there's no NPCs? Because there's the mines. It's the PvE area. Like, there you go. So, Pardot's Hood, this is broken, don't use it. It will reduce your sunstroke a bit, like your ability to be out in the sun. It's currently completely fucked. And then Spice Mycelium Dust. And those of you who want to know where that is, that's here in D6, Delta 6. You are most welcome. Not a problem at all. Actually... Is it the same wreck each week? No. These move around. There'll be different places for loot each week. Well, this week there are no caves, but there is that wreck. So that's the trade-off. We'll just land to consume this. Is the A-band geography the same each week? Yes. The A-band doesn't change. We're now in the PvP area. The Echo Square is the one that's most likely to get storm, so it's generally Echo 5 is the one that I check most for storm loot. But it might be that we haven't had one since the restart, so there might not be any loot that's been deposited. I think it's more that when you're in the A-band, no one really looks at the A-band that much anymore, but like now that there's actually a huge amount of tier 6 materials. So you didn't find any yesterday, what, immediately after the restart? Yeah, see, I think that the server restart resets the treasures that have been dropped by the storm. So if you go a week without, you know, like a full patch, everything, like there's a huge amount of loot that's saved up for some reason, but it seems like the patches do something to mean that we don't get as much storm loot almost. Because the other day I was finding tons just outside of our base in the E-band. Just absolutely nothing in the sands. It's really weird. I'll be the flower sand. storm. That's a really high storm. I don't even... Jeez. I don't... No, that's not a crossing ship. That, it's one of the new bits in the skybox. It's basically the flying... The flying vessels you see are all part of the skybox. They've been fixed. They were actually meant to be in from launch. I don't know if this got hit by the storm. Unfortunately, I need to use their base to test a mechanic so I know where I'm scanning. Okay, so the base shields didn't go down, so I need to go further north. Which means the sandstorm didn't pass quite this way. You're gonna give me the XP for that? Apparently not. Yeah, there are idle ships in the skybox, yeah, for sky traffic, so you can't see all of the ones that are going to get shot down quite as easily as you used to be able to. Medium spice blow. So it wasn't coming at an angle, it's just a really high up storm, fine. There's a bunch of medium spice blows up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So much spice. We do love spice, but still. Oh, whoops. I was distracted by the weird looking sand formation out there, because it almost looks like a ring mouth. Yeah, if you do the wrong one and you switch to the passenger seat instead of refueling, it does become a little bit scary for a second, especially if you're on a carrier. But no one I know would ever do that. Yeah, you don't actually have to land to fuel your ship. Fuel your ornithopter. You're all right. No, these are things the game doesn't really tell you, so you've not been doing it wrong, just now you know that there's an easier way of doing it. Fine. I've definitely never done it while carrying people. Come on, I'm waiting for that storm to despawn, because when it does, it should hopefully be when things start appearing on the ground behind it. It appears to be quite a slow storm. I've lost track of it. This mechanic does need to be better explained, because like there's just nothing here and I'm in the path of the sandstorm. You're awake. Good morning, Foxdy. Foxdy. You had no idea that there's stuff spawned in the treasure was created by the storms. That's what it tells you in Haga Basin, but this doesn't seem to be spawning anything. I know how the system works, don't worry. It's more the fact that nothing has spawned in the wake of the sandstorm. That's the problem we're having. I know how the mechanic works, but don't worry. Funny. It's the fact that nothing is spawning, despite being in the wake of the sandstorm. Well, that's just it. We were out here last week and we got loads of stuff. So this week, having nothing from the storm just feels really weird. Balthazar, no. If they've got closed whispers, then obviously the whispers is closed, so you won't be able to whisper them. Sadly. Twitch whispers are really weird though. Most people don't use them. Like, so it might just be that they just don't read them. See, that's not how treasure is meant to work, Scribbles, though. It's not that I'm not noticing Demega Taco. Don't worry, I'm very used to spotting them. Again, it's not a visibility issue, it's the fact that there are none spawning. This isn't a skill issue, this is a game issue. See, that's not what the game tells you, Scribbles. The game tells you that it's in the wake of the sandstorm. So if that is the case, that's terrible. I'm gonna be real. Don't teach players a mechanic if it's not how that actually works when they get to the end of the game. If it's in a few bands, that's ridiculous. We'll go try it out, because we're not far from H6. Like, we're definitely in the wake of the sandstorm, so there should, by all rights, be treasure here. And there isn't. There's a worm somewhere. Eating a ship? Well, the game tells you that those caches are found after a sandstorm when you're in Haga Basin. There's nothing in H6. Very firmly in H6 and no treasure and loot. This is Southwest H6. No pings here. Nope. Okay, so I can't do any more Southwest H6 than where I was. I've had reports of this mechanic not working properly for a while, so this doesn't surprise me. But come on, like, kind of weird, right? This is a very slow storm. I'm glad that I have no distance meter as well. Allow sand. Yeah, this is what I mean. Normally, if you follow the storm, you should get a few pings every scan. But like, what is this? I'm directly behind the storm. What? Nope, you don't need. They don't need a skill to see them. Not me, Chewy. Not personally. I was able to launch the game just fine after the update. What's the lowest I can get to hovering? Just like 70, 60, so it's the low 60s. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Hey. Meow. Wow. How's it going, baby cat? How are you doing? Have you come to give us treasures? Have you got wares if we have scanner? Is this storm just not moving? Something's not right here. But there is loot. We finally found one, chat, just inside the sandstorm's broken box. This seems to be broken. Hi! Little head. Oh, you're still moving around, are you? Okay. Have you got your spider? He's just having a clean. Yeah, it seems like there's some kind of bug with that storm or with my my UI on that one. I tested it. I flew into it. Fine. Fine with it. So what we've learned is treasure might indeed be a little bit broken. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Look at him. Look at that little cat. Oh yeah, the grippy toe beans. Yeah, for sure. 100%. You're okay. You're okay, little cat. You freaking out. You being a silly boy. Is that your spooder? Were you spooder? Yeah. Thanks, Waffle. Good morning, bud. Good to see you. You gonna go check out what that noise is? Yeah, okay. Oh no, you're going straight to your food bowl for us. Straight to his food bowl for a snack. He's had a clean and a play with his spider, and now he wants a snack. Hello, Gerbil of Wolves. Good to see you, bud. How's it going? Good morning, Dr. Crowley. Yeah, we're doing good, thank you, Jebler Wolves. How are you doing, bud? Bailey's eyes green. Yes. I'm going with yes. You can see on exclamation point daily Bailey. Anyone excited for the new chapter of DLC? Yeah, we are. There's a lot of good content in there. There's a lot of cool things, a lot of cool features that they're going to include. So I'm broadly very excited for the DLC and the new chapter in September. It's going to be good. And 10th of September is much sooner than we were expecting it as well. I would add that, chat. Like, let's be real. We were expecting to wait until middle of October, but like early September is not bad. I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm pretty happy with that. As things go, that's not bad. Especially as they've announced in their Discord that they are potentially very, very close to deploying the fix where we can carry vehicles across the gap between Harga Base and the Deep Desert. That will make a huge difference. Being able to carry, say, a sand crawler that's got 11,000 capacity over the gap is going to be so much different. Like, so much better. I mean, depending on Taco, probably yes, that's part of it. But every game loses players after launch. It's about making the game better long term, so I wouldn't be so cynical about it. Ultimately, they were going to release this patch anyway. If they've stepped on it because of that priority, I can't fault them for that. That's not a negative thing. Like, if they have rushed the patch out sooner, they're releasing things sooner because they've lost players, then that's a good thing. Spice run's more tedious? What do you mean? Shipping containers, better ship stuff across the across from Harga Basin into Deep Desert is great. You can just take a full spice conveyor, so it's a full spice crawler, sand crawler, across the gap. I don't think it will make spice runs more tedious. It'll make it easier. Being able to carry 11,000 across the gap versus the current 1,000 in an assault thopter, or having to build a deep desert base that takes about, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 volume to build. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Ah, you're fine. You're fine, bud. If you can carry vehicles over the gap, it would give solo players an incentive to build a carrier. Well, exactly, yeah. And if the carrier, well, the carrier getting storage containers hasn't been confirmed as recently, like as coming as soon as carrying vehicles across the gap. I'll be clear, like, they're talking about vehicles. They're not. The cargo container is a separate piece of work. I will hydrate. Thank you, Jazzy the dog. Them exactly. That's what I'm hoping for. So, you know, one of the reasons why we want to get those Regis spice containers is because being able to carry 11,000 across the gap versus what's it called? Being able to carry 7,000. That's quite a big difference. That's 50% less runs, which I'm more than happy with. Well, I'm glad you're still enjoying it, Demega Attack. There are a lot of people who aren't, and I think that the people who aren't enjoying it need to step away from the game. Give the devs a chance to fix it. Give themselves a chance to reset. There are a lot of people who I think are playing the game too much at burnout point because they've got the sunk cost fallacy. I've got, you know, 500 hours in Dune already. I can't take a break from the game. Hello, have you come back? You're a little cat having a clean. It's a cat. Free cat for chat to look at. Little mlem. Oh. Oops. Right. So that was a thing. Let's relaunch the game. Try again. Hello, little baby. Have you got a soft little head? I wouldn't say that I broke things, but I maybe broke something. Oopsie. Hello, Zidane. The sound is going all right, thank you. How are you doing today, bud? Good to see you. Lovely to see you as always. He's giving his leg a clean, chat. Hi. Yeah, you're a good cat. Yes, are you looking at me? Yeah, I know. You're so cute. Look. Cat butt. Well, cat tail anyway. It's so round. You're so round. Yes, meow. You're lying on your spider, little guy. That's silly. You're lying on your spider. Who's a nice cat? Yeah, who's a nice cat? Do you think he's happy here, chat? TN Thunder Gaming, that should have been fixed in the patch the other day. If you respec, you should find that you have the correct number of skill points again. The Spuda? No, not right now. I couldn't. He's lying on it. I can't get to it. Alexander Sterling, thank you very much for the raid of 4 viewers. Very awesome of you. Thank you for being here. What were you playing, bud? I'm sorry to hear I'm such a frustrating time, Tabby. It's never ideal. Yeah, TN, they should now stay, so you should be in a better position than you were before, which is good, because it wasn't nice people were losing the skill points in their starter skills. not ideal situation to be in, to be honest with you. One second, chat. I'm just doing some bit crafting. I've collected quite a lot of sand, you see. And now I need to eat the sand. It's delicious. Okay, the game hasn't been up long enough for us to reset that yet, so we'll do this. Which bits of my crafting? I'm currently doing glass and sand. You're playing War Thunder and Battlefield. Ah, very enjoyable. Have you played the new Battlefield, Alexander? Did you enjoy Battlefield 6? Welcome on in, Astral Burner. How's it doing? Great to see you. I'm out. Well, no, sorry. I'm rabbit squirrel maxing. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get rabbit squirrels. Hello, I've come to collect you for a house party. Nice and easy. Oh. Whoops. I should have remembered I was in the middle of doing that. Yeah, summon the reinforcements, please. That's what we want. Good morning, Dragon Banshee. How are you doing? Good to see you. It should be fixed now, TN, so you shouldn't have to worry about that anymore. It's a very odd bug that's now been fixed. It seems basically whatever your starting skill was seemed to be resetting weirdly when you did a server transition. Definitely an enemy in here somewhere. Oh yeah, there's two of them. Oh. Storage full, okay. Catch you later, Stavaris. Thank you very much for being here. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you sleep well. Heavy armor. That's Alexin. I'm not sure I've done that one. No. Did I awaken the Dune already? Yeah, unfortunately I have awakened the Dune, but we can awaken another Dune later, Kajuan, don't worry. Just in case you missed out, you understand, you know, I'll do what I can. What's up with the cat? He's a cat. He just lives here. It's what he does. He's not even my cat. He just thinks this is his house. I'm not going to tell him otherwise. Would you tell him that this isn't his house? I wouldn't. Look at him. He's too cute. How goes it? You have court today, you got subpoenaed as a witness. Well, I hope court goes okay for you. I mean, you're just providing an honest witness statement, so it's not the most onerous task, but still not necessarily an easy thing to do. So I hope that it goes okay for you, J-Psycho. You were wrestling in Glasgow last night and you got home at 2. Was it in, like, were you meant to be wrestling in Glasgow? Or was it just unplanned? Because, you know, it's Scotland. Like, it could get strange. No, sorry. Not dealing with that. Not right now. Good morning, Blindio. How are you doing, bud? It's good to see you. Okay, you were wrestling at Glasgow, you were watching... Okay, fine. Yep. You were at wrestling, so it was planned wrestling. Okay, fine. I'm glad we're all on the same page now. We just had to confirm that. The hood doesn't work. No, the hood does a thing where if you log off wearing it and log back in, it applies negatively. Which is great. Wait, no, great's not the word I'm looking for. Shit, that's the word I'm looking for. How we power this? Those of you use the Spice battery power plant. We actually use wind power. We lube max here in this house. We lube max. Good morning, ranting Greek gamer. Do we have any improvements in the game with the new patch? What, today's patch? I haven't actually seen today's patch notes. Let me go and have a look. The patch today was fix the crash that happened when a player tried to view a blueprint containing a pentashield. Fix the crash that could happen when a player accessed selected blueprints in social hubs. Fix a rare issue that interfered with players logging in. That's it. So the patch today didn't change anything fundamental. A couple of days ago, they halved the weight of cobalt paste, though. That was a nice change. We liked that one. How much tritium fiber have we got? Yeah, ungreat. That's the word I was looking for. You're right. You know what? Damn it. 3,700. So we've still got plenty. I could go and... I guess I could go hand a bunch in. It's going to be an absolute pain to do. Sounds like a very cool evening for you, Andy Finlay. I'm glad you had fun. I'm gonna have to do a couple of trips for this. It's gonna suck. What's the equivalent of Florida in the UK? There's nowhere that's hot and humid enough to be like that. So... yeah. Hard to say. I mean, look, QF Pro, halving the weight of court paste is a step in the right direction, right? Ow. Sorry, B. We're okay. You're okay. Hello, are you sitting there shouting at me? Oh, well, they couldn't have Florida Man. See, the interesting thing that I know about Florida Man is the only reason that Florida Man stands out is because of the reporting rules in Florida on crimes. So actually, like, most of the US is like it, but only Florida reports it the way that it does. So I don't know how I feel about that either. Because some of the stories you get out of Florida Man genuinely scare me. Like, you just like, how have you functioned? How did you do that? Wrong button. I meant to press F. I did not pay respect, so I instead got inside the vehicle.
Do you have something for the... Oh, it's... the delivery for how...
Did it again. Apparently I didn't get enough sleep last night, chat. That's what it looks like, because I'm having a stronk here. I think Bames Nond is having a stronk. Call a bondulance. They went down the double.
Do you have something
Hi.
Tribute or something else?
Yeah.
Oh, it's politics, isn't it? I can get what you have where it needs.
The Scritchy Scratch post.
Delivery for house election. Noted. We'll make
I love when you use the Scratchy post. He just looks so cute. You look so cute when you use the Scritchy Scratch post. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. You're such a lovely cat. You're so demanding, too. Oh. 1 second, B. Drag that across to there. Hi. Yeah, meow. Chin scratch, okay. See, what I can't hear, but I can feel is that he is rumbling away. Five 18 a.m. sounds like a perfect time for a sausage pizza. I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah, you a good baby. Yes, you are. You like the boobs, don't you? Oh, I can't sit up, Bailey, because my back is... Oh. Oh. Oh, all the blood's in my head. Ooh. Sorry about chat. Gonna have a drink. Probably should hydrate myself. Might help.
Do you have something for the... Oh, it's... the delivery for...
No. Bit more laid back. Bit more chill, please. I feel like we could do some chill. But I can carry 207 at a time rather than 130.
Do you have something for the back? Oh, it's politics, isn't it? I can get what you have where it needs to go. Maybe. The manufacturing union. Which house?
Yeah, chewable water chat. That's what we do. Yeah, you should always chew your water. You don't want to get indigestion. It might have been a singular minstrel. My snack for the day. The only food I would consume. I went to reach for my water and I saw that I had my snack and I was like, ooh, I can have one of them.
Do you have something for... Oh, it's... the delivery for house...
This doesn't drag at all. I'm not sure what anyone's talking about. Why would I not want to be able to drop things off from a vehicle inventory? Is the Spooder free now? Yeah, but as you can see, he wants to know what I'm doing with it. This is the Spooder. Hang on. It's just like a fuzzy ball with like some string tied to it. You want this? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, good kill. Good kill. Yeah. Good boy. You want to keep playing? You want to keep doing more of this? You don't seem to care, do you? Okay. Did you enjoy that, chat?
Do you have something for the... Oh, it's... the delivery...
But QF Pro, what does that do? Doesn't change anything. That's just... You're just moving stuff for moving stuff's sake at that point. Why?
Do you have something for the back? Oh, it's... the delivery for house... Do you have something for... Oh, it's... the delivery for...
He shows you the belly. He cleans the belly. And he says how to harvest spice. Excuse me. Flower sounds so low. Every time I try the worms of it, excuse me, jeez. Apparently I haven't inhaled the cat hair, I can feel it. Orny181, what you probably want to do is honestly go to the deep desert. For spice and flower sand, you just get more time for the worm. So actually, if you want those now, I would actually recommend the deep desert for both things. So I've got 7,000 done for that, so I just need to do another 1,500. Okay. I'm not sure that's extra fiber that I want. Look, when it comes to stealth patches, stealth nerfs, a lot of the time that stuff is based on feeling. I need someone to provide me with incontrovertible numbers and proof to tell me that there's been a bug or that there's been undocumented patches, because that's a strong claim, and you need to show that working. Like they're basically saying these are bugs, these are changes that they've undocumented, but they haven't provided any proof in that Reddit thread. So I'm not really willing to go through it and talk about those issues without substantiated proof or literally anything other than I've experienced this, I feel this is a bug, because that ultimately that's not objective. So I need to know what they're basing that on. The 50% decline in stamina is not something that I've seen. I'm going to be real with you. We are indeed excited for September the 10th. Yeah, it's going to be some good stuff. And before that, because remember that we're going to get some kind of early intro bits before the patch comes out.
Do you have something for the... Oh, it's... the delivery...
Hey Sabu, if you're here and you want to complete a Landsrad house, these guys need Stravidium fibers. So what you can do is if you test it against the same type of enemy, you can count the number of shots it takes for their default shots to get through, and then compare it with different, like compare it before and after. There's all kinds of stuff that you would need to do to test it. But you could, while you don't see numbers, you could use a different measure. So number of shots from a sandfly, for example. You can find an objective measure. You just need to make sure there's one that works for every single player. Just because, yeah, we can get this one closed off. Did I see that you gave an update on your wife's, or rather your better half's accident? I say accident. The Oopsie your wife had damage to the frame of the car and some bolts ripped out of it as well, which means they have to tear out the interior to fix the bolts back into the frame. Oh god. One paving slab sticking up from 60 miles an hour. That's insane. I'm sorry to hear. I'm glad that she's okay, because if you damage the superstructure of the car enough, they've got to take everything apart to rebuild the interior. Like, that's not a small bit of work, unfortunately. Jeez, I'm just glad she's okay.
Do you have something for the bat? Oh, it's the delivery for house. Do you have something for... Oh, it's the manufacturer.
Great seeing you all here. Thank you all very much for the follows today. I appreciate it. We broke 10,000 follows recently. We are basically getting close to having been doing this for 3 months, and I appreciate all of you for being here, so thank you very much. Paradigm Shift, thank you very much for the 500 bits. You are awesome. Thank you for the support. I will put it towards treats and pets for Bailey. You know, cat towers, that kind of thing. I'm currently looking at a modular, like a set of wall thing, so that I can create him like an overarching bed area that hangs like over our stairs. Because that way he can have a nice high position. He can look up and down the stairs. He can hang out in the morning and sit in the sun if he wants to, but he can also like chill out there when he doesn't want to be disturbed and we're all downstairs working. So I'm thinking about doing that, but that's a fair bit of work to get that all set up and installed and fix my wall. Your car's currently having its entire front replaced after someone left a traffic cone in the middle of a highway lane. I mean, people, I think it's easy to not realize how much damage like a cone can do to a car. You see them on the road all the time, you're like, oh, it'll be fine, it's just a cone. But actually, those things can do some damage to a car. Oh yeah, B loves an overlook. He's a real, that's why he likes having the cat bed where it is in the corner. So if he wants to lie there, he can look down the hallway. At the end of the hallway, we've got like a wicker box that we use for shoes. On top of that is a cat bed, so he can look both ways up and down the hall and out the front door. He just likes sight lines. Oh, Balthazar, thank you very much for the kind words, bud. It's very appreciated. I likely won't be live tomorrow, just so everyone knows. I've got a bunch of stuff I need to do, including some Pyro server stuff, including some IRL stuff. So lots of stuff to do. So I might not stream tomorrow. There'll be a ping and I'll confirm. But it's unlikely at the moment. But that means that there'll be other streams on. I need to add them to my suggested. I need to do stream admin tomorrow, to be honest, like adding people to like my suggested streamers. So if I'm offline, who you should watch, like the cool people that we like hanging out with, you know, people like Thor, Vicky, Annie, Baru, Pete, well, sorry, Peter, Greggles, like lots of people, lots of awesome people that have supported us throughout what we've been doing. So I've got to get that set up. I'll probably do some stuff over on the OobTube side. Just check this. Okay, good. Yeah, we're not far off of completing that Landsred house, so it might be worth handing that in if you want to do it, Sabu. Okay, so Alexin. Where is House Alexin? For those of you who don't know, this is how I look up where the houses are. I will link this website to you. You can use Dune Gaming Tools. So you can literally go into this list and choose. You can choose the house. So we're looking for House Alexin. Tells me that the location is in the Haga Rift, about here. Which I know is not the case. I'm fairly sure that's House Miracle, which it is. So I know that they're in Harco Village. Remember, this data won't be perfect. You'll have to use your brain and make sure you check it. But Harco Village, I can go to that area and get my rewards. These wings are perfectly fine. What are you talking about? There's no holes in them. Maybe a few small holes in them. Oh, thank you, Paradigm. That's Luther's masterpieces. I don't make bases very often. They don't tend to be very good when I make them. I'm not very good at making bases. As long as it's functional and does the job, the aesthetics matter less to me, so... Are you going? Yeah? Meow. Okay. I agree. It's a very weird, it is a weird mechanic. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Indeed, Geordie, another patch day, another few small changes to the game. This one appears to be fixing bugs introduced as a result of the last patch, which is kind of to be expected. Hey, Dry Tom, that sounds pretty good. That's a pretty efficient base. Good job, bud. Who is a soft cat with a soft brain? Have you got a soft brain? Yes, you've got a soft brain. See, he's walking away because I told him he has a soft brain. Gunfire, yeah, unfortunately, it likely has degraded in the sandstorms if you haven't logged in for months.
What business do you have with House Alexin? House Alexin...
Hi. Yeah, you're so cute. Meow. Yeah, who's a lovely cat? Oh, you want more cleaning? Okay. What do I think of the new vehicle? I think it's cool, but I just want to understand where it fits in. Like, what's the intended purpose for the vehicle? Because the vehicle needs to fill a role, right? You know, every vehicle in the game fills a role, meets a need. What does this one do? Like, what need is it filling? That's what I want to understand. Yeah. Oh, shit. It's a nice cat. 1 second, chat. Let me just check something. Cheeky one, I've set you free. It looks like you were in conflict with the channel's moderation settings for some reason. Twitch said no, basically. You've made a spooder that might be able to become a emote if I want it. Put it in my Discord server somewhere. Nah, it looks like Twitch just Twitch said no. You made the first million on the exchange yesterday. Congratulations, Rex Thunder. Do it in general chat, Luna, if you want. People can talk about it that way. People can review and give you feedback easily. Wait, did I make a command for this? Oh yeah, so anyone who wants to watch a great advert on CPR, on how to do chest compressions, Nightbot has a link for you where you use the beat of this song, and Vinnie Jones, who's kind of a famous hard man in the UK generally, does it, and it's probably the best advert I've ever actually watched on live TV. I'm gonna be honest with you. So if you ever want to laugh, there's a YouTube link here. Those of you on YouTube, I'll give you a link for that because it's not on Nightbot there. There we go. Press right on the sovereign, and it's and it's the reason I like it is because it is an advert, so it was done between programs, but it informs people. It's funny, it's catchy, and it could save someone's life. Like, what more could I want from an advert? Lizard. That also lives rent free in our heads now. Oh wait, hang on, I've got something I can do with that. The way I use my walk, I'm a moment's man. No time to talk. Copy, paste. Do this. Oh no, where did I put that? Do the raw? You want to put that out to... That's the game. Okay, chat, I'm going to play a sound and you need to tell me how loud it is, okay? Was that too loud for you on your end? You didn't hear anything? Okay. Give me a second. Browser. How about now? Did you hear that? You're not getting that. Okay. Let's change this. No, you're picking up the game. Route you into game audio from game mic. One second, chat. Let me get the front door quickly. Hello, I'm back. Let me just keep fixing this. So I need this to pull from... I'm trying to fix the sound so that you guys can hear the soundboard, because I think that'll be fun for you guys. Add audio output capture. Properties. Okay, chat, can you hear this? No, why can't you? Oh, that's why. I didn't finish the setup. It helps if I do the final step and do this.
Lizard. Lizard.
To the roar.
Does that work? Does that work for you, chat? Did you hear it?
Lizard.
Is it too quiet? That might be the issue. Okay, so you did hear. Okay, good. Nice.
Hear the roar.
Look at the roar. So now I can hear it and you guys can hear it. So we fixed that problem. I've turned it up slightly. I can keep turning it up to balance it.
Lizard.
Lizard. I'll just be right back 1 second, chat. I need to go grab another drink because I've just finished mine. Whoop. I'm going to run the ad early. Did the ads go through? Looks like I just about got it back in time. Okay, nice. Hello. Sorry about that. I was just grabbing myself a replacement drink slash snack. So Buoyant Reaper Mark 5, we don't really need. Cushion pants. I mean, they're useful, but it's more about the swatches. We are swatch maxing. What Mark saying does you make first? Medium spice, large ore, or gear? The medium spice. I mean, look, the better spice refinery you have, the more efficient you are. But I would say getting yourself the large ore refineries makes a difference. The reason I would say that is if you're in the medium ore refinery and you want to make plastinium, 6 titanium to 1 strontium. In the large ore refinery, it is 4 to 1, so the ratio is so much better. So making the large ore refinery makes all of your metal production across the game more efficient. It's just the more sensible way of doing it, in my opinion, to do this first. Sorry, Blood Rain. No, I've eaten all of the Gregs, and I don't share it on shift because you know, the Gregs riots were a dark time for us all. This is a bit silly of me, but fine. I don't know how smart this was. Like a glove chat. What are we gonna do about that? That was just perfectly reasonable, I think. Yes, I'm gonna need more aluminium today. I need aluminium, bodies, titanium. That's about it, really. That's today's stuff. I wonder if this is efficient to mine from up here. I don't believe they've changed the calculation for that in the deep desert. No, I was getting the same amount that I was expecting most of the time, Geordie. So maybe make sure your skills are properly applied. Do you need engine or just booster wing? You can, like, engine helps them. Engine defines the max speed. So I need to angle myself up a bit. When you're looking at the vehicle tool, the vehicle parts, what you want to do is if you go to the parts themselves, you can see what it does. So the engine defines the maximum speed of a carrier ornithopter. This defines the power and the heat dissipation for a carrier. So anything that defines, you probably want to make sure you're upgrading. So influence the flying capability. So the engine, the generator, and the wings are very, very important. We did indeed see the DLC stuff for Dune, which is very exciting. We're looking forward to it. Come on, I told you to go this way. Like a golf. This might be a little bit silly, but I think this will work. If it doesn't work, it'll be funny. Perfect. Look at that. We even ended up where we wanted to be in the slots. I think I'm too far away from that one. Yeah. No tank, no, but ultimately, if you are the kind of person who's looking forward to the tank, where do you think the tank fits in the game? Okay, Okay, we're just gonna leave you to it. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. Running the crawl... actually, to be fair, running the crawler across the desert is also fine, Sabu. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, that's Haga Rift, not Jabal. Hmm. Yeah, that buggy raid was a bit weird. I'm not really sure what happened there, to be honest with you. We're just going to kind of shrug and be like, you know what, that was fine. That was... Godo, thank you very much for gigantifying that bit a few minutes ago, likely while I was away. I appreciate you. Empty. They fit the purple engine and did get aggro. That sounds weird. I fucked that up. I did. You should be able to drive the buggy into, like, the rear of the carrier in a way that if you have co-owner, like, it will automatically attach it for you. Like, if I drive a buggy or a sand crawler into this gap, it should automatically attach it as the co-owner. Like, that should be an option for me, so I can just get in and do it. That would be nice. Encourage a bit of solo gameplay. Mesmerized. Beautiful face. Yeah, or a hotkey. Something like that would be nice. Little quality of life things like that, you know. I'm gonna pick that one back up. That's not gonna work. Don't you dare bounce off. The carrier is quite fun. It's just quite like, it's just a versatile tool. This is what I mean. The carrier has a role within the game. So those of you who want tanks, where does the tank fit as a role inside the game currently? What job does it do that isn't currently being filled? What need is it going to kind of satisfy? Because ultimately, I don't think there is actually a space for the tank inside the game yet. I don't think there's need for it. There doesn't appear to be any time when it'll be useful other than it's cool to have a tank. Because it is cool to have a tank, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't sound like it's good development time usage if we don't actually need it or it doesn't have a place in the game, you know? Oh, we're on storage. Not bad. Oh, so you have a tank to counter the other tank. That's not filling a role inside the game. That's just creating a closed loop that won't be fun. People already don't use the buggies that have rockets on them. You see it being used in PvP against bases, then why don't people currently use buggies for that? Why are rocket buggies not being used? Like I said, I think tanks are cool, but I don't think that they have a place in the game. Yeah, it's difficult. That's fair. PvP against bases, maybe, but yeah, like I say, people don't use the buggies against bases. They just go on foot. Wait, what am I doing? Forgot that I had this vehicle for a reason. Is the range of my miners increased from skills upgrades? It is longer than you probably realized. It's longer than you realize, but shorter than you sometimes need it to be. The perfect size. Good morning, Wu-Tang. How are you doing? Good to see you again. I think I saw you earlier. We danced. And we cried. Ah, okay. Sorry, you were implying that I am finally waking up. That makes sense. Wake the sleeper, chat. Wake the sleeper. Are you getting a true... What do you mean by a true boost? You mean... Am I getting more loot from doing this? Is that what you mean by... Am I getting a true boost? I want to make sure. One second, chat. I'm just getting my bit crafting sorted. Now I've melted all of my glass. Gotta, you know, gotta do my off-screen AFKing stuff, right? Oh, I need to get level 2 chisel. Good. Oh no. Oh. Do we get it? Not easily without really like filling the UI. Like I'd have to make it absolutely minuscule so I couldn't see it or use it. I am in 2K, so I guess I have a larger resolution, but I mean people on smaller screens can't see it. Problem. Let me go see, let me see what I can do. I'm gonna have to ask somebody to get me a tier 2 tool. The new vehicle is like Twisted Metal. I mean, the new vehicle, I just want to know what role it's designed to fill. Okay, I can't go over that backwards. 0 days without another issue of spawning to Haga Base in the sandstorm. I'm sorry to hear that, Omega King. I'm not sure why you seem so prone to it. It's like you're unlucky. It's like you're cursed. What do I need? I need a chisel inside of Bitcraft. And I need a tier 3 machete. I'll have to look if I've got mats at some point. I should have the smithing level to make it. I just need to actually like get my ass in gear and get some pyrolite. It's like you're being targeted, Omega. It's like the sandstorms know that you're delicious. Maybe the sandstorms have heard that, you know, that you want more sandstorms. So they've given you more sandstorms. Your happy sandstorms don't force your PC to shut off. That doesn't sound great, to be honest. That sounds like the graphical or CPU load from a sandstorm is basically causing you to have some kind of like thermal shutout. Nice. Full load. AMD drivers in Windows 11. Sounds about right. We can blame most things on Windows 11 in this day and age. I think that's what Pamiag is asking me to do. That is a Cutaway Mark 5, I believe, on this one. This is just our Haga Basin buggy. Oh, wait, Pamiag, don't worry. Yeah, I can wait. Well, good morning, bud. It's 6 AM. Sounds like you should still be sleeping, dude. I'm gonna be real, but it's good to have you here, bud. Have a good one. What have you missed? Not a huge amount, I'll be honest. Are you not going to turn around? Just not moving, okay. I don't mind if you fall asleep midstream, bud. I won't take it personally, don't worry. Where are we? We are in the Haga Rift down by the Quartermaster. This side of the map. So is it... Oh, wait, no, so it's in the buggy, that's why. Haha. Oh, there's stuff in the sandcrawler. Thank you, Sabu, I think. Normally Sabu who leaves things in the sandcrawler. This should be aluminium. We love aluminium. Thanks, bird. You go put this. How long will that aluminium last? Yes. I mean, there you go. There's another like another 1,000 that I've harvested just then. Thousand in there. I have not seen that new movie, no. Hey Sabu, you want to drive the buggy for a while? Or are you doing some solo stuff? Ooh. Okay, I will meet you near the pinnacle then, Sabu. Crowded street of desert square. I see you. You redid your whole base earlier, it was fine as a break from the grinding. I can imagine that was a nice break, to be fair. Oh, thank you, Pan Miyagi. Ooh, it's green. Didn't realize that tier 3 was green. Cool. Thank you, Pan Miyagi. Well, I don't worry. I'm used to just having bog standard tools that people put in the chest in the middle of town. Like I take whatever I'm given. To be honest with you, so thank you, bud. I appreciate it. There you go. That's my 16,000 craft for the day. So that'll last me a bit. Don't worry. Thank you very much, that Pamiyagi. Tier 4 is blue. Nice. Sabu, you want a party invite? I'm guessing. The Zaffa base. Driver?
No
Okay, now I can add you. That was kind of weird. There you go, Sabu. It should... You're an associate. Really? Is it only going to let you on the laser? Okay, fine. Can you get in now? Okay, can you switch to the co-pilot seat? Sabu, are you able to switch to the co-pilot seat? Sabu, are you able to switch to the co-pilot seat? Thank you. Now switch to the driver's seat. This is suitably scuffed.
No, it's not. It's not allowing me to switch to main seat.
This is the worst. Fine, I'll drive. Remember, you can't aim in the lower third of your aiming radius. You'll need to go up. If you're ever mining something and you can't do any damage to it, you need to aim further up. And that might mean I need to move. Yeah, there's a co-pilot seat, the buggy. A third passenger. Doesn't really do anything. No, there are no keybinds for fast switching. That's not a thing. Why has everything got to reload? After I died, things seem to have gotten a bit weird. Oh, no, so I thought you were talking about the co-pilot seats. You said there's a co-pilot seat. Pronos, check your keybinds. So that's why I thought you were talking about the co-pilot seat keybinds. The tut of a British person being disappointed. Yeah, but I don't... My point is that I don't want to change the keybind on my still suit. I would just like it so that when I'm picking up a body, it didn't double activate that keybind when they make the change. Giant Spain, yes, you should better use your weapons while in the passenger seat, in my opinion. You should better lean out. The fact the game doesn't, I think, is a travesty. All we have is love. Now I know what you meant. Take me with you. I hope you're all doing okay out there, chat during the ads. We'll be back from those shortly. I'll be real, I do think there should be a restriction on what you can fire out of it. Like, firing a flamethrower out of the buggy is a bad idea. Did you watch anime? I have in the past watched anime. I liked Solo Leveling because it's a lit RPG. It's a progression fantasy, so it's what I enjoy already from the books that I consume in that genre. So like I always knew going in that Solo Leveling would be something that appealed to me because I've heard about that for a number of sources. Is this just somebody's like shitbox buggy base? Fine. Whatever. Yeah, firing a pistol, maybe the SMG, but like, you shouldn't be able to fire heavy weapons like the lasgun, like the ancient way, like the flamethrower, because that's just ridiculous. Game Dado, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1, buddy. You are awesome. It's great having you here, dude. Lovely seeing you. How you doing, game? Have I heard of Lord of Mysteries? I might need some more context to go on than just the word Lord of Mysteries, because it sounds familiar, but I don't know what from. I have access to the space. Let's see whose it is. It's a mango base. What about a flamethrower module for the buggy? I just don't think you'd use it. Like, people already don't use the rockets and they're long range. You're back at work and doing great. Glad to hear it. The rocket buggy is underrated, but I think it's because there's not enough use cases inside the game for it yet. This is the third iteration of drops, yes, which means, but Parsavelli, I would be clear that Funcom have confirmed that they are going to be re-releasing the drops to people who missed them the first time, because they want everyone to be able to get a meaningful use out of those cosmetics. So if you have missed one or two of them, don't worry. Funcom have confirmed recently when I asked them that they would be replacing it. Like they would give you a way to get that back. You said you've got half an hour, Sabi. That's probably you done then. Probably can't do another run after that. I can go do bodies instead. Don't worry about it. We'll go get friends. Collect the neighbors for a drink. It's like reaching into your handbag and pulling out a revolver. Yeah, having a rocket buggy under the carrier. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we can drop in a second. I'll just fly back and come back to and from. No, the carrier by default does not have storage. The storage is everything it can carry. And the fact that it can have 6 people in it. For an ambulance, but not for me. That's what happens when you rock up on someone and try to attack them if they've got a rocket buggy beneath their carrier. Okay, from a full hydration bar, I recaptured 400, basically 500 milliliters of water. So I'm basically getting basically 66% water return at the moment, which is quite good. Dive, dive, dive. I'm so not used to using a buggy that it confuses me when it's an option, and that's the one I need to take. It's deeply funny. The turret gunner probably can still operate, but I would be clear that like firing the buggy turret while you're flying the carrier is likely going to result in some bad moments. Some of those rockets are very likely to hit the carrier. One second, James answering a DM. What, Sabu? I think that the the DLC coming out in September the 10th is a nice early release, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, Sabu, I'm just gonna drop this over here because there's a bunch of nodes that we can harvest. What am I doing? I'm getting into the vehicle. Sorry, chat. So I'm just answering something for Thor chat. Just putting something in the calendar. You know what I do. What is this calendar? Sorry about that, chat. Just needs to get some of the day job stuff done. Thank you for being patient, sir. I just need to get that stuff done. It's... Oh, because the angle, you can't get them. Fine. There you go. Can't get up that one. Blue Dragon, you're asking if I'm playing Phase 3 Ashes of Creation. I probably will. I'll probably see how the game is, but I'm not hopeful right now, to be honest with you, so I'm not certain. As I've said quite clearly here before, like, I will play games if I think... Go again. Go again. I have a number of concerns about the community state of Ashes of Creation and the way that they are allowing communities to form and actions to be to be undertaken. There's become a culture inside the game of it being okay inside large guilds to dox each other, to mistreat each other, and ultimately I'm not convinced that I want to expose our community of players to a testing environment where there's actually not been a fundamental set of changes. You know, they've not fundamentally changed how the game works, feels, plays. The economy is still unchanged, despite them saying they've done a full economy work. It's actually only changing how gear works. They've still not got a principal economy designer. I'm really unconvinced, I'm going to be honest with you. That's my problem on Ashes of Creation Phase 3. I'm incredibly unconvinced right now. The community side is only part of the problem. There's also the economy side, which hasn't been fun. I'll be real, like, Ashes of Creation's economy has been shit every single phase because of the exploiting and the cheating and the duping that inevitably means that the economy's fucked for the rest of the phase. So my answer on Ashes of Creation is I'm yet to be convinced by what they're doing and what they've said they're going to change. I don't think that it's enough yet for me to enjoy the game differently returning now. Why do I want to do that grind all over again, you know? Why am I putting 150 hours plus into the game to get to a high level right now? So I know it's not the best answer for Ashes, but that's my personal. It doesn't mean the community isn't going to do stuff. I'm speaking with people about what they want to do as a community. But I'm going to be honest with you, like, if we do a poll inside of the Ashes of Croatia Discord about who actually wants to play Phase 3, I don't think it's actually that large numbers. The people who have played Phase 2.5 don't seem particularly excited for the game. They are just going back because they are invested in the game now. Is that what I want to be doing with the community? Do I want to feel compelled to go back every single time there's a wipe? No, I hate doing that. It's one of the things I hate most about playing a game. There you go, we've all been there and done that, don't worry, bud. You saw the X with the full screen button, we've been there. Oh yeah, it's hay fever season for me, yeah. I don't know why that... apparently you mining that just fired us forward, that was weird.
Oh. I need to leave.
No worries, thank you very much for the help mining, bud.
I'll stick in a buggy so I don't die.
Error 2000 is a person when you choose your above bed trapeze to fix it. Oh, I'm sorry, Caron. If we get an error 2000, just refresh the stream. I hate it when that happens. It's a Twitch problem. Oops. Thanks, Prombury. Welcome on in, bud. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Yeah, Karen. Era 2000 just seem to happen on the platform. No one ever really knows why they happen. 3 medium storage units of pure NPC drops and materials. That sounds about right, silly guy. Yeah, that's the game definitely incentivizes hoarding. Humans never change. Open your eyes. Let's begin. We're dead soon. Sure, I'm just having a giggle with somebody how different something in the UK versus the US is, and why I don't have to be concerned about a certain thing, or as concerned. Hope you're all doing fine. See anything come out of Gamescom? Yeah, I mean Dawn of War 4. Yeah. There's a bunch from Gamescom. To be honest, I'm kind of sad I didn't go, but at the same time, I don't have that level of like freedom to just up and nip to Gamescom. Next year, I will likely go to Gamescom, chat, because I have heard lots of very, very good things about it. I've never been. I've only ever considered going to TwitchCon before, but it might be something that's cool to do. There's also discussions about potentially doing DreamHack Sweden. Vicky wants me to come along to DreamHack Sweden, so I might get dragged along to that. The guy, you're not a fan of the song? I really love the song because it just makes me giggle. Like it's just so blatant. Dawn of War 1 Remastered came out recently, and doing a Dawn of War 4, which is like Dawn of War 1, would be absolutely incredible. I'd love that. I have no idea where in Sweden it is, but given that I know like 3 places in Sweden, it's probably in... Oh, hang on. Sweden, Helsinki? No, that's Finland. Oslo is Norway. My brain. Oh, chat, I'm having a strong. Stockholm is the capital? Stockholm is the capital of... there we go. Yeah. It just took me a second to cycle through my Scandinavian countries, and unfortunately Sweden's always the last one that I remember. I don't know why it's Helsinki in Finland, then it's Oslo in Norway. Do I get Denmark next, or do I get Sweden next when I think about it? Because it's Stockholm and Sweden. Yeah, I think it would be Sweden would be the last one. Maybe Copenhagen, I don't remember that well. It's just fun to say Helsinki, isn't it? Okay, so DreamHack in Sweden would either be in Stockholm or Jönköping, which I'm definitely pronouncing wrong, but I love how it's spelt if you just convert it into English. Oh, one second, I should want to go look at the a guild ping for something. Just talking about Ashes of Creation with Thor. He's put a ping out to the guild to see what the interest is for Ashes of Creation Phase 3. It's looking like about 80% versus 20%. A bit of an interesting split. Then we've got to decide about how we want to do it, because ultimately I don't want to be maintaining a required everyday kind of like position inside the game. Chronologicalness. Yep. Right, what have we got in our inventory that we need to unload? It's probably a bunch of aluminium. Buggy is here. Let's empty it. Let's see. Exclamation point and claim doesn't do anything, so I'm not really sure what you guys are running that command for. Does. Drops are claimed by going to twitch.tv/drops/inventory or clicking on your profile image at the top of the screen up there and going to inventory. Your server is almost entirely trades and they're very toxic. I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't like that the factions get so imbalanced. What's wrong with Scandinavia? I didn't say anything was wrong with Scandinavia. I said that I can't remember the capital cities properly. That's not a Scandinavia problem, my man. That's a Kronos problem. Thank you, Nellis. 106. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait and see what the response looks like. Blue Superman, thank you very much for the 1,077 bits. You're looking forward to checking out Phase 3. Somebody's tame all those trees, rip them all down. Yeah, I think that I think this time around I'm gonna play the game very differently when I do check it out. But I don't know. I don't think it will be the game I play every day. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't have the current calling to play Ashes of Creation every day, so it might be something that we do once a week. Like AOC Wednesday or something. Oh, I've definitely failed the mem test. I do that all the time. See, that's the problem. I remembered the capitals, but I couldn't remember which country they belonged to. 1,000 queued. Okay, so today we're doing pretty good on aluminium. The minor achievement works. Nice, okay, good. Can you repeat what the poll that was run for? Mr. 21 explained. Thor's about appearing in the Ashes of Creation actual Pirates Discord to see what the interest is in playing Phase 3. When I was trying to get the Landsrad rep from the Raider faction kills, we haven't got Raiders, I don't believe. Rab. Ship Manifest, Spice Melange, Deserters, Drill Shots. So yeah, we could go do a Tradies Troops and test those out, but yeah. Maybe I'll go join the Ministry of Industry in Ashes of Creation this time. Well, when you say Raider faction kills, it might be, it might be you're killing the wrong enemies, like, because enemies aren't, like, very, like, well-named. Raiders is a really specific one. I don't know if I've even seen Raiders. Because you have, in terms of enemies, this is Scavengers. This one here is Karab. This is Deserters. Slavers. this will be the same as in here. So this will also be Karab inside there. Sandflies, sandflies. Still sandflies up here. This is where the two-way petting zoo is located. Isn't a two-way petting zoo just giving your mate a hug kind of thing? Or like, you pet the cat pets you back? I may also shift some of the stream times around, chat. I might go live half an hour later when I'm playing Dune to account for the fact that Dune seems to do their patches the way that they do them. So that we're often having to wait for like 45 minutes before we can actually do anything. Whereas if I started a little bit later for Dune, on the patch days, we might be able to go a little bit later instead, or cover things a little bit better. Because often I go live waiting for the patch notes, but the patch notes don't come out until after the game's already back up now, which is frustrating to say the least, I'll be honest. But I'm just kind of thinking about that plan. And that also buys me a little bit of time in the morning. Just arranging a fundraiser as well on both sides. Sorry, chat. All right, fantastically weird. Head to bed. Catch you later. Hope you have the good rest. Having a discussion with someone about the Twitch UI fundraisers because it's actually not a very good UI. Sometimes it hides stuff that it shouldn't do for the streamer. Not necessarily a secret one. It's just another humane world. Trying to get some timing sorted. Is it usually Australia and New Zealand who are the first one signed up? No, normally it's the Pacific West Coasters who have stayed up way too late and have got messed up sleep patterns. Normally it's them who go to bed first, and then normally it's the Australians and New Zealanders. Anyone out there who is from the West Coast with a messed up sleep pattern who feels called out, I'm not sorry. I'm not judging you at all. I'm just saying I know how it is. We've been there. So those of you who know Pirate Software streams know that Thor starts at 8 a.m. UK time most of the time, right? And when we used to play Eve, it would be quite frequent like that he would start the stream and I would have been on a fleet all night long. And sometimes I would be awake from that fleet when he started streaming at 8 a.m. I'd be like, oh, it's probably time that I go to bed. Yeah, I did not sleep well last night, I'll be honest. Like, if I'm a little bit slow and sluggish today, that's why. Because I did not sleep well last night. Sleep, what is this? Oh, what's a dad? They're one of those people that tell you those like weirdly awful jokes that are surprisingly funny, but only if you don't think about it too hard. Yeah, I was just falling asleep and it had gotten to like, I think, 2:30, and then Bailey came in asking for attention. I was like, you motherfucker, you planned this. Here's a gift for everyone. Wait, who just shot me? And how? I'm literally inside the terrain. Oh, I need to move something as well. Being a painini by moving things around. Will I be live much longer? Oh yeah, I'll be live much longer. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be here for another easily 4 hours, so you'll be able to get the drops by hanging out, but don't worry. I appreciate the ask, though. There was no enemies there. That's disappointing and saddening. Yes, we're looking forward to the Lost Harvest DLC. I think that will be really promising for the game. I think it's a good step forward. Tuesday 26th. Friday 29th. Alleys. New here, you think they misspelled Spain? Probably. Rear view mirrors would be nice inside the game. Grabbing a link for somebody. Sorry, chat. This is what happens when you stream as part of your job. Wait, what? Do. In the mod tickets, once I made one, is it me who has to click the claim button? No, Taffy, no, that's the mods. That's so the mods know who's handling it. Don't worry about it. At least you get your controller rumbling. We have nothing to give you other than basically the sound feedback in the game that lets you basically guess at roughly where the worm is in comparison to you. It's a bit of a lacking system. I would like the worm threat meter to actually be a meter, which would be nice. Mine. Ooh. That was very rude of you. We've got to collect more bodies. Then we will go back and do another fluid pumps run so we can drop off some more industrial pumps at Thor's base so that when he comes back on he can make his ornithopter. Like we did yesterday. We managed to get over 100, I think it was. We can do the same thing again today. Can't to run the rest of this area. It's not a good one for it. Go back to our base. Just got one. I thought there was a solo and damn, that's so much nice to fly around. I completely agree, man. The game fundamentally changes when you unlock the ornithopter and when you get kind of out there and going. And it's so nice to kind of feel that level of like aerial freedom that comes with the ornithopter that you just don't get elsewhere in the game. It is a fundamentally different game, and flying, you know, they've done a good job with it. It feels good to fly around in the game. I'll be honest. Like, I rate it quite highly. I didn't realize I had that many. Baba Yaga Stilgar. Stilgar's a great character, as written. I need to rewatch the Dune films. It's been a while. I haven't watched them since like I went to... Oh wait, I haven't watched them since last year. That's my bad. It's not actually that long. They're just very well done films. You can tell they've had a lot of budget put into them. You don't? For those of you wondering how the bit crafting is going, we're just glass making. We're making glass vials, and we've got an owl. Sorry, no, a bunny squirrel egg, and we've got fusion bulbs. We spent a lot of time making those fusion bulbs. This is physics. Physics says that I can fly upside down, apparently. You don't? Every single night. I'll tell you what had good sound design. If you ever played Amazon's New World, the harvesting sound, like when you were mining or cutting trees, the sound design on that game was incredible. Oh, nice one, Siligo. You can share that in our Dune server if you're you want to. That's the kind of thing that there's like I think there's screenshots and there's places where people share those kind of things. But yeah, Amazon's New World did mining and like cutting down trees really well. Like, you would hear the echo of the mining across the mountains nearby you, like, and it would echo with the like with the shape of the valley. When you cut a tree down, you could see it across the map. You could hear it. Bruno Diaz, we call them cronies. That's what we call them. Sometimes I call them Stinky, but hey, they also call me Stinky. Yeah, you don't have to be on our server to be part of the Dune community as a whole, though, do you? I'm gonna leave you with this gift. Oh, you finished playing with it already? It's just, that's the shame. New World was, I mean, it came out at a very good time for me. It was quite convenient because the day that New World released was the day that I woke up and my L4, L5 part of my spine was like, nah, go on without us. Oh, nice. So I was quite happy it came out when it did. I really enjoyed that until it got to the end game. The end game of that ruined it for me, and some of the choices the devs made, I fundamentally disagreed with on a design level. One of the examples of that is everyone had reached endgame fairly quickly, lots of experienced players, and there were probably a few hundred people on our server who were just basically waiting for there to be the weekly endgame stuff resetting each week. One day, the devs made a change so that the endgame region, Merkgard, you could run around it and actually level up by running around it as a group, and then across pretty much every server, groups of like 100+ people formed just to completely like farm it to get through those areas to get to the loot, because they were dangerous. Like, you needed a big group to do it. Everyone was undergeared and underleveled. Everyone just did it in a mass zerg, and people zerg farm for about 3 hours, and it was the most fun people had doing the end game for weeks. And then the devs turned off the loot because they decided that it was an exploit. That was the most positive players had been about the game for a long time. And doing that to the player base who had finally found a way to have fun, finally getting some progress in, finally feeling like they're making meaningful changes to their characters, actually like doing something that's fun, you know, a worthwhile activity, and to shut it down after 3 hours, I felt pretty bad. I'll have a look at it when I'm off stream. So to go. Yeah, then you had issues like occasionally you would log in after a patch and your server would have jumped forward 3 weeks and everyone would have lost everything. That's not a nice thing as a player to deal with. Don't let that be a thing. There were problems where the economy would just like stop and everyone would lose all of their money, all their storage in certain areas. There were problems. But it was more the way that the players finally found a way to enjoy the game that wasn't breaking the game at all. It was entirely within all of the rules of the game. And then the devs just switched it off and killed everyone's fun. And that to me just felt like, okay, well, you care more about, you know, the perception of the game, or the game being the way that you think it should be played, rather than your players having fun, which wasn't good. Ultimately, they should have put the players' fun above anything else, and they should have been like, you know what, maybe you shouldn't be doing this, but we're not going to take it. We're not going to take all the loot away from you for 3 weeks or whatever it ended up being until we got the loot back in that area. By which point, a bunch of people had quit the game. So yeah, I would say the economy in New World fell apart pretty quick. Oh, thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate the support. Very kind of you. What game is this? We're playing Dune. You know what the lizard? Oh, sorry. I missed a couple of messages on YouTube apparently while I was head down looking at my my DMs. Okay, we've got a full load of friends. Let's go back to the base. Why am I cold on one side of my body? That's a weird feeling. Am I having a strong? Do I need a bondulance? Yes, this is the steady salt boost module, which is the slower heat one. I also have good heat management skills for flying. Oh yeah, but PvP quests, yeah, those weren't fun either, to be fair. The botting was also a problem. Like, if you went to any of the starting areas, you just see bots running around in circles harvesting hemp. And you're like, okay, no hemp for me, it's all harvested by a bot. See if we can put the heat on. When you say it happens to you too, cold on one side? Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I'm not fully dying, I guess. You don't like the MMO politics at all? I feel that. That's certainly a thing. We wouldn't deal with MMO politics here, chat, would we? Not in Ashes of Creation. No. Christian MMO servers. I would love to understand some of the design decisions around New World, because some of the things that were chosen or were done just didn't make any sense. And I feel like some last-minute changes to the game changed fundamentally how the game was meant to be played and meant that it landed in a really weird location. The gathering loops were really there and they were really good. I really enjoyed the gathering gameplay. Okay, I just got flapped by my wings and took 4 damage because they were so fast. That's neat. Alternatively, Dune, don't give me collision with my own wings. I don't park like that in real life, don't worry, chat. Park far worse than that. What's... Oh, I don't even have access to this buggy. That's unhelpful. Decidedly unhelpful. What the hell? This isn't how I pictured you and I. Oh, hi, Bailey. Hi, Bailey. How long have we got? Oh, 52 seconds. These should start emptying any second now then. 21 seconds. Bodies. Let the bodies hit the stills. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Cat. Yeah. The ads are about to start, so I'm going to spend the time petting Bailey chat, if that's all right with you. He's very cute. He's a nice baby, huh? Oh, you want a snack? Okay, okay. Do a little bit of work on the bits while we do this. It's October. Right, let's drop off some more bodies at the pool. Wait, no, to make the pool. My bad. Slightly different. Ooh.
Lizard.
Thank you all very much for sticking around during the ads chat. Welcome back. You mean
Lizard.
Lizard? Lizard. Are we on G Portal? No, we have our servers kindly provided for us by Nitrado, who have been absolutely fantastic. I can only say good things about their service and their support, to be honest with you. They've been really wonderful for us. This is indeed our water plant. It deals with 10 bodies, and we've got, you know, hotel up here. We've got a hotel here. And then this is, you know, this hotel isn't quite full. This one's not at capacity. So, you know, we've got a bit of space in this hotel, you know. But we are looking to fill capacity. And you got one ad? Perfect. That's what we like. How dare you not get more adverts? What I'm looking for. What I'm looking for. How many bodies are we short on? We only need one more load, don't we? You know what we'll do? We'll do this. Yeah. Wrong vendor. Wrong bench. I'm also looking forward to when we get more slots in the Assault Ornithopter because I'm Scorpio. You could probably put it in song requests, but the it won't let you link it here. What armor am I using? I'll show you. I'm using this light armor helmet, which has increased resistance against darts. Jadam's bladder, which has a medium armor, but it has a whole liter and a half of catch pocket, which is huge for basically your water, like kind of your water discipline. Circuit gauntlets, heavy armor, so no heat protection, but a massive amount of protection in the game, and also a 10% reduction in power usage, which makes a massive amount of difference for shields. And then finally, I'm using the Tabor soft step boots, which again, medium armor, a bit of heat protection, bit of mitigation, but mostly worm threat reduction so that I can harvest better. It's a very utility-focused build that is designed to just cover roughly all of the things I would need to deal with. It's not very cohesive, and I understand that to most people this doesn't make a huge amount of sense. But overall, I've actually got good average armor, good mitigation, decent heat protection, and I'm kind of managing. Found what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for. What I'm looking for. Have you tested the circuit gauntlets power reduction is bugged like the Sunstroke gear? It does not appear to be low-key vibing, but it's very difficult to test that one objectively, to be honest with you. Lone Star Prodigen, welcome on in. Happy to have you here, bud. Good to see you. Welcome on in. What's the observer drops thing? So for watching on Twitch, after a certain amount of time, you'll get those drops. You'll get access to those in the game if you've linked up. So those are the items that you'll get over there, over on that side of the screen. Finally put together for us by Luther, which is very good of him. Suits to sell, yeah, we're going to sell some of these suits, that's the plan. Where's the button to link up, team? If you go into your drops, which is www.twitch.tv/drops/inventory, then you'll be able to connect up using that interface. I'm not sure I'm going to have the space to carry another 60 of these. I might have to go and drop off my missiles. You're making, what, 11 more, 66. I'm not going to carry all of that. Excuse me. Sorry about that, chat. I can either mute myself or turn the camera off when I get warning of a sneeze. It doesn't appear to be both, which I find quite funny. How much the Mark IV suits sell for? They sell for 6,070 each. Oh, it's in the deep desert. Okay, I'll do that later on. Okay, so if I go sell bodies, no, Sentinel City and bodies, then finish bodies, drop off at Thor's base, go and drop off the money. Okay, yeah, this could be a bit messy, but fine, we'll see if we can make it work. The storage wall is mental. Yeah, the storage wall is okay. We could do with more. Like, we haven't filled it out yet fully. That's the problem I have. Oh, actually, we have built it out. Oh, wait, are we just full on? Oh, yeah, we're full on the number of things we can store. That's the problem. You're not a fan of Funcom's drops ideas? Why is that all of a sudden? You mind telling us why, if that's okay? Yeah, no, I should probably create one. That's the funniest part. You kidding me? What is the heaviest thing I'm carrying? 1, 1, 2, 2, 5, 5. 1, 4, 1. Jack Coops, thank you very much for your sub with Prime, buddy. Awesome having you here. Thank you for being part of the community, dude. Welcome on in. Glad you are choosing to stick around. Those of you who have a Prime sub and don't use it, just remember that if you own, if you have Amazon Prime, you are contractually entitled to a Prime sub, which you can use for like, it basically gives $3 to a streamer of your choice on Twitch. Gets you no ads. It's a pretty nice thing to do. And if you don't spend it, that's the worst thing, because if you don't spend it, it goes towards Jeff Bezos' moon project, where he's making a diamond statue of himself on the moon. Yeah, that's what it is. So, you know, don't let him keep doing that. Make sure you spend your Prime sub. Go and spend it at Alvia Sanctuary. Go and spend it over on the Ferret stream. Like, go and, you know, if I do this. Oh, wait, that's the wrong command. If you don't, like, already, go and give that channel up there a follow. That is it's a rescue fully funded by you guys watching ads. There's nearly 60 ferrets there. Like, give them a watch, give them a support. You know, even if you like mute the tab and you just watch it AFK, the ad revenue is what pays for that, and it basically supports them going. So yeah, 100% go and give ferret software a view, and go and maybe use your Prime sub over there, or you can use your Prime sub here. You're more than welcome to, but yeah, spend your Prime sub on a small streamer, on Alvia Sanctuary, on Ferret Software, or here. Just make sure you spend your Prime sub. You don't want Jeff Bezos taking that money. He doesn't need it. It's part of my headcanon that all of the billionaires are spending a bunch of money getting to space just so they can angle mirrors into each other's bedroom windows at nighttime to mess with each other. It's all part of a big kind of convoluted prank system that they've got going on. PlayEO, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You're awesome. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Angry Orcus, indeed. Wait, apparently I died over here at some point? Let's go and find where oh wait, no, Sabu died. Oh, okay. But it turns out Sabu's dead. I don't really know why. If you have missed your drops, don't worry. They have confirmed they're going to bring them back. If you have missed them, they will have the drops that you've missed so far back at some point. They did confirm. I went and asked them specifically. Balthazar, don't worry, bud. You already support the stream more than enough, dude. You are so welcome here, and I thank you for all that support every day, bud. So these drops, Funcom have already confirmed all of a sudden that they're not going to be exclusive. You will be able to get them after this. They're going to open it up again. They don't want people to miss out on this. So I want to be real clear that, like, normally, yeah, that's a problem, but this time, that isn't taking place here. Where is the vendor here? Oh, yeah, here. I didn't see this little icon.
Still alive, are you?
Mother Crazy, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You are awesome. Thank you for being here. And James Brown, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Pirate Software. Very kind of you. I'm not even sure if Thor knows that I'm live today. Okay, so I don't want to sell my Compactor Mark 6 or my Rad Suit Mark 6, so I need to be very careful here. This hand doesn't touch the keyboard. No pressing spacebar. Damon Theron, yeah, no worries. I know that a lot of people were away over summer, so I went and I'm lucky enough that I've got a direct line with Funcom thanks to some of the stuff that I've arranged with them. So I just asked them and they were real nice. Just said, yeah, they're planning on opening up again once all of the drops are out. So I imagine when the last set of Observer comes out, they'll open them all up. So it's about patience. I will do a ping to our community in the Dune Discord when the Observer drops get reopened up for everyone, so anyone who did miss them doesn't miss this chance. So I will do that as well separately. Because I don't want anyone missing out on the Observer stuff, because I think it's cool. And I like building parts. Even if I don't build with them or use them, I still think they're cool. Good, I didn't lose everything this time. I feel like that should have been more than 130,000 Solaris. What's the Discord? Use !Dune Discord. That's the Discord server for our community, Annie Fuchsias, Pirate Softwares, Jay the Bards, Vicky's Helping Hands, Winky, myself, a few other people. We're all playing using that Dune Discord server. That's our combined Dune community, as it were. And that covers the 10 servers that we provide on what we call the Mushroom Worlds, and the 15 servers that we provide on what we call the Pirate Worlds, based on how these servers are named. So if they've got a pirate name, they're called Pirate Worlds. If they've got a mushroom name, they're called Mushroom Worlds, like Oyster or Lion's Mane. Or pirate names are like, you know, Herget Race and Blackbeard and Bonnie. Beans. My personal Discord is exclamation point Discord. That's different. I won't do a ping out for that for the drops. Because there's all kinds of drops campaigns on over Twitch all the time, and you guys would get sick of me pinging out about every other drops campaign that I'm involved in. Did I just sell my Mark 6 rabbit? No, I didn't. Thank fuck. I just thought I just had a moment there, chat. You're right. Sorry, I am actually incorrect. Beans isn't a pirate. Beans is a privateer and is sanctioned by the crown to conduct those operations, as is Bailey. Bailey, Beans, and Gort get together, get on a ship, and end up going on a you know, on an adventure like that. It's a wild time. The Forgotten Pirate server. Ooh, yep. Fortified reason. Fortified reason. Is there another update coming today? No, we've had the patch today. There were a couple of fixes to some server problems and some login issues that were issued today. So today's patch is done. Maybe the British crown, maybe you know, the Dutch crown. It could be a number of crowns. Could be the Chrono crown. Yoink! You are being relocated. I would like to not be so slowed. Oh, I haven't got most of my weapons. Odd. All of this is temporary. Good morning, L Switchblade. How are you doing today, bud? It is good to see you. It is indeed Thursday. 1 day away from the weekend. Everyone tomorrow is like 30% less productive, which I find fascinating. What drill shot is that? That is a drill shot called Ambition. It is a 4-shot drill shot. See, it's a drill shot with a clip size of 4. It doesn't use a clip, but hey, they call it a clip size. Yeah, I'll switch. I'm actually inside your walls, bud. Yeah, sorry. I know it's alarming, but you should dust inside here, bud. You should dust. Primasite, welcome on in, bud. It's good to see you. We are doing good, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Lovely seeing you. Do you often... I mean, I dust inside your walls all the time. You know, as I walk through, I get stuck on things like, you know... You should dust inside here. It'll make it easier for me. Oh, else Switchblade, that makes it such a pain to walk through the reality, though. Like... Ugh. I mean, if you have to, I guess it makes sense, but... Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the 5-finger rifle. It's a good weapon. Well, I didn't... The AC unit isn't inside the wall. The AC unit is its own separate thing. I'm not going to clean your AC unit, bud. Get yourself an AC person for that. You need an air conditioning repairman. You know, the true air conditioning repairman. The one true air conditioning repair guy. Which isn't John Goodman. Is it worth to extract blood and transfer bodies as well? I mean, Daratom, I don't find that in the grand scheme of how long it takes to do that, it's worth it. You get 45 liters from doing this, and you can probably get like another 5 liters per body. But in terms of like carrying each body is 70 weight, so carrying a bunch of blood bags isn't viable. Yeah, Balzar, it's fine. Bricks aren't a problem. I'll knock if I need you to let me out. You're fine. Oh, time to eat some fusion bulbs. How are the Dunes this morning? They're doing pretty good, thank you, Nihilus. But how are you Duning this morning? Grab one of those. Look, the warp is lovely at this kind of year. It's fine. Now, where's the gunner that's up here? Here he is. You're doing well. Pleased to hear it, bud. Anywhere where there is time, I can be present. Going to do Thursday, I may very well do. I've got a bunch of, I'm just doing a bunch of basically base admin today. So I'm getting, you know, water. I'm making sure I'm getting some resources for people that I know need them. Just kind of, yeah, like I said, base admin today. Again, no, I hate it when you don't get any, industrial pumps here. I might have to go back out to Deep Desert and do some scanning. I have a gift. I will likely go down. Oh, that's bad timing. What? Okay, the electric slide all the way across the floor. Doesn't need to be present for there to be time, that's fine. If time is standing still, it's still there. I thought there was still an enemy out here, to be honest. I feel like I'm missing someone. Ooh, okay, that's better. 35, nice. Overwhelming aggression. You want the blueprints to the pincushion set? That's not the easiest thing to do. Yeah, fine, I'll kill these guys. That was rapid, wasn't it? Okay, let's catch on fire and then go down again. Fire does do a lot more damage, it seems. So what you're saying is there were 3 flamethrower dudes in total? I've got health. Health is a resource. Okay, there should still be one enemy up here, I think. There was still one enemy up here. I mean, Alice, that's kind of all that's left for a lot of people, so I don't blame you. Oh, not want to bounce off like that. That was not ideal. Whoop, ads are on. Nihilus, nope, I don't have that as an option, bud. You can use exclamation point server settings and you can see exactly what I have as an option. No more, no less. Nope. I know it might help you tremendously, but that also would be awful. I don't know why you would want me to disable the only thing that takes money out of the economy that way. Not an ask I will do. Hey look, a gift. I mean, ultimately, Nihilus, that's the balance of the game, though, unfortunately. I mean, like I did for taxes, no. Again, it's not like I did for taxes, because if you use exclamation point server settings, you will see the server settings I actually have. Not like tax settings, but... Genuinely, use that command and see what I actually have available. Just go, literally go look at what I have available, Nihilus, so you can understand why what you're asking me isn't going to go anywhere. I cannot do what you are asking of me. It's just not, it's not physically possible. And I also disagree that it's, it feels terrible. It's actually pretty normal to have a listing fee in a game. For economies where you can sell stuff, like... That's... Nah. I can't... I can't see that having a listing fee is any different from listing something on the auction house in any other MMO, and I don't think that removing it would add any value. I think that is there to take away fees, because if you are there turbo gobbling, that's the only limitation. It's the only money you're ever losing is that listing fee. That's the point. That you have to list things at a reasonable price. If you remove the listing fees, people will just list things at $1 billion, and then they'll use it as storage. I might have removed taxes, but I'm not that British. I'm not going to remove trading fees as well. That'd be too much. Otherwise, our server economy would just be flooded with overpriced stuff on that marketplace. Yep, you can even use like Twitch chat if you really want to be like arranging with people who are playing. You can use the Discord server. There's a buying and selling like forum inside our Discord server for that. I've put enough systems in place that I would not disable tax fee. I would not disable exchange fees even if I had the option to do so. But like I have 3 options on the server. I'm going to be real clear. I can't do very much. Blammo Sound, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs to Mr. Wednesday, to Laronel, to Christopher BK, Trithian Ziaxis, to Zamatu, to Metanon, to Paladin Berserker Jedi, to the Fillet, to Synthetic Wars, and to Average Crypto Enjoyer. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, Blammo-san. Thank you very much for the support, buddy. Earth's Pants. Having it come out up front feels terrible. It should get billed at the end of the listing or when it sells. I mean, you're just asking about time then. That means if it times out, then... Yeah. If that times out, then you're going to get the money back. What happens if you cancel it? You're still going to lose the money, and you're losing the money anyway. You might as well lose it up front rather than lose it delayed. It's still going to feel bad. You're just ending when you're just changing when it feels bad.
There's my backup.
What am I doing? F. That's what I was trying to press. Watching Kronos having a stronk. Can the assault still not maintain speed and altitude even after speed boost? Jalora, it's not about the speed that makes it maintain altitude, it's about the design of it. So the assault is not designed to be able to stably glide. I mean, it can do that, but you're still going to lose a lot of altitude. So it does, but you have to angle it like this. So never perfectly. It's not a jet, it is a glider at the end of the day. Like, it'll glide at 163 with no problem. It's not very far to go. Chat member is requiring me to do some work later. Interesting. Interesting. Gerbil of wolves. I know who you are. Your death is imminent. No, I'm kidding. It's not. You're fine. So those of you who take part in the pirate software side of things and know about the game jam will know that we do an annual game jam. That's right. We do a 6-monthly game jam every year, and we have a bunch of kind of community judges that do that. The community judges for the game jam, who are chosen by, not by me, thankfully, are, we give them the option of basically saying that if you're applying to a games company for QA testing or for doing kind of, you know, games management work, if you want a professional reference, we're more than happy to write one. So I now have a professional reference I need to write for somebody if they would like one. Actually, need to know to whom I am sending it. For this item, you need X percentage of slurry up front. For if you want to decide for 800k for 7 days, you have to put upfront cost of 120k. How are they calculating that? I mean, Alice, look, I understand that you don't like that system, but I'm going to be real. That's a system I'm very used to in other games, so I don't have the same level of issue with it, I think, as you do. It's fine. That's the point of feedback. It's different for every person. That's 15%, isn't it? You're talking about 15% tax rate at 120k. That's quite a high tax rate for a game in general, to be fair. You could do a 7.5% listing fee and a 7.5% like kind of you know, brokerage fee, for example. Make it a little bit more balanced either side, so you're paying 7.5, 7.5, maybe, rather than everything else. But how in the blazes do I keep track of where everything is? I just kind of remember, and when I don't remember, I dump the stuff in a chest and make it Demnar's problem. Grumpyitis. Demnar's currently away on holiday, so can't even complain about it for like a while. Great. Well, no, the principle is still the same. You're still paying 7.5% twice, or 15% in total. So if you did 7.5, 7.5, I think might be more reasonable. That's kind of, if I recall correctly, that's what we used to do in certain transactions other games. You'd pay half up front and half after completion of it, as long as it covered it. If I could make changes to the server settings and like get rid of like features and stuff, there would be a bunch of changes. For a start, Spice Melange is not being worth 6 points per. We're changing that. Second thing I would likely change. What would I do? I'd change, yeah, I changed my lunge. I changed the lands rad so that it wasn't always 70,000. It would choose like a variable number so that it made it a little bit different and interesting. 1,000 points is again way too much. I would make it so that the balancing on the lands rad is 50% stacking with a maximum of 3 times rather than 2 times, just to bring some real balance if there is some inconsistencies. I'd make it so that the quicksand in the deep desert isn't there. That just seems ridiculous. Increase aggro from ground vehicles in the deep desert. Increase worms numbers in the deep desert to make worms actually scary. All kinds of stuff you could change. Oh, my neck. You are my lover for a little while, but be gone with the summer. The bright. Flying worms in the storm? Maybe not. Maybe not. The spawn time on the crashed ship loot box? What do you mean by it's balked? Do you mean it's too fast? It's too slow? It's not working? Stokey pokey? I'm gonna need some more details. So we're currently flying our way out to Delta 6 for the week, chat, which is the PvE wreck, which has the plastinium dust for the week in it. Well, it was 40 minutes, but waiting didn't reload. I think it's random. Yeah, it's between 40. It's basically between 45 minutes and 2 hours is pretty much roughly how it goes, is what I found. Which is the norm for respawns now. They've done that for a while because people were doing silly things. Demnar, have you returned? I'd like to point out that I spend much more time tormenting you with my presence than you do the other way around. Let's be real here. And now you've challenged me. You are home. You are probably fucking exhausted then, I would imagine, aren't you? Should probably not stop on the mines. This fire doesn't do as much damage. That's what I wanted to test. So basically, enemies who set you on fire have different flavors of fire with no visual indicator, and you don't know how much damage the fire is going to do until you're actually on fire, chat. I also don't have my mining laser with me because it was too heavy. Haha. Unfortunately, Pardot's hood is broken, chat, so you don't want to be using that. But other than that, we're all good. Can you let me know how much sand the harvester full can collect? A full harvester, a base harvester, can carry 50,000 spice sand. Yeah, chat, that was in D6. 3 plastinium dust in D6. The PvE wreck, and that's instance loot. The upgraded one, Stokey Pokey, can carry 75,000 spice sand. The one with the Regis spice container on it. So like, that's huge by itself. Demnar, I think now is the time to tell you that the base storage needs working on. Glad that you're well rested from your trip. Oh, I'm just messing with you. It's actually remarkably okay. I've actually tried to keep it intact. Little sprucing for the evening, very kind of you. Titanium. Titanium. Iridium. Okie dokie, Balthazar. Enjoy doing some work, bud. Good luck. Thanks for being here, dude. I appreciate the lurking. No, I appreciate everyone who's here lurking. It's kind of what keeps streams going. Like, you know, if any streamer tells you that they don't value their lurkers, then they're lying to you, or they're just mad. Because lurkers are kind of the most important part for a stream, really. Keep your head up. Is there already combat in this screen? No, there's no combat on the overworld map. We've claimed Alexin. We haven't claimed... Oh, we have claimed Waku. Did that one. Pincushion helmet. But yesterday. I might have solo-did this one. A little bit rude of me, but I did kind of rush this one. Reaper gloves. Plasma can. I just don't want to hand in Spice Melange, honestly. That's the main point. Deserters. Oh, compact to Mark 6. We should do deserters. These are scavengers. Deserters are up here. Pretty sure this is where we get deserters. Yeah. The more Mark 6 compactors we can have, the better, chat. We are still low on ours, I believe. See if we've actually got a spare one. If we've got a spare one, then great. If not, no, we still haven't got a spare compactor Mark 6, so we'll need to do that today, chat. Retaliate skill is also both you stagger and don't hit back. Yeah, it seems to be that when you are parrying in a certain way, you are incurring poise damage, which makes you stagger. And I don't know why that suddenly started happening. I need to go back and get my las gun and stuff because I feel a little bit naked. I haven't got my load out yet. I now know kind of what it feels like to go out without a handbag if I haven't got, you know, my keys and stuff, I guess. That comes from that. Did I go and drop off all those Solaris? Solari. Indeed. Indeed, Bando. As a lurker from a non-supported country of Twitch, I hope that doesn't negatively impact the stream, i.e. no ads are played. I mean, ultimately that means that you're just not monetized, so... There's not much you can do. Twitch doesn't have ad fill in your area, like, there's nothing more that you can do as a, you know, as a person, is there? Like, ultimately... I don't know. I'm not sure what else I could ask of you. Magic the ads out of thin air for yourself. Nah. It's like you don't need to get 6 ads to still support the stream. What do I still find most fun with the game still? I'm still finding just the flying. I still find deeply satisfying. I'm still enjoying gathering resources and working towards, you know, ultimately having enough stored up. I'm enjoying getting towards level 200, which we're nearly at. Helpful. I'm going to start hiding things for Demnar as a welcome home gift. I think I've decided. Ooh, excuse me. Doesn't really support the stream, unfortunately, though, to bit. Deeply funny, though. Right, Ancient Way. Yes, we want that. We want 100 missiles. And we want the las gun, dart cutter, and our welding wire. Oh, we could do a gamba after the ads. Maybe. Why would you waste the space on it? It's all water storage and resource storage in there. It's what you want. Whoop. Where's the resident of this area? Didn't realize I had a variable zoom. Oh, it's actually not. It's me crouching and standing. That's interesting. It makes it look really strange. It doesn't move the reticule at all, really. That's such a weird feeling. Thank you very much, Kool-Aid Prime. It's very kind of you to say. Helps if I try not to inhale my water. I keep forgetting that you can't breathe water. Inefficient bodies. I'm gonna complain to the manufacturer. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all got some suitably, you know, energetic and uplifting adverts. Oh, wait a second. Is this 3 minutes long? 1 minute 44. Okay, at some point during the ads, we'll have informational messages for chat. We'll teach whoever's left about CPR and stuff. How about that? You didn't fall asleep? I feel like you might have fallen asleep, bud, but it's okay. I don't blame you. I also fall asleep when I talk. We've been going good, bud, thank you. Yeah. If you time that right, you can generally kill them on their first couple of shots. Join the world's great pound. You can come with us. An animal to reach out. Okay, I'm stuck in a corner again. Basically, my only chance was to do that. Where did you go? Oh, you're hiding there. What a bitch. We love Solari. I mean, Sandra, given that the other weekend she tried to put, like, one of my, the manufacturer tried to poison me with peanuts, which I've been allergic to for pretty much all my life. Not anaphylaxis allergy, thankfully, but, it makes me laugh. I would, so, I think I can, if I can magically, be healed from, being unable to eat peanuts, then, I think I should be able to magically breathe water upon request as well. I think that's only fair. I was just thinking, I feel like Funcom would put a chest in this corner. It isn't a family gathering unless a family member tries to kill another one. That's how this works, right? She just forgot, chat. That's all it was. She just forgot that I was allergic to peanuts. It's fine. I'm also not die allergic to peanuts. It's just like here's a full body rash and lots of pain, and it feels like you're kind of burning but also cold all the time. Weird. What are we farming today? Today I'm farming lands, rad points, bodies, aluminium, Solari. I'm just gonna stand here. Why would I do the work? Oh, because he'll hide around the corner like a bitch. That makes sense. That I would do the work at that point. Okay. And he got rid of my turret, so it cleaned up after me too. I love that. I love that for them. So basically today like by doing this, not only are we gaining Landsrad because we want to make sure that we can always get one of the compact compactor Mark 6. We need to make sure at all times, because that's a vital item theoretically for getting Vice. We need to make sure that I've got a spare one, right? I currently don't have a spare one. So today we'll farm for that while we're farming the XP, which gets us up a level. And in this area and the areas that we'll farm that stuff, we'll also keep doing runs for items that we need for Landsrad turn-ins. We can collect things like ray amplifiers, which are like an item by themselves, which are used to like hand in. So we're just kind of doing a general farm today. Luna, unlikely. I have a lot of work that I want to get done tomorrow, and I'm meant to be recovering. Given I didn't sleep very well last night, like, I probably should give myself some time to, like, rest and try and, you know, not die. What's that? A hidden chest that people didn't know about? Hidden in this base? That wouldn't be, like, Funcom. Mark 5 isn't the loot tables right now, I don't think. I'm relying on the Mark 6, so... Where is the boss? Is it underneath? Came in through that one. Around that one, up here. Can't be back out here. No. No. Did I clear the area already? I feel like there's another loot chest that's meant to be in here. You spicing? No, literally, that's literally it. Okay, fine. I'm assuming not, but if the square is already completed, you still able to get the individual rewards shown. Yes, you can now. So you see, this one here is claimed. My personal contribution is 1,596 Blood Wolf, yeah? If I come back into here, and I fly up. Let me just find an enemy for you, and I'll show you that we can still get some contribution. If we go into here, If there are any enemies, which I'm hoping there are, because this is the kind of base that has them. Here we go. See, Landsrad task progress. Okay. So it was 1,596, and it's now 1,708. So you see that we're still progressing despite it being claimed. This one was the same. We handed these in after the fact, so we still managed to get the Miracles watch, despite the fact of being claimed by the Atreides. So yes, you can still progress them even if they've been completed now. They did make that change. It was needed. Have you thought about a stream where you wouldn't talk, but only hear keyboard clicking, maybe light music like Office ASMR? I hadn't considered that, Balthazar. Is that something that people would want? I feel like that's a pit into hell. Okay, no, it's just very red. I don't think I've been in this still cave before. Oh, that's nice. Turn the light on, there's just a body hanging there. Neat. I wish I could read the book, find out what's going on. This is cool. Also, if there's two of you in here, like, surely you could have just climbed this... Rather than starving to like, this wall isn't the most difficult to climb, like, you could have just done like this. You're unlootable, therefore you get a traditional greeting. Sledgehammer, thank you very much for the Prime sir, buddy. You're awesome. Welcome to the community. Yeah, I feel like half of the fun is just me kind of yapping away in the background kind of quietly. I know I don't get too heated. I don't raise my voice too much. That's what people kind of like about for the co-working side of it. So it's basically a bit like a radio show, I guess. Like you're kind of working away in the background. You just got, you know, bit of music, bit of games, kind of bit of news if you want to tune in for, you know, mentally for a few minutes, then you can always tune out. You know, you can always tab over, ask a question, then tab out if it's something, you know, relevant. I feel like people are just kind of chilled and laid back and lurking doing that, really. Hey, achievement unlocked, medium spice refinery. Congratulations, big step. One step towards kind of self-sufficiency at the end game, really, is having the upgraded tiers of refineries of all kinds. So good job, bud. Well done. Okay. You can tell I'm used to the deep desert bases because I'm too busy looking up. Can I hook the glow globe? I can. Nice. Quite deceptive to know how large these are, so...
Reveal yourself. Eyes on hostile.
That lunge is why I quite like the rapier, because that close is not possible with any other melee weapon quite like that. Multiple meter gap, just nice and easy. There should be a sniper around here somewhere. I'm not sure where he is. Is he up in his tower? No, there's normally a sniper that lives here. I don't know where he is. He's gone missing. Gone out for lunch. I think I would have to yap if I was doing any kind of like co-working stream. It would just be like a, maybe it's like a reel of daily pictures would be what I show on the screen. I just do like co-working in animals and showing lots of pictures and videos of Bailey. And then I essentially would like just chat while I did my work and just not be on camera. Maybe I could do that. Might be something I do more on YouTube. I don't know. Having like a live channel that does that could be kind of useful. Although I guess at that point you might as well just watch VODs or reruns. Oh, actually I should have let him get the reinforcements. That's sad. Yeah, please can you press the reinforcements button, dude? That'd be helpful. Bring them to me. There we go. Did the reinforcement button really only bring in one extra dude? That's a disappointment and a half, isn't it? Have I played Sea of Thieves? I played Sea of Thieves when it came out, but I didn't really get that into it. Like, it didn't feel... It felt piratey, but not... It felt a bit too, like, arcadey, I guess, is probably how I would describe it. I think it just didn't feel right when I played it. The rotate on the spot stab is very nice with the rapier as well. Silly guy, this is why yesterday I said don't do 5 hours of sleep unless you've spoken with a doctor. Just saying, the fact that you're probably passing out now might be related to a lack of sleep. Like, that's a terrible Ligma. If you'd played Sea of, and then I'd said, Sea of what? And then you said, Sea of Thieves nuts fit in your mouth. That would be a better Ligma, because you've got the call and response segment of it. But Sea of Thieves by itself is a distinct term. And it doesn't work, because I didn't ask the question afterwards to create the Ligma. At least yesterday were the one who said TES. I was like, TES what? What's TES? Like, and then it was TES-ticles in your mouth kind of thing. Like, still a poor Ligma, but at least it had the call and response segment. We require a legally compliant Ligma here. Like that's what I'm trying to say. It's like the laws of shotgun. Very important, you know, long storied rules which are vital to a stable society in which we live in this day and age. And I can say that without a straight face. Also, that time I could parry absolutely fine. See, it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason behind when I'm taking that poise damage versus not. Because I can't repeatedly do it, I can't work out why it is that I'm having those issues. One second. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, legally combined Ligma next time. Okay, so that's all full on stuff. Take a bit of a deserter's break and we'll go and do a sentinel run to get Thor some more industrial pumps. I was just asking Thor if he knows how many industrial pumps he needs for his project. I'm not sure what that weird braking sound was. Interesting. Oh, someone's shield, that's what it was.
Someone's here. I need reinforcements.
Who's that? Shields up. Enemy second reinforcements.
She's with the terrain on this one. There we go. Up this way. Oh, I can imagine that Mouse is fully hectic vibes Indigo. Mouse seems to be doing really well. I think Mouse is kind of one of those people who's hard to keep down, if that makes sense. Like she's really like she's just great. Like she's just on it. Like she bounces back from those things really well and deals with them pretty effectively. Like I said, I've got a lot of time for IMAS. She's been really nice. We played a lot of Space Marine 2 together back when that came out last year. She's got like full, I would describe it as like full gremlin energy, and it's you know when someone's got that really kind of like infectious energy, which you know is just enjoyable, and they're just fun to be around. They're just a cool person. They don't get like thrown off too much, and they're just silly and always out for a laugh. Like Mouse is always good like for that. She's great. In fact, what we're gonna do is we'll do this. If you don't know who Iron Mouse is, she is a VTuber who does a lot of work for the Immune Deficiency Foundation and kind of raising money and awareness for immune deficiency disorders. So she has one. She does some great content. She makes some great music. She's really funny. 100% go and press the little heart. Give her a follow. Check out her content sometime because I can promise you it's well worth it. Worst case scenario, you won't enjoy it. Like. Yeah, I can't imagine the vibe changes is there. What was she playing? She was playing Peak. Oh yeah, I can imagine. If I mouse a cinnamon roll within 24 hours, she comes back as Latina gremlin ready to play games again. Nice. Thank you very much for the 500 bits, Valencia. Sorry. I was putting N in your name for some reason. I mean, the song and the presentation at the Streamer Awards was absolutely incredible. I know watching it from home was really good, but seeing it on the multi-screens and like up on the stage, and it was wild. I felt very like blessed to be there and be part of it. And she's in a really like unique situation, like medically, and you know, that is very interesting. It's very kind of heartwarming, the amount of effort and kind of love she puts into, you know, all the stuff that she does for that cause. It's great to see. So yeah, give Iron Mouse a follow, chat. 100%. Well worth it. I think it's because isn't Valencia a place, or it's just kind of maybe just the brain wants to fill it in the gap. I can imagine I was in a very blessed position to be able to watch it IRL. So, you know. Not something I think will happen, I would assume will happen again at any point. I can't assume that kind of thing. I saw somebody saying that they should put me forward for Breakout Streamer of the Year, and it made me cringe inside. Like, the idea of being up on stage for Breakout Streamer of the Year makes me feel, like, physically unwell. Like, I couldn't be here doing what I do without the support of, like, you guys, you know, Annie Fuchsia, Premier2/Pete, you know, Thor. Like, it's huge. You guys are all appreciated. Oh, I suppose I have to do my own, like, Streamer Awards, you know, review, like, telling you guys who I'm voting for this year, I guess, because, you know, it matters now. Like, weird. Oh, Toad, nah, thank you very much for 500 bits, bud. One too many heavy darts. Oh, it went through the cage, okay. Wouldn't throw a grenade at your friend's dead bodies. Maybe you would. That is true. She's friends with QT and Lud and Connor and stuff. Yeah, Connor's great as well. T-Dog. Bork is here, chat. Hydro Spice Press Latinum. Whoop. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the ads. Thank you for sticking around. During the ads, Kotsu, you asked, what do we need these pumps for? So these pumps are used for a couple of things inside the game. They're used for water storage, and they are used for the creation of ornithopters and ornithopter wings. So, Thor wants to upgrade his ornithopter, and I saw on stream the other day that he was short of industrial pumps. I don't know where they'd gone from his base, but while we're here and online and we're running around, I figured that I could just get some and basically just build up his base's stockpile of them, so he hasn't got to do this farm. Because this farm it's not difficult. It just you have to do it lots of times to get enough of the industrial pumps to do what you want. That stagger is really annoying. Like, I'm just too far away and just like go off pitch for some reason. You can just die like this. So we are getting industrial pumps, which are used in ornithopters here that needs industrial pumps. So he needs them for that. He needs it for the assault industrial pumps. And you also need them for making... It'll be in here. These large water cisterns. So to increase the water capacity of your base, you again need a large number of industrial pumps. Like that entire run that we just did got us enough to make one large water cistern. It's not a quick farm. So that's why I'm doing it just kind of slowly every now and then while I'm playing, because I'm playing for longer hours than Thor is when he's playing. And I have to wait the 45 minutes for the reload. He can't do it as many times in one day. So it just saves him from doing a number of farming runs. It's just that simple. Do the ships not overload them? Yeah, I mean, they were for a while, but then I did a run this week, and all of a sudden they just didn't seem to have any left in them. Sentinel City is really hit or miss as how many you get. There's real RNG involved in it. Where does he keep his death stills? Not there. Death stills. Death stills, where are you? This is where he keeps his death stills. Oh, that's full as well. I was going to drop off some bodies. Fine, we can do this. While we're here, help out a little bit. Aside from rad suits, where do you get so much Solari? Running the, for a long time, I was doing a run in the Sheol for the irradiated slag. Because you use that to make a number of items, and we were using that somewhat. So we were low on that for making our spiced fuel cells. So when I came back and started running a bunch of irradiated slag runs, in order to do those, you do them around here. So you can basically, from my route to fly out would be, I'd fly out along here. I'd stop at Mitre Taril, land on the top where you'll get about 2,000 Solaris. You clear the Beast's Claw. You then fly and clear this base, take all the Solari, and the irradiated slag. You do these in this kind of route. And then you do the Wreck of the Delphis. After that, you've got like 20,000 Solari pretty easily doing that run. And that's not including doing any of these other bases up here. Like, I haven't even done this. Like, there's a whole area here I haven't even done. Like, and then you can do these ones up here. These all give a huge amount of Solari as well. And then running the A band of the Deep Desert. I don't have a body on me. And then I can go into the chest and I can give him 5 bodies from my assault thopter to make some space. Right. Not this way. Oh, I can't put stuff in there. Okay, so that's the only body storage. That's not enough body storage. I'm gonna have to complain. He can do better. He could store more bodies than that, chat. Where was I parked? Over here. I'm surprised I parked inside, to be honest. Normally I park in the middle of that. Now what? Mitre Taril. Hello, Zapharoth. Zapharoth, actually, you know what? While you're here, how long are you here for, Zapharoth? Do you have a couple of minutes? You're making flour in RuneScape. Hello, Nwaldi. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you today. Okay. So, Zap, if I recall correctly, you haven't been onto the game for quite some time. I believe that a certain base is yours, but I just want to check with you while you're here. This way I'm going to take a screenshot and then remember to send it to you on Discord. This way I can just be like, is this base down here that I'm looking at right now yours? It is. Okay. It's unpowered. If you give me access to it, Zaf, I'll keep your base powered for you. Or I'll try to, at least, as much as I can do. Oh, it's yours and Helping Hands' base. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. It's currently there and it's gonna degrade. So, if you want, I can try and keep your power up. Only because it's a nice base and it's very conveniently located. I'd like to be able to use it for a buggy location when I'm doing aluminium mining. It's quite funny. So access works for me as well. I get something out of this. Right. Friends? Any friends here?
Who's that? Eyes on enemy.
Whoop. Just imagine you're just minding your own business, defending the location that you've been assigned to, and all of a sudden this vampire-like lady just kind of zoops in, kills a friend, grabs her, and then just flies up. No, and you just lose track of her. Zaf knows that I would get something out of it in order to offer to do the effort. Like, let's be real. Like, Zaf knows how this works. That's cool. Yeah, that's what I'll do, Zaf. I'll probably turn it onto an industrial loop power, so that it's only so I can power it for 31 days with industrial loop because it's the most efficient one to do. We've got a bunch of that. I can make a huge amount of it. Yes, press the button. Do it. Do it. Press the button and bring me more friends for XP. Thank you. Landsrad progress incoming. I love it when they come to me. It's the big windmill, I think. That's probably where the stories of vampires comes from. It's actually just player characters going around, like, messing with the NPCs. I'd believe that. We got hella big windmill? Okay, so it's probably just a matter of just cutting down the power and only powering the things that need it, like the pentashields, I guess. I can do that. That easy. I'll bring some industrial lubricante over. Oh, Zaf, it's always the way. People will tell you how to build bases. Backseated by proxy sounds deeply funny. There's so much more in life to get upset about than whether somebody's being 100% efficient with their building stuff in a game. Like, there's not really that much need to get that upset about it, right? Hello, D'Souza Gaming. Sorry I missed your message a minute ago. It looked like the most recent message was hidden underneath a window. My apologies. Oh, well, J Psycho, I mean, at least it wasn't too intense and difficult for you. The generation, exactly. That's the best bit. How are you enjoying RuneScape, Zaf? I'm still not going back to it, but I'm glad that people are going back and, like, playing it, because RuneScape was, Oh, I guess I could do that, Zaf. Zafaroth. Let me just check a quick date. In October. Ooh. Nice. We will potentially have an event running. I might be doing some some fundraising here on this channel in October before TwitchCon chat potentially. So we might do a charity thing at some point. Okay, thanks, Zeph. You know that I turned off taxes as well, so. Oh, I did. Yeah, Thor actually got a package from the Vintage Story devs, so I think he's reached out to them. It's very. I'm not really sure what Itch is doing. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I pinged them out on Twitter, but it didn't really go anywhere. It's just very strange to keep people's, like, you know, legally entitled funds from, you know, from the platform from them and not communicate with them about why. Like, so I'm hoping that the Vintage Story devs can indeed get it sorted soon, because it's certainly an odd one. But then again, I'm sure Itch have bigger problems right now. Like, with all the payment and processor stuff, they've been reasonably on the firing block as well. Oh yeah, Zaf, let me just finish loading up the hotel. Oh, not this again. Escape happens to, like, you know, every time I press escape, it makes me do an attack. I don't know why. No, we can't have that one playing on the stream, unfortunately. This. It's a good song, though. Zap, don't worry, I won't use your water up. I'll probably leave. I'll probably try and leave it as full, or only use it in an emergency. Don't worry. It's mostly just I want to be able to store my carrier there and not worry about it while I'm doing aluminium runs, and I can obviously maintain it. We're logged on often enough that it shouldn't be a problem. I've got too many bodies to, like, help. Yeah, Taffy, now I definitely can't have that playing. Like, that's not... Think about what that song, like, you know, is. It would, but at that point, what are they doing spending money that isn't theirs, would be the question to ask then, Sundrel. Because, ultimately, the primary requirement is they're able to pay the people from whom they've made that money, right? Oh, just like I'm pleased to. I mean, you mean you ordered one of these? Beans. Beans. Look at how long this beans is. It's a very long fruit. Long fruit. Bailey wasn't sure about beans at first, but after a while has learned to quite like beans. He will now curl up with the beans. Yeah. I don't know. The thing you have to remember is, unfortunately, the company that was making the beans plush is based in China. So due to tariff stuff, it's like there's a lot of things up in the air around it right now. So watch the space on merch things, because we could do more with it, but it's about work and what we can do for a fair price to all of you guys, because we don't want to charge, like, you know, $45 a t-shirt kind of thing. But, you know, we want to give you something that's good quality. It's about balance. Merch is not high on my list of items to sort, I'll be honest with you. There's just other things that okay. Am I going to eat beans with toast? I've eaten toast with beans. Do I want more rad suits? I think I want more rad suits than to do a trip to Harko Village. That was rude. I get through these so quickly. I think they need to increase the durability on suspensor belts. Well, Balthazar, exactly. Yeah, it's the same. It's kind of the same principles. And if it's a pattern inside the gaming industry, it needs to be stopped immediately, because I know the gaming industries are reasonably, in lots of ways, informal compared to some of the other kind of environments it could be, but doesn't mean it should be without, you know, consequence. Like, you can't just not pay people. Did I not ever take any... Oh, they're all in here. Oops. Well, I wasn't carrying around the ancient way with no ammunition or anything, chat. Shit. I've done that like several times now. Oh. It could be payment process related. It could be that, you know, payment processors haven't paid Itch, and therefore Itch, you know, haven't paid their people, but they should communicate about that, one would think, unless they're under some kind of agreement to not communicate due to their relationship with the payment processors. But that's such a strange set of instances that doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, I might have a Bitcraft question, though, if anyone in chat can answer it. Where do I get tier 3 sand? I want to eat it. They asked me if we have any black sable. I have no recollection of any black sables, but Jay would know, or the wiki might know. Tier 3 beach. Zaf, how do I find a tier 3 beach? Like, what makes a beach tier 3? The Pine Forest, dark green area south of Tortuga. Nice, thank you. And what does it look like? Is it just dark? Is it green sand on the ground? The olivine sand was the color of the tile, so that would make sense. I just need to find it for the first time so that I can, like, use it to track more, if that makes sense. It's a very light green sand, okay. I don't understand how beaches have, you know, tiers of them, but hey, we are where we are. Thork is here. He wants to know what we're doing to make so much Solari chat. That's what it is. Don't tell him. Don't tell him our secrets. He wants our Solari chat. The spice press latinum and all the Solari. I mean, Zaf, I'm going to be honest with you. Excuse me. The things you're complaining about are things that are like quality of life wise. Sorry, quality of life wise were fixed in RuneScape 3 for a number of reasons. I just tried to inhale my water again because I was answering your question. So, try not to drown on my drink. I could take a few more, 3 more. Yeah, I'm breathing water again. I'm very good at that. Okay, Jeff A. Kind of weird first time message, but fine. If that's, it's not even related to this channel really, but okay. He's also, yeah, he's back. He just doesn't stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Like, You're fine. It's already gone. I'm not going to ban them for that. It's not necessarily a bannable thing. It's just a weird first message. I've just deleted it. We'll see. We'll see if they choose to be a weirdo. They probably won't. That cranium guy, what makes you think that Thor wasn't just a bot all along? He's just been reprogrammed to work with RuneScape by Shay. Caffeinated minds, that's impossible. The second letter of artificial intelligence is intelligence. We can't possibly accuse Thor of that. As leader of the goblins, he stands, you know, he's accountable for all of their behaviors. I'm not sure that's... I'm not sure it's been defined.
That's too bad. We had a bet going.
Yep, Zaf, I'm just selling these things and I'll be over with you. I'm also trying to get to this location in Bitcraft that I've not actually been to yet. The dark green area south of Tortuga. Okay, that's where I am. Ooh. The trick is, don't sell the Mark 6 rad suit. Okay. Nearly got me there. That's doubled since I was last here, okay. He's getting the worst skill out the way with first, right? It's the most efficient way of doing it in RuneScape, I think. Not too bad so far.
Still alive. That's too bad. We had a bet going.
That's not. I wouldn't. Ventex, I'm not sure that's exactly right. That implies I'm the corruptive influence. I'm just a goblin. I'm not. You know. I'm not Grima Wormtongue. That's tier 1. Where is this trader? You've been going to Heartsale. There's a trader in every single one of the outposts. So if you go to... Oh, let me exit this. Like, just this trade post. This trade post here has one. Griffin's Reach down here has a trader. There's traders in... Jesus, take it slow. Trader up here in Pinnacle Station. There'll be a trader in this one here in the Crossroads. Aha. Sand. Sand. Crystallized sand. Green sand. We love sand. I'm gonna eat it all.
Still alive?
Delicious.
Not too bad. We had a bet going.
Luna, I don't tend to look at things during stream normally. Bear with me. Let me just finish what I'm doing. Obviously it's not scalable. If I had to look at everyone's stuff in stream, I wouldn't be able to get anything done. Like, not fuck this up. Don't want to sell my Mark 6 red suit. Right. The only issue you will have is that if you're using Twitch in dark mode, those legs won't be visible. I don't think. Not very well. They won't be so distinct. So you might need to do a white border around the edge of the legs and around the body to give you a distinct line that works in both light mode and dark mode. There are sites you can use online which will test what your emote looks like in Twitch chat when you upload it, Luna. You want to test that. Have I watched the trailer for Alcat's Expanse game yet? I don't believe I have, or if I have, then I don't remember it. I did sell all of these. Nice. What do I need all that Solari for? I want to roll around in it. Just like having Solari. What do they patch today? Yesterday was back-end development work, so it was fixing some stuff that was, you know, wrong on the back end of the system. Today was 3 specific fixes. You can use exclamation point patch notes to see what the patch notes were. It was some specific crashes and I think an account issue that was fixed today. Catch you later, Lamina. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. See you soon. Yes, like Scrooge McDuck, but with like spice as well. No worries, no rush. It's a cool thing. I like it. Bailey with the spooder. Old Scorinski was doing a bot to ban stream. That's quite funny. You know what? We haven't been to Arakeen in a while. Why don't we go there and see how the other half live? What do you mean don't ever go full navigator? I highly intend and anticipate going full navigator as soon as humanly possible in Dune. Scrooge McSpice. Spice McDuck. Silly guy. That's what it is. Spice McDuck. We just need the Solari to put in the bank and then not think about. Just so if we... Basically, when the Atreides win the Landsrad, sometimes some nice Atreides people will sell me things from their Landsrad win, which I like. I like when the nice Atreides people sell me things from their win. See, it seems very Dune, very thematic. So I like to have some Solari on hand so that I can buy things off of the Atreides. Ooh, 1 second.
Welcome. Would you like to
Excuse me.
deposit or withdraw Solaris?
What do I think of the new ground of it?
How much Solaris would
Excuse
you
me,
like to
sorry.
deposit?
One of the things that I'm still getting used to of having a cat is sometimes you just have cat hair in your throat and there's nothing you can really do about it.
Welcome. Would you like how much Solaris?
It's just there now and it tickles like a bitch. So don't go around inhaling cats. Even drinking hasn't helped. But it is, isn't it? What kind of thing do you sell here? Lots of early modules. Actually, that's not an early module. That's actually quite good. So are those. Interesting. Even with 0 reputation, you can buy the stuff. What do I think of the new ground vehicle that's coming out? The new ground vehicle looks interesting. It's basically 2 wheels alongside each other. And I'm going to be honest, like, it reminds me a lot of... Oh, hang on, I'll show you a picture. I don't know what this thing was called. It reminds me a little bit of this chat. Here we go. How many of you played the original Star Wars Battlefront? Well, it's the original Star Wars Battlefront 2, like way back when, in like PlayStation 2 days, kind of thing. In Star Wars Battlefront 2, I'll get a photo of the new vehicle as well. See. The tread wheel is the new Dune vehicle, isn't it? This is what I see. This was the Hailfire droid from the Geonosis map in Star Wars Battlefront 2. This is the new tread wheel. Hellfire droid. This is what my brain sees. This was great fun. It was fast and it launched a fuckload of missiles. I really enjoyed that. That's 2 things that feel pretty good. So style-wise, I think it's kind of neat. It gives me some cool vibes. It actually makes more sense for the wheels to be canted for stability, but hey, we'll see how that works. My issue on this is one thing. What is the vehicle's role? Because realistically, sand bikes fall off in the game quite early on. You don't tend to use a sand bike once you've got a buggy, and definitely don't use it once you've got an ornithopter. So is this thing going to do something the ornithopter can't do? Is this going to fill a role that we don't have yet? Where does it fit into the hierarchy? Because if it's just a midpoint between the sand bike and the buggy, then I'm not actually sure people will use it very often. So I want to understand what its role is inside the game. That's my question currently. I think that's once I understand where it fits, I'll know more about it. I think it's a cool thing to include and it looks neat, but I don't know if it's going to be good or not until I know what its role is designed to actually be. Yeah, at some point in the future there will be flight restricted zones, but this is coming in soon. So what's it going to do now? Introducing it now, and it's not going to get used until we have map traversable and no-fly zones. What? This is what I mean. I want confirmation on what it's going to be and what it's going to do before I really make a judgment. I think it's cool and neat. I just want to understand where it's meant to fit in the game. You know?
Savage dare to challenge the might. You looking to kill? I mean, for up, you can't go. But if you're, they call it.
I didn't realize I had so many unspent.
Are you looking for a general? Looking for a sub? I know, and I've seen those when I'm bet. And for my money, are you looking for a knife, huh? AKA the boot knife of choice. Your handle break.
I'm fine with my rapier, thank you. Yeah, so exactly, like, you know, it is sometimes fun just like yeeting an assault ornithopter somewhere you definitely shouldn't. I have seen the new building blocks. I really like the look of the garage door. I think the garage doors are like, if those of you didn't see it, it was kind of at the edge of the shop, but it kind of like furled down in a really cool way. I'm looking forward to the garage door. Not you, it's you.
Hello again.
Do I have everything here? The new area off of Arakeen, by the way, I reckon is going to be not them. That's a quest. There's like a weird cracked wall area segment of Arakeen that I think they'll end up using. Oh, it's on the other side. I think it's like down here they'll end up using. You've got this like back end, like back alleyways that I think like this looks like it will go somewhere to the south, or potentially up here as well to the north could go somewhere. Like this is a lot of room for this to be expanded. We all right, you should have lost your assault in the mining stations long before you agreed to top of the rocks. Probably yes, but I don't know why. But like going through the tunnels down there is surprisingly stable. Gaikotsu, didn't you find? Like while you do clip your wings through everything, it's the game itself, it lets you do that surprisingly easily. It's remarkably permissive of you just yeeting a thopter through caves. I'm at work grinding chains apart. Can you explain how drops work for me, please? I play this game enough, I should probably collect those. So Spoon of Forks, as long as you are watching the game, you will build up the drops progress. After 2 hours, you'll have all of the drops in this current cycle. And Funcom have been doing drops about every 2-3 weeks, and then a couple of days break, and then doing another round of them. And at the end, they're going to re-release the set, so if you have missed any, you will be able to reclaim them. So don't worry if you have missed a couple. But yeah, all you got to do is watch for these ones. Yeah, but there's a couple of other dead ends off there all of a sudden. That's not the only like turn off in that area, like where you go off the side. Which way did we go last time? Let's see.
How's it? You're back for more, right?
That armor's very shiny. Can we have? You give us the armor, we give you your life. So something down this area would be viable. See, you could continue this area. This could have been moved out of the way, and you've got access into a new area of Arakeen. The same thing down the far end, where you've got like a long set of stairs, but then you've also got other areas off of this which aren't fully utilized. So some of these are used for quests, but it would be very easy to repurpose any part of this area.
Shai Halud blesses me.
All of this area is really usable for like more things. You just need to add to it. Obviously, you've got in here, which you use for one of the quests. You've got this one. I just discovered it and apparently got 100 XP. I'll take that. Fine, whatever. So you use that one, but that could branch off and go further. Alternatively, you can have more that comes off of Duncan's dojo or other areas. Like you could expand the areas in Arakeen a bit more easily than you can Harko Village, it seems. Like all you do is put in, you know, turning like a, you know, hidden areas behind here, all kinds of stuff. Hello, I would like to buy some spice, please. Sell me your strongest spice. I say, I am C-3PO. Human cyborg relations. Do you think they'll add PvE servers or local hosted servers soon? My friends really don't like the PvP at all. Nicobus, first of all, welcome on in. Secondly, look, I don't think that they will do local hosted servers soon. PvE servers is a difficult one. What you will likely find is that I don't think they will create full PvE servers, because in order to do that, you have to create a full PvE world. I think what will happen is that you will have a better declination of the PvP and PvE segments, and ultimately what you are likely looking for is more of a curated private world experience by the sounds of it. For example, on our servers, we haven't had that much, you know, we don't have the same cultural problems with PvP because we've moderated some of the things like, you know, in the first week, people were shouting racial slurs at each other in chat and calling each other homophobic slurs when they lost in PvP. And we immediately reset their account progress and set it so that it would wipe every 6 minutes so that they would be effectively banned. We couldn't ban people. We've actually been able to moderate our server because it's just, you know, me and a few other streamers and our communities all working together to have something fun for ourselves. So it might be that you just need to find the right private servers.
Welcome back.
And you might find that you have a better experience than you're expecting. I've played a lot of these games at release, and I know how toxic public servers can get. Like, it's not a good thing. Can I go back here? Oh, that's a shame. I'd love to go back and experience that area again where I could kill a bunch of people. I mean, make friends. Oh, exactly, Samurai Joe. Like, that was my view on it. Being like, if you're having to resort to using racial slurs because you can't win in PvP, or because you're a poor winner in PvP, like, you don't really deserve to be on our server. Get lost. I have a zero tolerance policy for exploiting and that kind of thing as well, which doesn't help. Although we did give that other person a chance when they didn't realize, so, you know, there's a thing. I'm glad those of you that have moved across have enjoyed it and have found that it was worth the change. Yeah, if you are part of the community as well, you are free to join our Dune Discord server. Exclamation point Dune Discord, as Nihilus has done. You know, in there you can see the setup of the channels, you can see some of the guild stuff, you can just see if the community is a place that you want to hang out. It's a combination of my community, Annie Fuchsia's, Jay the Bard, Pirate Softwares, Helping Hands, Vicky's. I've probably missed other people. Red Z, Mr. Greggles. There's a bunch of us that kind of all got together and just were like, you know what, we just want kind of a cool, lower stress server, and you know, this way we can moderate it ourselves, which has been very, very helpful. And there is some PvP where we don't believe in the toxic griefing style PvP, so, you know. Nihilus knows that if I get tickets, I'll have words. If they're fair. But at the same time, I don't consider, you know, if someone if you're, you know, on a sand field and you're harvesting spice and you're not protecting someone attacks you, that's not griefing. That's just PvP. If you were in the PvP area, that's it. Yeah, we do help people like get started. So if you are moving across, you can give us a shout over on that server. And Sabu normally Sabu, I can give you some more donations, by the way, if you want for that kit, but let me know what you need. But basically, we provide like a Mark IV ornithopter and a set of tools, so you can jump to the aluminium tier, so you haven't got to replay the entire game from scratch, which we generally find helps people. Whoop. Yeah, so Discord, the Chrono Zone, that's my personal Discord. That's just for my community. If you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to join. But the one specifically for Dune is, as point Dune Discord, as Pan Miyagi has done. That's the one that's for our private servers, because that's more than just my community chat. There's other communities there as well. Even though many of you have come from those communities or have joined here directly from Dune or for Dune. I know a bunch of you have. Lost One Pratt, I'm really pleased that you had that positive experience. It's really I know that there's meant to be a level of competition to Dune and stuff, but like there's no need that we have to thrive on each other's misery. And if people have lost stuff and have had genuine problems, I don't think it's unreasonable that we should be doing our best to help people catch up and to kind of recover. So I'm really pleased that people have been pulling together independently of me doing it on stream. I'm on one of the pirate servers, so if you wanna play on the same one as me, you want to be on one of the pirate named ones. You can't play on the same seats as me. We've got this one segmented off for streamers so that we don't have to worry about griefers or anything. Oh, you want exclamation point Dune Discord, silly guy. I'm now sand maxing still. Oh wait, what's in here? Oh, this is a dump chest, okay. A dump chest for just 500 euro element. Zap. Crazy. Where is the thief console? Welcome back from the ads chat. Sorry, I was just sending a quick message. We are currently in Zafarota base trying to find the thief console that we found earlier, because then we can fuel the base more easily than doing it manually. But I don't know where it is, because while Zaf was here, I think Zaf is now AFK. Interact. Where is the stab in the back button? Sag. Maybe it's in this. Thief console in here? It's hide as me. I don't think the thief console is up here, but this is fun to do anyway. I like that I'll be able to drop from the top and just die at the bottom. Zaf got lost in old school, I believe it. I like how there's two ornithop. I mean, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it? Just leave it like that. Yep, fine. I really don't want to manually... I'm going to go and look for the thief console properly and like check every corner out. Okay, so this is water storage. Okay, good. Nice and full. Okay, so it's not on this floor. Not on this floor. Here it is. Haha. Oh no, hang on. We're gonna need to... Yeah, so what I'm going to do, chat, is because basically a number of these things don't need to be on and powered. So, you know, some of them are disabled, but some of them won't be. So we're going to have to go around the base and make sure that everything that, you know, doesn't need to be on here is disabled so that we can minimize the power usage in Zaf's base. Keep the shields up. Because this stuff doesn't need to be running, and it's using a bunch of power. So we can basically reduce it down so it's using, like, you know, 100 power, for example. You know, 200 power. Then we can more easily fuel it for, say, 30 days. Because there's less... That's going to require less fuel, less, like, actual manual upkeep. Okay, so this area of the base is completely clear of things running. That. It'll be things like death stills that will be the most power hungry. Turn up everything, including all your rest generators that don't consume full. Exactly, that's the best way of doing it, ultimately. Like, see, we've already reduced this down by 1,000. This is going to be running. Like, this isn't even going to have stuff in it. So there's nothing in this. It's not running, but it's burning 75 power. Not anymore, it's not. It's all off. It's annoying to turn your base back on after doing this, but by doing this, your base could be here for, like, you know, 10 extra days. and reduce the amount of work it is for you to log in to basically, you know, with the resources you've already got saved up, each of you could probably run a base of just 100 power for months and months and months. Just have to basically just log in, hold Y, and then log out again. It is a little bit of an annoying thing to do, but ultimately that's the cost of playing a survival game. That's how they keep the populations down without doing regular wipes. See this, 135 power, not anymore. We won't need these. Let's turn this off. We don't want to use this kind of one, chat. So this, in a full storage, this will hold 21 days, these ones. These at full storage can hold, if I show you, can I fill it up entirely? Can. 31 days of power. The directional turbine is the most efficient one for the storing things. So if you want to store the most fuel and come back the least often, the best way of doing it is to use directional wind turbines. 31 days and 6 hours is the total, as Luther says. And if you want to make those, they're duralumin ingots, so they are tier 5. They're cobalt paste, spice melange. That's the tricky part. You do need 3 spice melange to do it, and you need some spice residue to make the fuel for it. So there is not an early game item. Just be aware of that. It's the one thing I will say. If you didn't get to the spice melange stage, or you haven't got calibrated servox, or you haven't got a anything like that, then running through these is, you know, the best way of doing this. But if you can't, then you can't. This is 350? No. So, we've just determined that we're actually not using all of the power. We might see if we can get the base to run just off of these 2 generators, to be honest with you. Because that provides a combination of, what, 300 power, the 2 of those? Provide, oh no, 700 power. We might be able to run it off of 3 and just turn off the rest of these. Because that means we can just go into storage. We can take anything out of this, turn it off. We don't need that excess power. We don't actually need to be burning this fuel. Yeah, I don't recommend spiced fuel cell power to people because ultimately most people don't have that accessible. Those of us at the end game still playing could do that, but the people who have quit didn't get to the same stage as we're at right now. So likely can't meet that level of that level of creation, especially to do it for months at a time. Think about the amount of spice you actually need, and if you quit the game early, there's no way you're gonna be able to do that. So that's why I don't recommend it that way, chat. Living in a war zone. $32, that's annoying. Is there anything else that we can switch off? What's causing all the power drain? 700 power drain, still quite high. Have I missed a structure somewhere? Regular lubes, exactly. So early game, people will likely go for the regular lube options, but later game, if you can get to these ones, the directional ones, they're probably more likely to be accessible to you than anything else. I know that most of you in chat who still care about the game probably got quite far in. I don't know. I mean, are they running 700 of pentashields? Because that's a lot of pentashield. Like, these use it, don't they? like that one's just not needed. So I just need to bring it down by like 30. Here we go. No, there was still stuff running. That's why. I'd missed a room. That's your melange is showing. There we go. See, like I can get Zaf space down to 1 power generator doing this. All pentashields. It's just that I had the large vehicle stuff doing it. 220 running a base of this size makes a lot more sense, chat. That seems to be about right. 700 did not make sense. So all we have to do now... To be honest, that's overkill. I don't need to do that. I'm just doing that to flex. Why would I do this? So this is using... what, 750 a month. So I literally just need to come back here once a month. That's 500. So that's, you know, just over 750. We're pretty good. Like we've got plenty of the fuel cell. That's not including everything else that Zap likely, you know, probably has in storage. There's 2,000 there to hand. So we've actually got at least 3 months worth in here. So, like, we know that's there, then we just need to basically store the box somewhere. Like, because then we just know every time we land here, we land outside, go inside, grab it from this box, and we're done. Like, that's done. That's easy. So now I know that I can basically micromanage Zaf's space without having to worry about anything. Place is now safe for a lot longer. And I can mess with Zaf's roof so I can fit the carrier inside. Do you think Zaf and Hans would notice if I made their roof bigger? We're just going to do it, okay? Okay, actually, let's test something out first. Can I still place this here? What does this use? Just uses salvage metal, okay. We can do it. Whoops. Forgot the Pentashield wasn't solid anymore because I'm actually part of the base. That's my bad. Yeah, but tell him, imagine how long he would take to notice, given that he's not playing it. Imagine if I left this up with Harco lights for 3 months. And then when him and Hans come back to the game in, like, you know, like the next DLC, they're like, wait, how long have we had Harkonnen lights for? Deeply funny. This is a, because I'm also improving their base for them. I'm increasing the size of this so that when they get to the carrier stage, when they come back, they'll be able to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 4 annoyingly has to go right in the middle of this, which I'm never gonna be able to get bang on accurate, but we're gonna go for here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you can't do that. I'm just doing a small amount of future proofing on Zaf's base chat. That's what we're doing. We're just taking it and making it so that we can use it better, and it's better for them in the future. Even if they don't understand why, this makes much more sense. What this allows you to do here with this setup is, first of all, the roof is large enough for a carrier. Second of all, once I've removed this this connecting wall here, that pad is large enough for a carrier to sit on. It leaves you with a vertical bit so that you can do what they've done here, where you take an ornithop down here of a smaller size and park it underneath here. You can use this for storage, for drop-offs, and you can also use it to shelter your buggies, which drive in and out. You still have this available for ground storage, that for like sides, you know, basically for off-road parking, as it were. And then you still have space to fit a carrier on here if we need to. Look at that. Home improvements with Kronos. Functional style. It doesn't look as neat here anymore, but we don't care about how it looks because that's a Luther problem. What was I collecting? Oh, plastone. Nice. If there's already plastone in here, then it's going in there. If there's not, then it's thematically fitting with everything else that's in here. I'm taking one of these for my labor. Thank you, Zapparoth, for the donation. A delicious spiced cold one. Crap my own ornithopter, funnily enough. Is my inventory really empty? Wow. What do I want to collect? I don't really want to collect... Oh, I need to go back and get more deserters. Okay, we're going to go get more friends. Thank you all very much for all of the follows today. You guys rock. My favorite name in the list here is Crit Me Gently, which is just great fun. I like the idea. Baronus, that's also a great name. It's very close to my name. I respect that. You can be part of the Chrono Club. You're close enough. It's a cough slightly when you say it. Chrono. Fine. You fit right in. That doesn't look like a barracks. They must be underneath us. Boring. To the front, I very much appreciate that. You are awesome. There are occasional times, like when you moderate on Twitch, occasionally you'll see like somebody who's got a really, really good name. And then they'll say something so dumb and you're like, why? Why did you waste your username with a comment like that? What was it? Was it Spicy Goblin Meat Puff? Like, why? What a great name. Why would you sully the name of Spicy Goblin Meat Puff with racial slurs? I was so disappointed. I think I'm more disappointed if you've got a cool name and you act like an idiot. I think that's worse. Is it worth playing Dune again? As a clan, we have everything, but there's nowhere else to go. Piff717, my answer there is no. If you are telling me that you have everything, that means that you do not feel that there is a sense of things more to be achieved in the game and obtained. It is entirely okay for you to be at the content cap in that regard. Completely fine. But I can't tell you that there's anything new enough substantial yet. What I will say is that on September the 10th, there is a new DLC and a new update coming out. So if you've got, you know, one of the versions of the game that comes with the season pass, you're good. But there's free content coming as part of that. It's not changing the end game, I would be clear. So again, you might find that it doesn't, if you are at end game, change your view on the game too much. But it is the devs adding more content and taking the steps in the right direction to keep the game going. And I'm sorry there isn't an easy answer to your question, but I think I'd rather give you an honest answer than an easy answer. Oh, well, I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself, Thenra. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. Felt like there was an enemy over here, but maybe not. I need some more friends to take with us to the party. Oh, wait. Reinforcements? Would you like to summon reinforcements? Yes. Would you like to go? Yeah, go on. Off you go. Go on. Go on. Yep. Bring them in. Yep. Go on. Good job. Yep. 10 out of 10. Good job, bud. Now you can die. You did your job. That's a few friends in a close area that I would rather not deal with all at once. We'll put this here. We'll do this. What are you doing? Are you okay, dude? Like... Oh, you're dead. You just don't look dead because your shield is still on. I was worried for a second, chat. There might have been a Twitch hiccup. It looks like looks like Twitch had a bitrate drop for some reason. Oh, hang on, I need to get more sand. Sand maxing. We want more pets. If in real life you would get free tameable pets that came in like a collection of colors, if you search through sand piles, I'd go digging at the beach a lot more often. I can't believe they couldn't have conveniently died nearer to the our ornithopter. Just very rude of them. Oh, nice one, Sabu. Good job, bud. Appreciate you. Thork is here. Hydrospice press Latinum, chat. He's here. He's checking for profit.
Reveal yourself.
All friends. I'm disappointed this base only had 13 enemies in it. If we had one more, it would have been a full party. Okay, shoot. Just need to grab some more sand. This AFKing thing I'm not very good at because I keep on going so AFK that my food times out and I'm wasting a lot of food. Are there any forgotten caves? There are no forgotten caves, but if you go to the wreck in Delta 6, Nick G, it's actually a PvE only wreck, so it's safe from PvP. There's only mines inside, so there's no enemies to fight, and if you cut your way through the side room, there's a plastinium chest. Nah, Sabu, if you want to change the price, dude, log out, like, feel free. Feel free. No worries. I've got many more things to be doing with my time today. I've collected many neighbors. Some of them are unruly. Look, they keep escaping from their beds. We'll need to top them up to make sure the hotel's nicely stocked. Is there any good Princeton Elite Desert this week? What's on this week? There's nothing that I would call astounding. I think there are some reasonably cool things, but like Pardot's hood, which would be good, is broken. So the hood that is like the shaded hood, so it reduces your sunstroke rate. Unfortunately, if you log out wearing it and log back in, it permanently gives you like, it basically like does a minus to your sunstroke rate. So you basically like get sunstroke faster, significantly faster. The test we did took 42 seconds as control, 75 seconds when you put the hood on, and 25 seconds if you like log off and then log back in with it, which is just insane. Whoever's assault ornithopter this is, this has been here like this for a while, it's just full of bodies. Don't worry about it. It's just that's neighbors waiting for a taxi, honestly. My Dune character is in limbo. Get to my base to a friend, make him co-owner, load up my inventory with rares and favorite items for scout when he stores, so we start base anytime, anywhere, no deterioration, worry. Still a friend, exactly. That's the best way to log out. Like, if I was planning to log out, I would do that. For the game. If I, you know, was logged off in general, then I've got a kit saved in the bank in Harko Village. Does that bug affect the soft step boots as well? No, Raphael. I've never noticed it. I've never had a problem where I've thought my worm sign was being generated too much by soft step boots. That definitely does seem to work. Even chat is like, how come you haven't seen a worm yet? And the answer is always just soft step boots, because I've always worn them. It's probably one of the reasons why I've not been eaten by the worm before. So the melange goes into this chest. This is our melange chest, chat. You think we've got enough melange yet? No, not yet. No, we've nearly got a full thing of melange. Melange. California has the floor. I don't know how much I'll be able to fit into there from here, but might actually be able to empty an extra one of residue, and we gave quite a lot away. No, I have not been eaten by the worm, and I don't intend to. Once you've been eaten by the worms know that you're delicious. You don't want the worms to know that you're delicious. I need to give away 800. Fine. I guess fine. We've got quite a lot of fuel. This is the metal production. This is almost, this is gonna be almost full, yeah. Well, I mean, nice. That's our metal production from today. Aluminium. Aluminium. I think Limbo is also a server. This is plastinium. Yeah, I know that's plastinium. Okay, I just need to work my way back. Because they're all empty. That will be plastinium. That will be duralumin. We've got a lot more of this to get. That would make that deal. Jeez. This side, this row doesn't make sense, basically, is my answer. Too many chests on this row for, yeah, steel. Should make that iron. Which would make these copper. Nice. Okay. Look, Glorious Black, I think that the worm would find you delicious. That's the problem. Like, this isn't about whether you are or whether you aren't. It's about the worm. And do you know the worms? Like, do you speak with the worms? Just go and ask one. Go and ask a worm if you're delicious. Did you know you can quick deposit in chests that already have matching items you have in your inventory? Yes. But that wasn't what was going on there, because I was setting what was going to be in each of those chests, so I can go and do that in the future. Okay, so now pressing escape, yeah. What a weird bug. Keep getting that one. See? If I press escape, it just stabs. I don't know why. Is it because I'm pressing escape and clicking at the same time? Or doing something with that? If I just... No, I'm not using my mouse, it's just literally just exiting from a box. I just keep getting it. Yeah, it's really annoying. On the boulevard. Here we go. Means this should be spice. This should be spice. This should be spice. This should be spiced metals. Yes. Hey, now we're cooking. Now we're learning. Spice residue. This will be melange. This is the melange overflow. So I just need to take melange out of there, put that into that one. We're out of spice sand. Maybe that should be a job for another... No, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Maybe a Monday job in the deep desert before we strip our base down then to do some more spice, because I feel like we need to fill up more of our melange storage. Renaming and labeling will be great. And then third floor we've done, which is metals. Wait, did we do the third floor? The second floor we didn't do. Oh yeah, the logging, the labels, all of those would be great. I cannot wait for those improvements. It's still the quality of life stuff that we'll all be very excited to have. Ooh, 1 second, let me just clip my back. Oh. There is quite a lot of base in our base. Yeah, I will give you that. That was a great crack. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I love that. I love that for me. That was great. See, that's the trick, Uncommoner. All of my bases are like that. Just people don't give them a chance. They don't realize the genius. This is also not my design. But it could be. We are low on cobalt paste. I could go Erythrite in there, to be fair. Spiced fuel cells. Or... Okay. Just go get some more sand. No one sand maxes like me. The sandman? No, probably not. Did we have one of these full of spiced fuel cells? I remember we had one somewhere, but I do not know where. You can move. Move you. Normal fuel cells, okay. What? Why is that? I don't understand. I don't know why there was spice residue up and down. Chaos in the art, in the design. No, damn no, that sounds like AI. Demnar is a paid actor. Can't believe it, Demnar. Fuel cells or empty. Empty. Gravidium. Fibers processed. Okay. Okay. Ordinary lube. Spiced infused fuel, so that's where those are. Okay, so you can go into these. Okay. I can move this one. I can take those. I can do that. Those can be for normal fuel cells. Spiced and infused fuel cells, for some reason. Fuck that up. Could have been Clonos, yeah, Denno, that sounds about right. Second from the end. This way the spice infused fuel cells are above the spice residue, which is what's used to make them. Then that's the ores. Oh, that is the ores down there. Empty. Yep. Empty. Then, to be honest, I'm actually trying to make it a bit easier for you. Like, I'm actually not doing this to fuck with you for a change. I know that's rare. That can be ore overflow. Or rather, you have ores. That's a refining, so that's an ore, but these aren't for that. That's used for something else. So we can move that into the buggy. Erythrite crystal should realistically... we could put it with the cobalt paste, but... which leaves all of these unassigned. Now, the reason those are unassigned is because ultimately, what isn't sorted? We haven't done the top floor yet. These are all completely disorganized yet, so we'll probably make like a greens box, a blues box. Then you'll need to have certain items, like you'll probably have, you know, all of the fluid pumps and fluid efficient industrial pumps together. You'd probably have, let's see, you'd have range finders, and then you'd have the Tech 2 precision range finders. And you basically have it so that we've got chests all along. We have to find a way to combine some of those unique items because they don't perfectly merge the way that we would want them to, which is going to be the only issue. This is some elusive sand. There we go, finally. Take a shot. Yeah, exactly, because we're actually quite low on a lot of those, but because those chests look so full, it's really hard for us to determine what we've got. That was my thinking there. If you, like, if I leave most of this done, I'll probably leave you to do that, because that, I will fuck that up, because that, I will get distracted and wander off halfway through that one. Not gonna lie, I know. I know my own limitations. Because that's too much sorting. Wrong one. And then the 6 dump chests that are down there, we can just line on the floor in front here, so that if you want to do a quick dump of chests, we can. Or they can be moved up here into the gaps. Nice and easy. We can make the base more organized and store even more stuff when Funcom say they don't want us hoarding, right, chat? Can you Solido other bases? I believe you have to have access to the base in order to Solido it. Ooh. How are we doing on water? Okay, we're actually doing pretty good. Have we caught up with the backlog? No, I haven't harvested all the titanium. That's the next thing I need to do. Oh. Okay, we're off to get titanium, finally. Something that we were going to do, you know, at the beginning of the beginning of the stream, you know, 7.5 hours ago. I mean, Demnar, they said in the in their roadmap that they wanted to disincentivize the hoarding behaviors. I'm like, I didn't understand that hoarding was discouraged. You will not stop me. I play this game to hoard shit. Yeah, Doggy Dog, that might be what we need to switch to. No, I think the higher taxes for the unspiced Zidane. The more spiced you are, the less tax you should pay. Encourage all the population just to you know, to purely devote themselves to getting more spice to pay less tax. Perfect. I now work for Big Spice, apparently. Exactly, Ventex, yeah. PvP would not discourage hoarding. Nothing will discourage me hoarding enough that I won't even consider it. we've got ads. I will wait a second. Judge Freak, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. Been 3 months, you are now a roll, you have risen. The Lady Emily, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1 as well. You have now got a little bread roll icon, you have risen. You are no longer dough, you are now a mighty roll. What I do, I have a question. Do you mean, do they eat humans, or are they cannibals? Like, as in, do they eat creatures of the same species? Because there's a difference. Also, during that ad break, I just got a second sand egg inside Bitcraft. We have got an egg per day. Welcome back from the ads chat. Those of you who aren't following Bitcraft won't know or care about this, but I've just received a second egg for a pet in Bitcraft, so Lucille farming is working. Sand maxing is going well. We are getting pets. We love pets. So far we're averaging a Lucille egg a day, which we love. We're happy for that. I thought we were egg maxing for owls because owls come from eggs, but no, apparently rabbits, squirrels also come from eggs too, chat. Those aren't rules that I make, just so you know. My rules are different. Although maybe it isn't as cute if you get like some kind of like, you know, you get like a baby bunny just immediately out the sand. Maybe it has to be special, I don't know. Okay, I know we've got a lot of Stravidium, right? But I don't want to just harvest the titanium. It takes twice as long. And this way, you know, this is just more productive. And we'll just use it in future. So it's not going to waste, really. And it's not a waste of effort to stop and pick up the Stravidium at the same time. And it means that our farm is faster. And I'm definitely just rationalizing my loot goblin behaviors. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 tier 6 nodes just all within a few meters of each other. Very nice. Like, I guess this is the PvE area now. Like, fine. Oh, and one behind us. Don't mind if I do. Okay, that's not normally how that works. Black Talon, I'm gonna say that you're wrong. Not every living thing comes from eggs, because trees don't come from eggs. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be that guy. You said every single living thing, trees are living. Bacteria are living. I mean, Mivix, some trees are quite set in their ways, but some trees, you know, they really get out there. They explore their borders, and they really do live. Yeah. Yeah. What are acorns if not tree eggs? I'll be honest with you. What are eggs if not living creature seeds? Because I'm going to be honest with you, like, I think the trees came first. So actually, everything grows from seeds, and just living thing seeds are eggs. That's what I'm hearing. But to be real with you, that's how this is going. Lady Piccolo. Enola Grey, they've probably heard that you have Entwives somewhere then in that case. At the end of the day, we are all spice. Everyone is spice. When they say ashes to ashes, dust to dust, no, that's a mistranslation. They're actually just saying spice to, you know, from spice to spice. I haven't got a problem. We haven't got enough melange. We need to do another spice run. Cinders, if it helps, most trees don't leave the house very often either. Catch you later, Critty Kitty. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Catch you later, silly guy. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Okay, apparently I've been consumed by my own thopter. Do you have anything, do anything fancy? Twitch drops, once you've linked your account, they'll just appear in game for you, bud. Yeah. If you've linked yourself through the Twitch UI in the normal way, then you should be good. Dravidium Mass. Hi Rutgoth, I'm glad that you are done with work. I hope your day was quick and easy. The new Valheim update looks good. What is in the new Valheim update? I haven't actually seen that one yet. I've been behind on my news somewhat on that. To just get myself to a better location in Bitcraft as I sand max. It's nighttime, and unfortunately everything in Bitcraft seems to want to kill me. Someone told them I was delicious. It was probably you, chat, wasn't it? Having to flee down the coast to avoid jackals. There's too many of them and I can't fight them because I didn't bring any weapons or armor because I'm an idiot. I'm just a solitary gatherer in Bitcraft, you see, chat. Small Mite, you can't go around telling the Bitcraft mobs that I'm delicious in the hope they'll tell the worm. That's very rude. I can't believe you do that. Oh, Zaf, yeah, I heard the news for that one. That one's rough, the news around it. This feels like a trap. Okay, well, we'll try and fight the singular jackal, but I think we're gonna die. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna die. Just so chat can see. This is me casually dying. Nope. Discretion is the better part of valor. I'm healing. If I can heal enough, I can go back and kill it. Just a quick break from Dune to do just some Bitcraft killing. Might be close. Getting down to 3 hit points in it. Nice. Unfortunately, there's another one the way I want to go, so fuck. This looks like a possibly delightful area to live, doesn't it? Doesn't look at all like there's going to be witches living in this neighborhood.
Lizard.
You're not got a claymore yet? No. Nobody tells me nothing. In Bitcraft, actually, it's not true. Most people have just left me alone to stumble my way through, which I kind of appreciate because it's kind of fun, just like not using a guide or anything, just kind of making my way through Bitcraft, walking fast, patching sand. I'm homebound. What kind of beast PC are you using that you're running Dune, Bitcraft, and streaming? Yes. I'm on a Ryzen 9950 X3D and a 5090. So I'm quite lucky to be on kind of top end spec at the moment. But the GPU is running at 85% and the CPU is running at 70%. So we're doing okay temperature wise. CPU's at 65, GPU's at 58. Pretty stable. Yeah, yesterday was only a 12-hour stream. Oh, apparently I'm stunned. How did I get stunned? I'm in danger. No, Ace the Doctor, I would never do that. Yes. Apparently Sony is raising PlayStation 5 prices in the US tomorrow. That'll be difficult. So what are people here most excited about from Gamescom on your end? Because I've seen a bunch of cool things, but most people seem to be pretty excited about Dawn of War 4 and a few other updates, but like anyone who's not one of those two people. Apparently it's global economic issues is the answer why they're raising the price, which is interesting. ODSTs for Helldivers, Silk Song, Dawn of War 4. Silk Song's update is on September the 4th. Okay, that's quite cool. That's actually way sooner than I expected. Okay, we did do much better on Titanium there than I thought, to be fair. Outer Wilds 2, Bloodlines 2, Cinder City, Monster Hunter with a Mega, WoW Midnight Housing. You found Gamescom underwhelming. Why is that, Moonface Assassin? Were you expecting something bigger and grander, potentially? Or... Okay, I got to. Makes sense. What was today's announcement? Was it separate for Silksong? Or was that just they showed some at Gamescom and then announced the date today on? What world do you play Dune on? We play on a network of private servers that are provided by Nitrado for our community, cheeky one. We've got 15 private servers that are available to our community, and they're all in a network, so we have the same world. Enola, they were basically looking for War Thunder players. That's what it was, right? They were looking for War Thunder players, trying to find out who it was. Has somebody already come through here? These spots all seem to be taken. They're normally pretty abundant. I can't be the only person out here mining titanium, so it wouldn't surprise me if I'm competing for spawns. I mean, it's Stravidium, but it's tier 6, so we'll collect it. Thank you all for all of the follows, everybody. It's really appreciated. We've just broken 10,500 followers, which is absolutely huge. You guys all rock, and I couldn't do this without you all, so thank you very much. Are the albatross wings worth it? The hummingbirds on the assault are. I don't know if the assault. I don't know if the hummingbird. I don't know if the albatross on the scout is. I'm fine with my scout just as it is. The stock Mark 6 scout is very, very good. There's not really any need to spend the extra spice to upgrade that. I haven't found that I've needed that yet. It's a luxury that I haven't needed to push. The Hummingbird Mark 6 do feel a lot better on the assault, I will say that. They are quite good. Like, I'm happy with my scout the way it is, but like if it could go faster, maybe I'll do that at some point, but I'm not in a huge rush. What's a special feature of the Hummingbird? So when you look at the blueprints, it will tell you what it is that the Hummingbirds are special for. So, for example, the albatross is here. You know, the fours for the Mark 6. They're designed for speed but limit maneuverability. So you'll see that they are 180, turn rating of 8, agility of 9. So we can then go to the default scout. Look what those wings are. Okay, well, hang on. That's a buff across the board. So, wait, I'm looking at assault wings. That's why. Haha. Yeah. So, this is 180, 10, 10. So, actually, you're losing 20% of your turn rating and 10% of your agility in return for... What was it? No additional glide speed. So that's going to be hover speed, most likely. And therefore, you don't run a scout in hover speed. So I'm not sure this one is worth it. If it's not glide speed, it will be the hover speed. Let's go and look at the hummingbirds. So yeah, these are slower than the Mark 6s, so... This says Hummingbird Mark 5, Mark 6? There we go, let's look at these. So, slower glide speed, slower turn rating, slower agility. I imagine these have more armor. Nope. So what's the point? They're strafing, so they'll be better side to side. So again, hover mode. Extra up and down speed. Yeah, see, like I said, I just don't know if it's worth it. Like, these ones are worth it on the... Okay, calm down. These ones on the assault have been worth it, fine. But I'm not sure they are across the board. Always better to be on the purple ones. Like, the rock, the carrier ones, the rock is actually, like, difficult to manage and is actually more risky in PvP with the rock wings on. I don't recommend them. They're not worth it they're not worth the cost of the 8 wings for the 12 extra kilometers a second, kilometers an hour that you get out of the engine. Because it's slower in vulture mode, it's less maneuverable, and you won't be able to control it as easily. So I don't think that's worth it. Depends on what the point of your scout is. If you're using your scout for combat, then yes, you might want better up, down, and better strafing. My scout is a sprinter. It's just designed to run away from you, and I need to have the highest speed and agility to do that. It's very rare that if I deploy my scout, I'm doing anything other to either chase you down, in which case I want to be faster, or I want to run away, which means I want to be faster. So it comes down to what it is that I'm looking to get from my vehicle, and the use case doesn't make sense to me. The Albatross, you can climb up in glide mode, and you can fly like 10 kilometers without losing more than 10 meters of altitude. I mean, that is cool, but I assume that you're slower than a scout, like than a normal Mark 6 scout. There's a trade-off here. This is what I mean. Like, it's... Depends on what you're using your scout for. The wings will be better. For my use of the scout, which is just as a sprinter, I don't have any need for any of the special wings. It seems. Pardot's hood is unfortunately broken, just so you know. How am I doing on resources? I shouldn't be getting more stravidium. There's so much more stravidium that I keep finding than titanium. More visible, I think. Thork is here. I'll be back in 1 second. Apparently my Thopter is bouncing. Give me a second. This song contains slurs. I can't leave that playing. Sorry, chat. Terms of service. How we do this. Ventex, that's about proportionality of that, isn't it? You know, there's a level of proportionality to the conversation there. Zafros, do you not match your RuneScape snack to whatever you're making in RuneScape? Because that would be more convenient, right? You know, that would be baller of you. Right, chat, the coast is clear. I'm back. Thork is gone. Zafrod's like, one red berry pie in RuneScape, one red berry pie for me. See, no dilemma. That's not the question. The question I'm asking myself is, what could I possibly need plast for in a month's time? Really merged with the rock there, isn't it? Doesn't seem right. Moon-faced assassin, thank you very much for the prime sub. You are massively appreciated. Welcome to the community. Enjoy your Bailey emotes. How much do I have stored? A little bit. We haven't got more than 2 full chests of plastinium at any one place in the base. Not yeah. We haven't got like 2 full chests at all. We have 1 full chest of plast. I think the other one might be like half full, and there might be some scattered plastinium around the base, but I don't know. We've got quite a bit of plast. Zap, it's 2025. You can like, both of your statements can be true. Ventex, yes, we thankfully hit the we were very lucky to hit the Partner Plus goal. I think it was like the 17th or the 18th. Which was absolutely amazing, because as we go into September, that's gonna be huge, because in September all subs are 35% off. So basically Twitch encourages people to basically buy more of them. What this means that theoretically is, you know, if you had exactly the same amount of subs each month, you would technically get 35% less for it. But with the increase from the Partner Plus program pushing me up 40%, because I'm going from 50-50 to 70-20, 70-30, sorry. I don't have to worry at all. Like it's all good. And then we can just kind of enjoy the month, and it's, you know, it's a big achievement, because that's kind of like, that's the kind of the marker for Twitch when you can hit the Partner Plus program. It's that you've got your own individual following of enough size that you kind of warrant the increased split, because you add value to the platform. I'm just trying to find some more sand. I need oh, sand. I mean, it's down there. Oh. I like that you can actually yeet yourself off of a cliff in Bitcraft. Oh, whoops. Finish my harvesting. Thank you very much for the congratulations, Chad. But ultimately, I couldn't do it without you guys. Like, that's on you guys as well for creating an awesome place to hang out. Sand. Lizard. Lizard. Ultimately, I think this is my very privileged view on the point, because you know I have not had to go through the same kind of struggles that a lot of other people have had to on the platform. I don't have the same kind of views on it, and I'm very aware of that. I'm very lucky to have the raise and support from a number of friends who got me to this position. You know, without like the raise from Annie and Pete, you know, without the shout out from Thor, you know, without being part of this community, I wouldn't have this following, and I'm very grateful for that. I think that having affiliate and partner, those are not the only two like things to strive for. I think that sometimes it's easy to forget that, like, oh, you know, I'm going for partner, I'm going for affiliate. Building a community of people that is right for you and the content that you want to create, and ultimately people that like you would want to hang out with and you can create cool content with each day, is more important. That's not like, it's not such a data measured goal as being an affiliate is. You know, it's not like have four concurrent viewers, have X, Y, and Z. It's far more kind of ephemeral. It's you know, having a Discord community of cool people that's like somewhere you don't worry about like hanging out. You can post cool stuff. You can just go and post random shit and have conversation with people. You can hop into comms. Like, that's, if you can build a good community like that, that's ultimately the goal, and that's not tied to being an affiliate or partner. That's unique and separate from that. So I think that part of the affiliate journey should mention that really for people. No, we'll just grind it out. I'm just going to continue to do this. It's not something I'm massively striving for. I don't want to do like a big push for it, because ultimately, like, my goal is not necessarily to increase my viewer count. The goal is ultimately to just like come here, chill, hang out, create cool content, and like, if people want to hang around and people like the stream, then amazing. But I'm not like, right now I'm kind of happy with where things are at numbers wise, because I can just about get used to things. And I really appreciate everyone who is here hanging out and stuff, because, you know, without them coming back and choosing to be here, like, I couldn't do this, you know. It's a team effort. I'm trying to accept some of it for myself, but ultimately it's thanks to you guys. It's thanks to people like Sabu, you know, doing awesome things for the community, Luther creating things like Planetologist, and, you know, reminding me to do things like the drop stuff over here. Like, you know, it's everyone. It is a team effort, and, you know, I'm very privileged and lucky to have you guys here. So thank you very much for being here. That's why I appreciate all the follows and all of the Prime subs and everything, because, you know, you could be anywhere on Twitch. I appreciate that you've chosen to be here. Even if you are here for drops, which is a completely legitimate reason to be here, and I fully respect that. There are a number of people who I watched for a while purely because I started watching because of drops, like, you know. It was because of drops that I largely got into Escape from Tarkov again at one point, like, you know, got into a bunch of creators around that. And being here for Bailey, that one's the most understandable. That's how this all started. Daily Bailey was like the start. Yeah, just Shuriken. I think that's the bit that's easy to forget. I had a few people who, like, you know, when I was doing Evil, who, like, you know, start off and they'd have, you know, kind of like 2 or 3 stream. They'd stream other games outside of Eve, and they'd, you know, do 2 or 3 streams and have 2 or 3 viewers and stuff, and they'd get really caught up in watching numbers and stuff. And it's really easy with the way that Twitch introduced it to you to get into that mindset at times. Because ultimately, you know, the affiliate program has to be open to a large number of people. It has to be, you know, objective. It has to be an easy to understand system, so that it has to be done the way it is. But you know, they can't check whether someone's got a cool community before they decide whether to make them, you know, affiliate or partner, because there's just too many people like that. So it's about, you know, finding the right people on the platform, I think, and that's why you got things like ambassadors and such. So I think yeah, building a cool community is actually more important than having the viewer numbers. And Twitch does see that. A lot of the people who are the ambassadors aren't there because they've got the biggest numbers of viewers on the platform. They're ambassadors because they understand the platform, they understand communities, and they want to build a better place for streamers and for viewers alike. Oh, that reminds me, I need to take a headshot today for a Twitch command. Maybe I should. Do you think for my my moderation panel for TwitchCon I should wear my my helmet? Might be doable. Might be able to do that. Quite funny. But yeah, I mean, I was on that point at one point. Like, I was thinking, I remember when I was playing Battlefield the weekend, I was like, the other week, I was like, oh, you know, I really locked in on Battlefield and I wasn't paying attention to chat, and, you know, viewer numbers were pretty poor. And I was like, wait, I was playing it because I was enjoying it. Just harvested a bunch of ores. Well, exactly, yeah. Battlefield 6, I really like. There were times when I really did need to like lock in on stuff. So, wait, that's finished metal. Ore is on this shelf. One across. Damn, close. You do. I mean, that's the nature of Battlefield, isn't it? It's a very intense game at times, and sometimes you need to be relying on basically like all of your reflexes, all of your instincts. So, you know, that's I'm genuinely really impressed at how like Tarkov streamers managed to get so into that and be so effective, and yet also read chat and interact with them. Like, it's absolutely mad to me how well people do that. Because Tarkov, you have to lock in just as much. It's huge. Oh, Glorious Splat, I'm glad that we could have helped. But we're short on now. Is it still titanium? Yep, still titanium. Oh wait, I need to drop down one level to. Actually, what does the invasion event entail, Lycos? If you don't mind me asking. Monster invasion across Vera. Okay. I mean, why not? How many of you are going to TwitchCon San Diego? Is anyone in chat going to TwitchCon? I have no idea if you guys are convention goers. I know a number of you are obviously interested in Gamescom, but that's very different to attending something like TwitchCon. Mazaroth, on some armor, yes. It's definitely in place on Pardot's hood and the shaded hood. Hello, Lady of Six. How are you doing? Good to see you today. I think it's going to be quite a quiet TwitchCon, I'm going to be honest, because a lot of people are basically saying they just can't afford to go or they don't want to come across to the US. Basically what I'm hearing a lot of. You're nearby? Ah, okay. I think if you're nearby, it's probably an easier proposition, that's for sure. You Mazaroth, I know, same. I made it this week, I tested it, and I was like, oh. Unicorn reach round? That's pretty fair. You're not wrong. They're pretty stinky. We're all pretty stinky, it's how it works. Sand. 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 You live in San Diego, some who knows if she was having an off-site meetup with people, I might go down there. I can't afford to do the actual con this year. It's completely fair, yeah. As many of you know, I frequently tell people that TwitchCon is my busiest weekend of the year, of work. So I will not be streaming from TwitchCon. I will likely be all over the place, corralling many streamers to many events, making sure everyone's having a good time, which is what I really enjoy about TwitchCon. I think it's really great seeing a bunch of my friends having a good chance to chill out. Nice, 97. It's pretty good going. Bear these. I mean, the other thing I will say about TwitchCon is you're pretty much guaranteed to get ill afterwards because it's just so many people coming from all over the world that you basically just create con flu. It's just a thing. You just get a cold from all over the world. It's the most multicultural, illness ever. Unironically, yes, and that is actually what happens. And I'm absolutely fine with that. A little bit nudged. Oh, Bits Fox, I know that. Yeah, I didn't mind it being up there. that. That down there, put that there, take these 3. Yeah, Concord's the worst. It took a long time to recover from TwitchCon EU's Concord this year, to be fair. I did not do well with that. It'll happen after Gamescom as well. You watch, every streamer who went out there will end up getting like Concrod. It's just part of, you just have to accept it. That's why you have to take some time off. It's like, ironically, it's like, it's the only way you can like decompress after the con, I think, is when you get sick. Not as bad as Esfand though. When I saw Esfand at TwitchCon EU, he was doing really badly. He had some kind of like food poisoning. He was we were at the partner party and he was just getting worse and worse and worse. And he'd end up having to go. Like he wasn't able to function. And he'd been doing like a road trip of Europe before, so he'd been going all the way through France. Like it could have been absolutely anything. He has no idea what it was. Awful timing for him, man. But like, we were just glad that he was better a few days later. Okay, that's all the bodies loaded up. How are we doing on water? 2.7, okay. Esfand's at Gamescom, he doesn't get sick again? I really hope so. I love Esfand. He's such a great laugh. Esfand's another one of those people I've been very grateful for. He was very kind and quite supportive and gave me a bunch of advice like before I started streaming. So like it's thanks to like people like him that I can do what, I can do this and I'm hopefully not too shit at it. Like a tier 6 blood knife. There must be. Remember chat, unscrungle your spines every now and then, because otherwise they start complaining. Ambition, temp, short desk. Fade Drinker, yeah, I still didn't get that. I think I missed that one the week it was in rotation. There you go. We've got a few spaces for new visitors, but we're not doing too badly. Oh, there's a bit more plastinium up here, and some more melange. Maybe we should make sure this melange goes to a good home, and this plastinium. Hello, Bunny BFG. How are you doing? Good to see you. Look at all the cobalt paste we can store in this ornithopter now. They're all just loot. Building materials. Apparently I'm doing that again. We're so near to a full chest of melange, chat. Oh. Delicious melange. Oh, God. It's just something about pressing escape. Here goes again. We're just going to do a quick reset to see if that's a bug, and going back to main menu will work. I'm glad you finished doing your overtime. Jeez. I'm never returning the melange to the worms. No, I refuse. It is our melange now. Cobalt paste was up here. Yes. And the one before it. Okay. There's a part of me that wants to build a carrier once the new storage container is available, fill it with melange, and then park in the open cell with a thumper on it while chanting all things return to Shiloh. Oh, but there's so much, that's so much melange. So much melange. Can't, look at, we can't do that. We've got one thing full of plastinium, which is, you know, 3,500. This one's nearly full of plastinium. Not completely full. We've got the ads. I will be right back and chin it to the loo. Yeah, if enough of you pet your animals during the break, you know, we might summon Bailey. Just remember that. You know, that's entirely possible. You don't know that that's not true. You can't prove it. Maybe just not enough of you believed. Cinders, don't tell me that you haven't had a pet that's just let itself into the bathroom with you because it wants to know what you're doing. Like, that's just an average day as a pet owner. Oh, hang on, let me just do this. So, okay, so now, I apologize, now we do actually have 2 full chests of plast ingots. And then also this 1,000 in here. And then also, hypothetically, because I'm a little bit of a hoarder, we have a backup supply in here of another 1,400. So, and that's also got another 1,500 melange in here. So, like, this is just the emergency supply. Okay? B is out in the garden hunting a bird, I think. Okay, so we can probably move some of this out of here. We don't need to keep a huge amount in storage lists, especially not like that. Well, that's my personal, so that shouldn't even be in there anyway. We're going to put 194 of this into the base. Keeping 100 of that for myself. Back to mine. So this is the emergency stash. I should probably take that to the bank in you know what, we'll do that. Saturday night. Can you actually access your inventory from... Not even the right ornithopter. I don't actually know if you can access, if you can just sell from and list from. That's the problem. No, we can give it a go, can't we? It'll be a valuable addition to the long-term store. Say, Lupa, is the game optimized now? They've definitely made optimization improvements, yes, but I wouldn't say that, like, as a definitive, it's done, there's no more optimization to do. It continues to get better, but there are a lot of stability problems that they also need to work on. You can? Nice. I don't use the social hubs for pretty much anything. Most of the trading I do in person, because I can obviously trade through the stream, which so I've got, you know, got a bit of an unfair advantage when it comes to communicating for sales. I was about to take all that to the deep desert. That would have been the wrong direction, wouldn't it, chat? Excuse me. You're up to 3,000 T1 berries. What, T1 berries? Oh, you mean in Bitcraft? That is a lot of berries, to be fair. How are we doing in Bitcraft? We've got, oh wow. We've got about 750 green infused sand. So at some point we'll have to take some of that back towards you know, the town and then refine all of that and then see where we end up with our masonry level. We've accidentally leaned into masonry maxing because somebody just left a really large job and I was like, oh, okay, I'll finish that job. And I was like, then what can I do next? Oh, I can get sand and I can make it into glass. Oh, that's how I get pets. I thought it was owls, to be fair. And here we are now and I've gotten two bunny eggs, which I still disagree with on a fundamental level. Okay, so this can store. Volume-wise, we're all good, so this is not going to be a problem. That's not going to be a problem. It's going to be slots that are the issue. Now, we've currently stored old gear in here. I wonder if we should actually store a, like, proper pristine set at some point. That might be what we want to work towards after we've done this, but let's see. If I do... How can I access the inventory for my Ornithopter?
Welcome. Would you like to depart?
He's still sat there watching the same tree, so I imagine the bird hasn't left yet. We are just currently playing around with the exchange. I'm thinking about what I want to put this price at, thinking about the balance of our server. Yeah, so you pay a percentage fee. I think this makes sense. I think that makes sense. Honestly, Wait, why can't I move to backpack? Is it because there's not enough space? Sell this. Damn it. That sounds like a decent stack of money, typical. Yeah, geez. Attacked by a moth. I think because it's too much for a full stack, it can't split the stack into my inventory, which is annoying. If I'd split those stacks up, it might be different. We're going to go test that. Based on the author, we're currently playing our way through Dune Awakening. Having some fun with the end game, messing around with the you know, the market content, playing around with some of our base storage. Because I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it actually is going to work the way that I think it's going to work. Let me hydrate. Hey, Typical, I'm surprised that Hallex are selling for so much on your servers, given that it was available very openly last week just by looting the PvE caves. Is Solari that non-valuable on most public servers then? I think I think there are less people who are doing the Solari kind of spam, so I think at the moment our server's Solari issue is not as big as some of the public servers seems to have. Because the value of a Solari seems to be about 10 times less on the public servers. Maybe like 5 times less. As in 1,000 Solaris buys you, you know, 10 on our server. 1,000 Solaris would buy you 5 on that server. I mean, that does make sense, and as they can just dump money into the economy very rapidly that way. It's a bit of a shame. I would hope that Funcom has dealt with those dupers, because they have been dealing with cheaters. That hair on my nose. Thanks, Bailey. All time. I have a theory. We're going to see if it works out this way. I didn't want to do it like that. Let's undo that. 100 off, and just split them in half. I think I actually went and organized the moves all past him downstairs, and I'd made it more difficult for myself. Funny as fuck. 3. Oh wait, it's a I'm not pulling from that chest, am I? Always the second ornithopter you check. Now, can I take 100 and put it into my inventory? That's the question. Can, okay, let's check. That's not what I wanted to do. You list your Hallex for 2.5 mil, the average was 4. And some Jeepers, but it's really easy to make Solaris. Yeah, it sounds... That's the problem. I think the economy seems to be damaged on public servers, because a Hallex pick would not go for... I think a Hallex pick would go for like 50,000 on our server. I'll be honest with you, like, if I look at this... Yeah, seven of them. Like, what does sell? Black market las guns. Those things sell for $1 million each. That's a thing. Because that's what you get them from the weapons vendor, and that's what people relist them at, because that's what the game says the price is. Fine. Alex pick is not worth 2.5 mil. A Landsrad win that has, I think, actually, does that sell Alex pick? Don't think it does. Really atypical. That's wild. Pick is 1.1 mil on your server. I guess the component parts of the finished pick. Oh, hello. Hi. You could use the one on the other side where you haven't got the ball on your head, Bailey. That would be a thing, you know, baby. Hi, meow meow. Hi. Oh, he wants me to check his food bar, chat. I will be right back. So there's a story here. Bailey needed to have his food changed because it had dried out, right? Which is fine, you know, that happens. He's been out for a while, you know. Let me just do this. As you can see, large camera. Make it smaller. And then... So, yeah, Bailey has come in. His food bowl has dried out because he's been outside for so long. When I give him some pets, I find that he's covered in freshly cut grass. So what I'm deducing is that he has gone and found that somebody nearby has had their lawn mowed or mowed their lawn today. He's probably gone to have a roll around on it, maybe had a bit of a nap because he likes freshly cut grass. And while he's been napping, his food has dried out, so he's come in, complained to me that his food dried out while he was out enjoying someone's freshly cut lawn. Cats. There'll be a door closing in your face. I think my chat might actually be full of cats. It's a very cat thing. It's just the most cat thing that just happened. Like, I can't believe that, you know. Yeah, Bailey's a big fan of grass. He's been recently making little dents in my grass where I've let it grow at the back garden because he likes to make little grass nests where he pushes all the grass down with his paws and then he kind of curls up in it and it creates like a little spiraled area where he can kind of like crouch down, and because the grass is quite long, he's not visible by anything that's small.
Would you like to deposit or would...
It's just another one of his tactics for hunting, I think. He's very funny. Okay, see, I can move each of these to the backpack one after the other. So this is the quickest way for me to load this up to keep some plastinium here.
Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
So I can store some plastinium in here. It's just gonna be a bit of a pain to get it out if I ever need it, but at least I've got some here.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
They're all in disguise, that's the problem.
Welcome.
If you are a cat and you're in disguise, I'm fine with it. Just so you know, you're very welcome here. That's how VTube. I mean, that's the kind of people that we support here. We aren't. I'm not a VTubing avatar. I'm very real.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit? Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
There you go. We've stored 500 plastinium, 500 melange, 100. That's a pretty good starting stuff by itself if we ever need to get back in and repair things. What we will do is we will list a few more of these. See which of these ones like sells, which ones don't. You saw someone joke that I was Veedle's latest AI. I mean, you know, you'd be difficult to prove.
How much
You can
Solaris?
deposit the 466 Solaris there. I did just list a boatload of plast, yeah. I just wanted to kind of test out the market and see what sells and what doesn't, Nihilus. I mean, it's a pain to sell it in the way that I did, but... See, do you see? Yeah, see, plastinium is... This is ridiculous. This is too low. But this is too high even for copper. Glorious Splat, verify the integrity of your game files. Ben, is the Sept 10th patch, there's a free one and a paid one. Is the free one for all people and the people having deluxe edition get the paid one for free? Yes, if you've got the deluxe edition or you've got the season pass or you buy the DLC separately, yeah, you'll have access to that. Yeah, but if you've got the deluxe version, it is for free, yeah. Or the season pass or anything like that already.
Can't get enough of me, can you?
This way, I can say I've bought everything, so I haven't got to worry about ever spending the Solaris in the future. Like, it's just done. All these things I don't use.
Hello again.
I mean, that's insane.
Hello again.
Well, yes, Deluxe and Ultimate Edition owners got the DLC, got the season pass with their game. So yes, they'll get the first 2 as part of the season pass. That's the whole point. Oh yes, Sergeant Dante will verify the integrity of your mama. I mean, Spen, yeah, ultimately the fixes that you're going to want to see as a PvPer are going to be the end game fixes that they're showing for January onwards. So you're probably going to be waiting to the end of the year. So yeah, you probably will end up quitting, you know, reaching a content cap, and I don't blame you. If you've reached a point where there isn't the kind of content left in the game that you would enjoy, don't keep playing. Don't force yourself. Like, just take a break from the game and come back. We showed earlier how you can power your base for 31 days at a time. Just do that. And just keep recycling, just really keep refreshing your base every 30 days. Just log in once, refuel it with industrial lube you've already made, then log off. If you're at end game, it should be even easier. But with 989 hours, you should be able to step away from the game. Like, you know, reasonably safely. Come back once a month, check on it, go from there. It's difficult to see. That's a good community on your server will help you keep logging in. I think that's the bit that's missing for some people who are playing on public servers. They haven't got that good community, so it doesn't keep them coming back. It feels adversarial to them versus them feeling like part of a community. Rail, that's completely fair. I think that's the right way to play the game if you're at a burnout point for it. Do this. Is there a lot of PvP on our servers when they're in public and private? On our servers, most of the PvP is for a reason, as in it's over a spice field. It's people competing for a lab. It is not just PvP for PvP's sake. It is PvP with an intent. So the PvP is less often, but when it is there, it is often done well, and it's done in a way that often means that like somebody wins and somebody very much loses. So there is some, but it's not the same kind of, oh, you go outside of you go into the PvP area and you will get PvP'd because PvP for PvP's sake. It's largely objective focused PvP, if that makes sense. You PvP to pirate people and steal the farmed resources. There you go. So you are there to interrupt a farm and stuff. Inola, I think that's a fair. I think that's, you know, reasonable. I think the appetite for hardcore PvP is no longer there among a lot of people who are playing games. The people who are like hardcore games have already got their hardcore games. This wasn't hardcore enough for the hardcore who want that level of risk and that level of loss, but it also wasn't casual enough for the casual player who didn't want to deal with that loss, and that's where I think they mired in the middle. The deep desert fundamentally lacks an identity, and they need to decide what they want from that. Because realistically, right now, it is actually just a big PvE zone with some exploiting and griefing and like community issues being caused by, you know, unmoderated communities or people who have a different idea of what the gameplay should be. I'll be real with you, PvPers are being badly treated. because there is actually no way to PvP properly, and there's no real reason to in a lot of states. You know, a lot of hardcore PvPers have left. Like, you know, it's the people who bought the game to PvP are trying to make their fun in a way that they can, and unfortunately, it's being done at the PvE players' expense because that's what the game systems allow for. PvPers need to be given their own content, and it shouldn't be at the expense of PvE players. And, you know, I think they're working on it, but ultimately, I don't think that we'll see it as part of this patch. I agree. I think that the patch that's in January, it was the one that says endgame fix, is more likely to be the one that you're looking for there, Ben. You know, people go in 2 or 3 just to gank people for the sake of pirates. Yeah, we don't have people just go around in gank squads for the fun of it. It's they'll fight you for your sand. People will fight for the lab that you're doing. People will fight you for your resources, but they're not just going to fight you because you're there. It's very rare you'll get fought just because you're there. People fight over control points in the deep desert. The PvP is ultimately, you know, of something a slightly different way on our server. The sins and the saints, it takes and it takes and it takes, and we keep living anyway. Realistically, I still hold that there should be the whole deep desert now should be turned PvE. Then create a separate PvP area, which is large, has rift areas, has cave networks, has mines, has open sand. So some areas you can fly in, some areas you can't. Different environments, so that encourages ground combat. Give that area a PvP focus, give it far more dense resources, and make sure that ultimately when you go into PvP, you're only going to a PvP area. If you make a base, it should be raidable with the storms. It should be, you know, like your base should be raidable there at all times. There shouldn't be any safe bases or anything like that. If it's going to be a PvP area, make it a PvP area. Give the PvPers an area where they can fight, where people can, you know, actually like do things, where they can, if they want to risk it and they actually want to fight in PvP, they get rewarded by even more resources. And I think what you need to do is you need to introduce a tier 7 that's just more abundant in the PvP area. There should be PvE armor and PvP armor. The PvP armor should be the same as the PvE armor, but also have a bonus to players, so that any PvEer doesn't actually have to care about the PvP armor, doesn't have to care about the PvP gear. They've got no reason to go to the PvP area because that content is completely optional for them. It doesn't give them any benefit because they're not PvPing. This means that anyone who's going into that PvP area knows that they are going in there with the chance of being PvP'd, and there's none this crying of, oh, you know, non-consensual PvP, because this area is all PvP. You knew the risk when you went going in. You give the deep desert, you give the PvP players the deep desert area that they want, and that also supports ground combat, because that's hideously lacking in terms of flavor right now. And you give the PvEers the safe deep desert place that works. You can make that work in terms of in-game lore, because the Emperor has declared Arrakis to be, you know, under the War of Assassins. But if our behaviors, you know, what we're doing out here, you know, the fights between the houses, the deep desert combat, is interrupting the flow of spice, you bet your ass the Emperor is going to send down the Sardaukar and enforce the will. So, you know, he could suspend the War of Assassins in this area, make it canly, and from a PvE perspective, that would make sense, because there's loads of spice here. Then make it so that there's no spice in the PvP area, there's just loads of really good resources, and there's lots of rare loot, Solarian stuff, so it makes objective sense that if you're willing to put the risk of PvP, you get better rewards. You will go through the game faster if you're taking that risk. The risk should be inviting to players. That's the whole point of PvP. You're encouraging them to go to that area to take the risk to get the better resources, but they will have to fight other players to do so. It has to be worthwhile. And PvPers deserve that combat loop, because ultimately, like, they were sold a game that had a bunch of PvP in it. Like, you know, we were told that there would be a deep desert area. I think that think that having that would be a good balance between the two of them, because I think, you know, the PvEers aren't wrong. It's not nice to have them be the content at their expense for the PvPers, but the PvPers haven't been given much of a choice because they don't have the space or the systems that support them in what they want to do. I don't know. I'm just one dude. I've just played a lot of time in the deep desert and trying to find a balance. I know it's more difficult than that, but like, I think there's a way for both sides to be satisfied and like kind of happy here. But I think it does involve separating the areas out. But Funcom are listening. You know, they've listened to a bunch of feedback. They've listened to people who've played far more of the game than me and know more of, you know, the deep lore and stuff than me. So I'm sure they will come up with some kind of idea. We just need to give them the time. Possibility, this is Kyne's Cutter Ray. Sorry, no, it looks like a las gun, so I always hover over the wrong one. I also think that, to be honest with you, the game does an awful job of getting you into the deep desert. It's actually one of the weakest parts of the gameplay loop. The game tells you throughout, oh, the deep desert is this deeply scary place. You might lose everything. You know, you have to be scared of it. So the game builds up in people's heads to be a hugely risky area. The game also doesn't teach you about how to do things like ornithopter flight in a way that you can escape. It doesn't teach you about ornithopter combat, which is the majority of PvP given the rocket state for a long time. So, let's do this. I think that actually, like, educating the players on what the risks actually are of the deep desert, rather than just, oh, deep desert scary, would help. Yeah, I got it as a deep desert drop. It was one of the blueprints on rotation, so it's not on this week. But I just think that, you know, Winky, for example, a really good friend of ours, is really upset about the lack of PvP, because we were really enjoying doing raiding in the deep desert, and then all of a sudden, like, everyone's got bases in E5. Like, what's going on there? Like, now, the fact that we saw a base, like, Nihilus and I both commented, like, what? There's actually a base out in the deep desert. We should go and raid that. Like, that's how rare they are. It's so rare that there is a base outside of the safe area now that realistically, like, that entire gameplay loop closed on our server. I would just really love to see, like, an area a bit like the Haga Rift that's PvP and people can fight on multiple levels. You know, you've got a reason to have rocket buggies, you can ambush people, there's a bunch of tactics you could do. You know, if you've got cave networks, you can lie in wait, or you can slowly trap people in and you can perform maneuvers. You can, like, kind of trap them in, you attack from different directions at once to disorient an enemy group. It becomes basically like the Dark Zone was in Division. And it has to be a separate area, I think, because that's ultimately the only way that PvEers are going to be able to have the experience they want alongside PvPers. And then you need to have a good gameplay loop for encouraging PvE players to take the risk into PvP and to learn about how to actually conduct themselves in PvP. Because half the people who get PvP'd and end up getting quite upset, it's because they're actually not given the tools to fight back. They don't know how to defend themselves from a compel. They don't know about, you know, if you build a build this way, you won't be able to be poisoned. The game doesn't give you a good job of these are normal PvP tactics. Here, try them out. And a lot of people who are just kind of casually playing probably aren't picking up some of that nuance. Yeah, I think that's what they tried to do, High Lord, when they were doing the wrecks in the Haga Basin, but I don't think that people actually encountered each other often enough in those wrecks to really make a difference on a lot of servers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you had no counterplay, and that's what people need. They need to be shown by the game what the counterplay is, and that makes it a little bit easier in PvP, especially when you're fresh out into this area where you're told, oh, this area is super dangerous, you should be careful, you know, it's full of cutthroats and bandits, and the reputation of the Deep Desert definitely made an impact on the game, because people did quit without even really experiencing the PvP, other than just hearing about some of the issues that were happening in the Deep Desert. They just overall lost morale in the game. Like Sheol, like turning Sheol into PvP would actually have been a really good idea, because it's a real good leveler there, in that everybody would be in a rad suit in order to fight. And therefore, you're not going to have people who have got, you know, end game tier 6 armor and everything else. Like, you are somewhat limited because everyone would need to be in a rad suit in order to, you know, to actually be in that area in the first place. So I think turning Sheol into PvP and giving people a lesson on that would be great. But I also think that the Chome ships having aggressive ornithopters, so you could learn a little bit about aerial combat, would be a really neat feature as well. But yeah, now it is. Exactly. You're warned by the law about how dangerous Deep Desert is, and then you get in there and there's like titanium and stravidium in the A band, and it's 50% PvE. Oh yeah, Sven, exactly. I don't like this. I've been saying all day, I don't really like the feel of farming here, but it doesn't make any sense for me to risk, especially while on stream, going into the Deep Desert when I can just very easily do it here, and it's quicker and better in every way. I'm safer, there's less sandstorms, I'm not in the PvP area, there's no worm, it's a very quick run to and from the base. Like, it's wild. Well, exactly, yeah, Dara. Yeah, so Xantara shoots down a whole Chome ship with a single RPG, and yeah, an Ornithopter just like loses a single wing. Kind of, there are some bits in there that, you know, need to be done. Dara, the only reason we make a fob now, realistically, is because you can rapid do the spice fields if you just had to, if you only had to go like half the distance of travel. So we basically just have a storage base that we just kind of dump a bunch of stuff in and just rapidly turn around and just do 3 or 4 runs on the spice field. That's basically the only way that we found that is worth having a fob. And even then, you just put it in E5. Or at worst, in, you know, E4 or E6 or D5. Like, any of the cells around it also work. What we've seen. But that's the only reason I see to have a fob now, because there is no point going out into the deep parts of the deep desert, to the islands, to get, what's it called? To get stravidium and to get titanium. Like, there's no need at all. Wait, I've already emptied that, so what am I doing over here? Oh, yeah. Very mad. I do love bumping into the window like that when we're just flying along, because it feels a bit like a bug crashing into the window. Mon Tyler, thank you very much for the 3 months at tier 1. You are awesome. Thank you very much for the support, bud. You now have a little bread roll emote. You've risen. You are no longer mere dough. You have risen. Has risen. I also can't wait till we can actually like go back and forth without having to just use the assault. Like I could load up a buggy and just do this. It would be so much nicer. One second. Exactly, Montana. As long as you've got your sub badge out, the mods can't handle you. You can't be stomached. They can't eat you. You're safe. Yeah, the mods here can eat bread, but you know, if any of the marauding like pirate software mods came over, you'd be safe. It's all part of the plan. Don't worry. Wait till we get to the 6-month mark. You might be even safer, or it might be less safe. You never know. You might be cake. Cake is like bread, but sweet. I mean, that's fair. You have got your founder badge. American bread is kind of weird. Yeah. First he does a testing station, now you have the shakes. Graver X, that's how you know you're getting more powerful. Those shakes is that's the fear leaving your body. That's you know you're growing ever more powerful. Good job. Proud of you. Well done. Nihilus, no, I am not. I'm still finishing. I've got 2 episodes of Sandman left to finish. Then my girlfriend and I are going to be watching Wednesday's season 2. And then after that, I'm not sure what's on the cards. It's her turn to choose next, so she's got Wednesday. Or in the original Norse, Woden's Day. So for those of you who don't know, this week in the deep desert, there is a wreck here in D6, Delta 6, which is PvE completely. So look, I can land my assault ornithopter on top. There's no PvP zone. I am declared safe from PvP. Don't go any further north though, because there's a control point up there where it is PvP. And you can just run in here, and as long as there's no mines, which someone's, you know, nicely cleared them out for us, you can just run to this chest and just take blueprints and 20 spice infused plutonium dust is the top level roll, I think. That's the highest roll you can get. So, like, neat. My only complaint, I mean, I've been very much enjoying Sandman Season 2, but the only thing I'm complaining about is there's not enough of Cain and Abel, because they were great in the first season. They were hilarious. I would just watch a whole, yeah, just a whole show of just Cain and Abel from Sandman, to be honest. Oh yeah, Cheeky, that's D6, yeah, on the, this side of D6, on the edge. Very worth doing. It's instant, so all of you can loot it. It's PvE, so it's, you know, reasonably safe. There's a couple of mines. Go and fill your boots. You are very welcome. We only give you the best tips here on how to succeed in Dune. Yeah, just the tips. That's what you get here. You might also get some tricks. We do occasionally do some tricks. Very few treats, honestly. Hey look, I'm not in the A band, chat. I'm running this game solo. What's the best way to use my carrier? Lobster and sand from the deep desert. How do you avoid the worm? So there's a nice bug at the moment where the sand crawler doesn't generate any aggro when you drive it on the sand. So yes, solo is currently pretty viable. Just go land your carrier somewhere safe at a rock island nearby and drive over. But just be aware that, like, you are taking a big risk, because if a wandering worm does come for you, which it might do, you know, you might not be able to get out of the way in time, or you might cause risk. It's not guaranteed safe. Solo with a carrier and a sand crawler is very dangerous by default. It's a two-man activity you're trying to do with one man. Ultimately, if you are worried about your sand crawler, you should not be using it solo. At the moment, I just don't think that there's a way that you can safely do that. There are ways that you can do it, but I don't think there are ways that you can do it safely, to be clear. Some of you will take the risk. Fair play to you. Good job. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. So... I can think of at least 2 or 3 people in chat who probably have risked it for that biscuit. Yeah. Thank you all very much for all the follows. It's massively appreciated. Great seeing you all here. Thanks for joining the community. Ultimately, glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. We're just currently out harvesting titanium, you know, in the PvE area with very minimal risk, which feels very strange. Oh look, there's somebody up here doing some scanning. Whee! farm with a buggy, the amount you get is insane. Yes, it is. However, I'm enjoying flying around. Sometimes the most efficient farm is not always the most fun farm. This is a little bit different. Lets me fly, lets me check with, lets me check in with chat. I get to be in the sky. I get to get distracted more often because I get to see stuff. It's all because I'm a cat and I like to be high up. That's the main reason. Everyone's discovered that in MMOs I climb things. So it's basically just the cat instincts kicking in. I'm sorry, chat. I can't help it. They shouldn't be PvP zones until they open up as nodes, realistically. I think that would make more sense. So, like, that can't be captured. Why is it an active control point for PvP if it's not active? I'm in titanium acquisition mode. Oh no, so is Thork. Hide! We have got the ads, chat. I'm just gonna harvest the titanium, don't worry. It's not particularly riveting stuff. No one is missing anything. I could have sworn I saw a deposit down here. I'm there. Hello, welcome back after the ads chat. I hope you are doing good. You want to know what the Mark 6 cutter array is? It's this one. This is the one you're looking for. The Mark 6 unique. Ta-da! Heinz cutter array. Is this what you're looking for, Nihilus? How are we doing on storage? Oh, we're only slightly sunstroked. It's fine. Gravis, congratulations on the step up to Mark 5 cutter array. The next step is obviously, you know, kind of you're stepping forward in the game now. You're getting onto the final tier. You're kind of plateauing for the end game. So good job to you, bud. Glad you're enjoying it and glad you stuck through it. I know you've been working on that solo, so good job, bud. Well done. I don't have one that's unclaimed. No, Nihilus, unfortunately not. I've stopped. I haven't been doing that. So the only one I had saved was the las gun. So if I do get one though, Nihilus, and I only get like a limited run of one, then of course I will let you know. In fact, do I have one made? Do I have one that's... Could I make another one? None for that. No, I can't even make another one, unfortunately. I don't even know where my one came from. I think it's just a deep desert run. It should be in loot rotation next week or the week after, I think. Is there a Kind's Cutter in our lands? Right, I'll have a look. Give me a second. This is the one we want to go work on some more. We need to get up to the compact to Mark 6 again. Pin cushions, irradiated. Reaper gloves, bloodshot buggy, pin cushion, Reaper, pin cushion. Nope, there is not. Well, the compact Mark 6 you can get this week, Nihilus. The compact Mark 6 is currently here for House Maros. You should go kill deserters, so that's in the Haga Rift. Just go kill NPCs. We'll probably kill, like after we've done this run of Titanium, we'll probably go back and kill some more. Yeah, you can still get rewards from houses claimed. Yeah, that's fine. Karazgar, welcome on in. Good to see you, bud. Welcome. Yeah, you can get rewards from houses claimed by the opposing faction now. Yeah, they added that back in. It wasn't originally a thing, but they've added that in. We are looking for more titanium. Someone tell David Guetta. Hello, Ashura. Good evening. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey. How are we doing on storage? Oh, not even one more. We better be to get some more, so that's good. Well, you know, hopefully things improve. You know, that's all I can say. But glad to have you here either way. No, there are some improved. Like, I wish the Lancer would tell you which of the swatches you already have for the minor houses, because like having to go and check whether I've got the Maros still suit or the Argus light armor swatch, it is quite irritating at times to have to do that. I will be honest. Nope. We just want like two more titanium rocks, please. There's one. Oh no, that's I mean same. It's just like Landsrad's back and forth. I'm looking forward to the contract-based Landsrad that they promised that the change will be. Like contract-based Landsrad will be much more interesting. The current setup is basically just incentivizing us hoarding every week and then just handing a bunch of stuff in. Like today, I just went and handed in. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. It was probably bad manners of me, but like I look at my personal contribution on this one. Like it does really incentivize you just stockpiling. The thing is, we're just switching back and forth right now, Nyla. So last week they won, this week we'll win, next week they will win. It's literally going back and forth. That's all it is. It's not like one side keeps winning now. So each week you can compete, but no one can break the basically the 20% modifier. Dream. Num 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 num. Yeah, to be fair, like, in terms of the balance of lands on our server, I'm actually really happy with it right now. Going back and forward every week is broadly fair, and it just comes down to what do we get? Like, this is a brand new one. We've never seen scholarly collaboration before. Do I think it's better than the weapon vendor? Probably not. I think this one's still better, but this would be really neat. I could use this to push to level 200 in a week. Like that, I would basically just make it into a big grinding push to hit level 200. Like, we could do that as content. If that does win, I'll turn it into something fun. But I still think that the weapon vendor, because it's more ancient ways, it is literally just more damage and weaponry for everyone. So you're part of Phantom. Let's see, what do we got? You're not even on the leaderboard this week, Nihilus. Look at this. Freebooters, totally normal neighbors. That's me and the guild, like me, Sabu and stuff. You know, Thor and stuff was all totally normal neighbors. I'm going to have to ask him to log on to do the Landsrad voting actually in the week. Well, exactly, yeah. That's what I mean. I'm just getting backup versions of the ancient way. What are the exclusive armor blueprints? Which ones do you mean? What, for this week? Or from what? Sorry, I feel I'm going to need some context. That makes sense, Nihilus. I mean, like I would say probably the same percentage of our guild isn't playing. It's mostly me, Luther, Sabu, Demnar when he's back, which is today, so he might play as well. So like 4 of us out of the 20 something. Probably, you know, there's probably, yeah, 15-20% of us are actually playing, which is probably a better percentage, but only because there's a group of us. Yeah, you and like 4 of us, so yeah, about 5 people in the full guild. Yeah, about the same as us then. Oh, the exclusive armor blueprints to Land Vendor. The armor ones, I can't remember what the armor ones are. I'm not even sure if I've seen the armor ones, Raphael. Someone in chat will be able to tell you. They aren't springing to mind right now, so I don't know if I don't know if I have that information in there. I mean, you're welcome to join Totally Normal Neighbors if you want, but it's just a different name, like different name group. If they're active as well, you might as well be in that group. Whatever, really. Oh, in that case, bye. If you're supporting that many bases, I'm glad over on YouTube that you know you don't have to burden yourself with taxes anymore. Oh, yeah, I've got caps up on, apparently. Your name looks wrong when I write it out. Banned. Nope, I don't know what your in-game name is, I've forgotten. Was a huge fan of the game, seen the servers are sucks. I'm bait, bro. I think that there's some hope for the future, but you know, some of that, you know, launch hype is definitely lost in any situation, yeah. I tell you this, but the Atreides smell too, they're just less open about it. Oh, and I had to open the guild interface all over again, like, oh. You had to leave your guild first. Let me know when you're ready. I've got quite enough to fill that. Look at all of the melange. Oh. I should stop just using random vehicles for storage than just wandering off. That's a real flaw. I have to do it. I have to have filled the chest full of plastinium, full of melange. Oh look, chat, it's a full chest of melange. Wait, why is that missing one? No, we can't have this. Okay, hang on. See if we can solve this. There we go. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Round. I don't know why rounding error. We made it work. A full chest of melange. Yeah. This is the Scrooge McDuck, the Spice McDuck vault. We love this. Now we fill up the second one, right? I don't have a problem with spice. We're fine. You too, chat, can do this if you know life, go into hardcore goblin mode and lock in and just magically kind of farm 260,000 spice hand in a day. Anyone can do it. Sort some of these out as well at some point. Some imagination. These are all the same kind of thing. They're just kind of general. This is just for unlocking achievements. That's essentially a chest that's used to unlock all of the achievements that you need to progress through. Passive, passive, passive. Okay. Well, spice masks, I don't see those very often, do you? I don't know who this is. Fazio, no, I would describe the way that we play as like a tribe gameplay almost. We have like basically like 3 or 4 of us who live in this base. I think it's like 3 active players who live in this base. I'm probably the most active of the bunch. And we just kind of bring stuff back and work together broadly, but don't often go out on operations and stuff together. So it's like a group of solos sharing a base and just kind of working together. Like 2 of us farmed 2,250,000 spice sand. Yeah, sometimes the streamer brain kicks in and I just go into like a turbo goblining mode where I just kind of harvest up all of the loot and I'm just... Suddenly it's 6 hours later and I've harvested like 1,000,000 spice sand and Demnar's looking at me like he's concerned about my well-being. Demnar is frequently concerned about the well-being of Sabu and I when we go on our Turbo Goblin runs. Like, when Sabu and I just, like, lock in together, we're like, okay, here you go. Here's 81 trips full of titanium to carry back. Do we do solo Sandcrawler scripts? It's normally 2-person Sandcrawler when we do Sandcrawler. Got a dream. Okay, if you were a vicious killer and you had a dream, what would your dream be? Would you want to be a concert pianist like this fellow? Right, so all the drops are just by watching. You can see them over there on that side of the screen. Enjoy your drops. To be a baker, that's a pretty good dream, to be fair. You're like a tiller. There you go. His cupcakes are sublime. You hear? I mean, we did some testing and we've shown that I could sprint the entirety of the Haga Basin, like this entire run. From the starting area across here, you could do that with Bindu Sprint when you've got the maximum stamina bar. Because with my skills, I've got all of the extra points in stamina from in here. Stamina recovery rate, all of this. So like, using Bindu Sprint and then the Suspensor Belt, you can clear the entire gap in very, very rapid time. One second, chat. Oh, the ads are about to run anyway. I will be right back. Whoop. Can you outrun the worm? With the Bindu Sprint, in a straight line away from it, no, but you would Bindu Sprint sideways to evade the worm.
Reveal yourself. Eyes on the enemy.
Haha. Rude. Now I have to fly up and over without my grappling hook because I had to use it on that guy, and that's very, very rude of them. Yes, I made sure that that metal column was very well and truly dead. I'll check it was a mimic, chat, you see. Yeah, the Prometheus score from running away from things is ridiculous, yeah. That's harder to do than I expected. I need to practice with the sniper rifle. I'm really bad with it. Okay, well... Ow. That was actually a good shot. I'm going to go down from that. I'm not going to bother healing because I don't want to waste a bandage, but hey, that's not the point. And then I just do this. Just the kind of the weird thing about status effects is they're still going to keep ticking down. It's just annoying. Because I'm too lazy to wait. Like, it's not even hard to deal with. Are we going late today? Not as late as yesterday, but not as early as other days? I don't know. I don't know, is the answer. I'm still enjoying myself, and I've got a lot more kills to rack up to get the Compactor Mark 6. Oh wait, I went the wrong place. I forgot I moved my Thopter. Okay. I brought you a gift. Okay, that was awful. I really like how we just got a whole bunch of enemies delivered right away, so we're running out of them. That's really convenient. That might even be enough to fill the Ornithopter. Wasn't that amazing? Don't we just love it when a plan comes together like that? Which gun am I using tonight? But that's the Dune Watcher. It's the top-end sniper rifle. It was available in the Deep Desert a couple of weeks back. I just can't remember when. Sometimes it's possible to kill the enemy so quickly that I can't loot them all before the bodies, like, despawn. What was the question? I'm killing deserters, yeah. Ah, we proved it, it's doable. I think that might be a full... Yeah, it's a full Ornithopter, okay. Tech question. Game keeps crashing and looping. Loading screen. All tricks tried. Nada. Unplugged Ethernet cable and went Wi-Fi. And all good so far. Bad Ethernet cable, maybe? I mean, a bad Ethernet cable wouldn't normally cause that, I don't think. I mean, how's your connection to the internet? I have no idea. I think I should have just gotten enough to perfectly fill this if I did my maths right. Yes, I did. Perfect. Full house hotel, all the water in here, all of those are full. when those are all done, we will be at or over capacity, so I won't be able to load any more in. Water-wise, we're good for the production that we've got. We haven't done the rest of our titanium production, but that's a problem for in a minute, because for now, we're going to go do something called, I call fast killing. We just basically run through a bunch of POIs using a scout copter and just killing your way across the deserters and the Helga Rift. A fast kill run. The reason I'm using a scout copter is I can store it, run through it, I don't have to go back to the starting location, because these ones kind of loop around sometimes and aren't the most convenient to run. So we're going to go to the ones that we know have enough people to make it worth running them generally. We've got to kill deserters so that we can get a Mark 6 compactor. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. And this is where skills like Bindu Sprint will become very, very, very useful. Trying to remember my route around here now to find the guy. There's a big group with a bunch of snipers in. You can go in and get a bunch of kills quickly. I think it's back this way. Here they are. There's snipers here, so what I will also do is grab... Really hoping for a Mark 2. The reason I grabbed just a random first aid kit there, chat, is because if you get poisoned by a sniper, the quick fix to stop yourself from taking the poison damage is to use a first aid kit. Same with fire. If you're caught on fire, if you use a first aid kit, your fire will stop. What's our guild's name? We are totally normal neighbors. We're totally normal. No, we're not weird. You can see we're not weird by our guild name. See, totally normal neighbors. We're totally normal. This definitely isn't a cult. If it was a cult, it would be in the guild name. It definitely isn't. So we're clearly not one. I hope this helps. We're totally normal neighbors. Bleed, I'm not even sure I've seen. Like, I can't remember the last time I got bleed at all. So this testing station has dead bodies in it. That's what I was hoping for. Where are the enemies? They're further in, aren't they? There you go, see, just get poisoned by running through the clouds too quickly. I haven't got like, as much poison resistance on me as I normally do. But you can kind of, in these areas, you can grab quite a few of these free first aid kits that are like tier 2 or tier 4. That's a bit bright, isn't it? Be real. Be serious. I brought a friend. Oh, there was only 2 of them? What? Boring. Oh, 3 of them. The people sleep on the Shigawa Claw being used in melee combat. It's surprisingly good. Gives you a free slow stab. Radical Skull, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. What were you streaming? You doing good, bud?
Found you.
Shields up!
Mid Ring of Fire, nice. This reminds me of some of the Deep Desert layouts. Very reminiscent. Oh. That's the entrance. Okay. Gonna run through as many POIs as we can, killing a bunch of people in game. I've gotten quite good at flying with the full suspensor belt. There is that as well. Hummingbird Mark 6s. Valari's still suit. 1.2 million Solari to be deposited. Pincushion boots. Idaho's charge. And the cauterizer. So unfortunately, no Kind's cutter ray. We are going to go and test because we've got 600 and so this should give us a certain number of points. So I'm going to see what this actually gives us. Thanks, Roger. I'll check out after the stream.
Do you have something for? Oh, it's Bullet Cartel of Gaiety. Delivery for House
So 697 Solari. Because people were saying yesterday that the Solari deposit amount was broken, and I'm trying to understand what the issue was. Last refresh still longer than I was. There we go. Okay. What's one neat thing that makes farming more palatable for you? The fact that the ornithopters feel so good. So apparently I got 10 personal contribution from that. Even though it's meant to be 1 point per Solari, which is what the tooltip says. That's broken, yeah. I mean, there's nothing I care about more than the nothing I care about more than the compactor, to be honest with you. So we're going to continue with the farm for the compactor. Being able to have a replacement one of those would be very, very good, because we had to use our replacement one last time because it just disappeared, which we think it might have gone accidentally sold. I might have accidentally pressed space on it. There used to be snipers in these rooms. This is new. Oh, it feels like there should be something here for that, but that's kind of boring. I'm already poisoned, so what was it going to do? Oh, cool, there's a body down here. I was hoping to make the bodies, not find them, but... Sure. Kind of boring. That one was not the one I thought it was. Well, I thought I just cleared this one. I'm not doing that one again. I don't know how I ended back up in the same place twice, but okay. Hello, MTW Dave. I hope you're doing well, bud. Good to see you. We'll go further around into the earlies. I was gonna say it's a bit early for Australia to be up, isn't it? Do you get lands right on our servers? Yeah, look. I mean, this week is definitely going to be, you know, a strong Harkonnen week because Atreides won last week. So, geez, that's gone well. Hello, I've come to deliver this. I'm just gonna slowly walk towards this guy and just stab him. Nice. Can I still collect? Can I collect this now? Oh, I can. Okay, I'll check that in a minute. You do a special move, I do a special move. That's the trade-off. I want to check my blueprints. God damn it, I just want to check my blueprints game. Come on. Okay, now I... Oh my god. Okay, if I keep checking my blueprints, they'll keep arriving. That's how this is going to work. I can't remember what I was checking my blueprints for now. Fuck's sake. Probably a few million. Let's have a look at who's on the, it'll be the Independence or Freebooter's Heart that's got that then. Because that's where the voting power comes from. I genuinely can't remember what I was so intent on checking my inventory for now.
There's someone here.
Coming for you, scum!
Did I pick up a shiny from the table? Nope. Oh, yes, I did. Thank you. Yes. Oh, no, I've still got 0 intel points. That's a shame. I was hoping it would allow me to reclaim intel, but because the patch note said you could basically now gather intel again. It meant for like doing it for count towards progression for collections rather than get actually the intel counting and like, you know, saving up for the future, which would have been, you know, nice. But I guess, again, it comes down to the fact they don't want people to immediately unlock all the blueprints as soon as they introduce new content, so I can kind of see why. Where did I decide I was going? Wait, are all the friends gone? Someone might be clearing this already.
Identify yourself.
Oh no.
Enemy sighted.
Enemy sighted, just see chat. You have to be very careful when you see an enemy.
I need reinforcements.
See someone. I've got your back.
Hi, Bailey. Hi. Hello. Little cat. Oh, you've been outside, haven't you? You smell like fresh cut grass. Yeah. Oh shit, stop moving. Go on.
Enemy.
Take it easy, Scrowbacks. Thank you for being here today, bud. I feel like I missed the key somewhere. Hi, Bailey. What you doing? What you doing, baby? Yeah, you being a shouty little cat. Little prince, is that what you are? Yeah. Meow, I know. You're so adorable, Bailey. Hmm. Yeah, hi, baby. Right. Trotting off for his dinner, as you see. Flying visit from the little kitten there. I cannot see the blue ring here that should let me through those doors. I feel like I'm having a stroke. I feel like someone needs to call the bondulance. There it is. I just need to keep looking. Hello, I brought a delivery. You ordered this. Yes, press the button. Good job. I was worried they weren't going to do it in time. Hi, Bailey. What is it? What's up, little guy? What's wrong, Bailey Merce? Why are you being such a silly squidge? Yeah, are you having a stronk?
Shields up.
He does require the fusses. He's very fussy. Oh yeah, I need to go in here, that's why. He is a great orb, isn't he, chat? Hi. What is it, little guy? You just being a small cat? What? Yeah, hi. What you doing? Are you being a silly? You being silly, yeah. Oh yeah, you are. You're rolling as far away as possible from me, so I had to reach over. I'm not going to indulge it, B. I can't do that. I'll break my back. Doing pretty well on the lands, Rad. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so we're about halfway of our way to this. We can finish it up tomorrow. That's what we're going to do, I think. Do I have the unique T6 shield? No, I don't. I just use a normal shield. Just a normal tier 5. I don't think there is a tier 6 shield, is there? There's a tier 6 power pack, the young Marky Mark 6, the young Sparky Mark 6, but it's not a shield, it's a power pack. It's never been in rotation or sold. Okay, well, fair enough. The adaptive Holtzman shield. Hi, Bailey. Mrat to you too.
Can't reach that far, beat. Okay.
Okay, chat. I've been live for quite a while, so what we are going to do is we are going to go and raid someone instead. We're just going to go raid. We're going to go raid into the ferret rescue. So those of you who don't know, this is a ferret rescue that's funded entirely by ad revenue. There are a number of sick and elderly ferrets who are there for terminal care. A number of young ones who have been surrendered for bad living conditions. They do the best just to look after the animals and to give them a good life. So, catch you all over there. Enjoy the raid. See you all soon. Thank you very much. And I have had a great day with you guys. So, see you all soon. Take it easy. Bye-bye.